Clack, clack, clack. The train wheels pounded against the rails, over and over, like they were hammering directly into my skull. The first thing that hit me when I opened my eyes was, I'm done for. I've time traveled. I'm serious. I'm not joking. 1 second I was sitting at my computer, staring at the new book I'd spent 3 years slaving over, watching the first day numbers finally take off. I was so excited my hands were shaking. Then, in the middle of all that excitement, everything went black, and when I opened my eyes again, I was sitting in this swaying, old green-painted train car. It was July of 1972, early in the month. This was that fiery era when everybody was fired up, when people shouted slogans for everything they did. My name is Xian, and funny thing is, the body I'd landed in belonged to someone also named Xian. The original owner had it worse than I ever did, and I'm a guy who writes tearjerkers for a living. Both his parents died when he was 7. He was taken in by one of his father's old comrades in arms, a man named Su. The Su family were just ordinary workers. His adoptive father worked at the steel rolling mill, and there was an adoptive older sister 2 years his senior, plus an adoptive younger sister just 2 months younger than him. Life was hard and bare bones, but at least it was a home. Then, just half a month ago, his adoptive father had an accident and died. While the original Xia and was crying his heart out, somebody sweet-talked him into it, and he actually went behind his family's back and secretly signed up to be sent down to the countryside. And the result? His heart was heavy with grief, and his body couldn't take it. After 2 days on the train, he simply stopped breathing. The moment he was gone, I arrived. I knew one thing for certain. Whoever had talked the original Xia and into going to the countryside definitely had bad intentions. But right now I was a stranger in a strange place, and figuring it out wouldn't do me any good. Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well make peace with it. I let out a sigh. I was just wondering whether it might be a little easier to find a wife in this era, when a hollow, otherworldly voice suddenly rang out in my head with a buzz. Host confirmed as having received memories. System loading. I sat bolt upright. A system? My eyes lit up. Would you look at that? Every time traveler gets a cheat power. So that old saying was true after all. With something like this, forget farming in the countryside. Even if there were a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in front of me, I'd charge right through it. I was riding high on that thought when my stomach let out a very ill-timed growl. My face went hot, and only then did I remember. The original owner had been sickly, and he hadn't eaten anything in over a day. Luckily, the lights in the car were dim and everyone was dozing, so nobody noticed me. I fished a Wotu, a steamed cornbread bun, out of my backpack and forced it down with some cold water. The coarse-grained bun scratched at my throat, rough and uncomfortable. I frowned, thinking there were probably plenty more hard days like this ahead of me. But the next second, something clicked. Wait, that's not right. The original owner ate this stuff every single day. If I'd really taken over his body, why would it feel like it was scratching my throat? Something was off about this body. Just as my head was swimming with questions, that voice spoke again. Peerless Beauty check-in system loaded. Congratulations, host, on successfully replacing the deceased. Newbie welcome package now being distributed. Host, please open it as soon as possible and make your selection. A virtual screen of light whooshed into view in front of me. On it sat a gift box shimmering with rainbow colors. I silently commanded, open. The gift box burst apart with a pop, dissolving into 7 faint halos of light. A line of text popped up on the screen. Host, please complete. Choose 5 of 7. 7 options, each more tempting than the last. The first, a spirit spring space. Inside was a warehouse, a spirit spring, plus 10 mu each of fertile fields, woodland, herb gardens, and pasture land. I could plant crops and raise livestock at will, and anything stored inside would never spoil. The second, medical mastery, top-tier skill in both Eastern and Western medicine. In my hands, any tricky illness would be nothing but a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. The third, fishing expertise. The fourth, triple physique, strength, speed, and endurance, all tripled. The fifth, hunting mastery, trapping, tracking, archery, and marksmanship, all top-notch. The sixth, a seed package, all kinds of grain and vegetable seeds, plus 200 pounds of fine rice thrown in for free. And the last, a Mauser 98K sniper rifle, complete with 300 rounds of ammo. I stared wide-eyed. System, I want them all. Sorry, no can do. You can only pick 5 of 7. Host. Don't be greedy. If you don't choose within 24 hours, I'll randomly pick 5 for you. I pursed my lips. It stung a little, but on second thought, the system was handing me such an enormous freebie. What right did I have to be picky? I quickly got over it and started thinking hard. The Spirit Spring space was a must. That was my lifeline, storage, and farming all in one. Medical mastery was also essential. Out here on my own, knowing how to treat people would save my life and win people over. Hunting mastery too. This part of the Northeast was all mountains, teeming with roe deer, wild pheasants, and bears. With it, I could put meat on my plate. And once I had hunting, fishing expertise became a bit redundant. The seed package was another must. Without seeds, wouldn't my 10 mu of fields just be for show? As for the triple physique, that was my ticket to working the fields and hunting in the mountains. With this sickly frame I had now, forget farming. It was anybody's guess whether I'd even make it to the production brigade alive. Pick it. As for that sniper rifle, it looked impressive, but there was nothing irreplaceable about it. Once I got to the brigade, a bow and arrow would be plenty for self-defense. The moment I made up my mind, the 2 halos representing fishing and the rifle scattered with a whoosh, and the remaining 5 shot straight into the space between my brows. A flood of information poured into my brain, so much that my head throbbed with pain. But all that medical knowledge and hunting know-how felt like it had always been there. It just clicked into place instantly. Right after that, I felt my body changing. The bone-deep exhaustion vanished, and every inch of me swelled with strength. I honestly felt like this body was several times stronger than I'd ever been at my absolute peak in my last life. I nodded, satisfied, and sank my consciousness into that bright point in my mind. This was the Spirit Spring space. I went in and had a look around, and the more I saw, the more I realized this wasn't just a space. It was a cheat mode private farm. Crops in the fields ripened every 7 days. Fruit trees bore fruit once a month. And herbs matured a full year for every month they sat inside. The warehouse could even process things, grinding flour, pressing juice. And the best part, once you planted a seed the first time, it would reseed itself automatically forever. You could never run out. Without a second thought, I scattered all the rice and wheat seeds from the seed package across the fertile fields. Now I'd just sit back and wait for the harvest. From here on out, I'd never go hungry. Once all that was settled, I turned my attention back to the system itself and asked, with a hint of anticipation, "System, what exactly is your function?" This unit is the Peerless Beauty Check-in system. Current sole function, checking in with peerless beauties. I paused. Checking in, I understood. But what did Peerless Beauty have to do with it? Simply put, host, all you have to do is make contact with a peerless beauty, and that counts as a check-in. There are 3 kinds: skin contact check-in, intimate check-in, and special check-in. The first 2 can only be done once per beauty. The special check-in can be done once a month, with no limit on the total number of beauties. Peerless beauties? You mean gorgeous women? My heart skipped a beat. In the dim light, I stole a glance at the girl sitting beside me. She looked about 17 or 18, dressed in a plain army-style outfit, with delicate features and a fair little face flushed a soft pink. The original owner's memories told me her name was Jiang Mengmeng, from Shanghai. Like me, she was headed to Songlin Commune in Songyuan County, Heilongjiang Province, to settle as a sent-down youth. I swept my gaze over to the pair of twin sisters sleeping against each other across the aisle. White dresses, identical faces, both so beautiful they looked like they'd stepped straight out of a painting. According to the memories, one was named Shin Yinshu and the other Shin Yinan, also headed for Songlin Commune. Apparently their family had some kind of class background problem. But so what if their background was a problem? The important thing was that they were beautiful. My curiosity itched, and I couldn't help asking, "System, how do I know who counts as a peerless beauty?" Reminder feature now enabled. When you meet a peerless beauty for the first time, a golden flower will appear between her brows. The words had barely finished when a flash of golden light appeared before my eyes. I quickly looked around. Jiang Mengmeng and both Shin sisters, all 3 of them had a golden flower glowing between their brows. The flowers glowed for 3 seconds, then slowly faded and vanished completely, as if they'd never been there at all. I stroked my chin, and the little calculator in my head started clicking away. 3 peerless beauties, 3 special check-ins a month. Just thinking about it made my heart pound. For a moment, I got carried away, and I quietly reached my hand toward Jiang Mingming's small hand resting on her lap, wanting to test whether a check-in would go through. But before I could even touch her, the system boomed in my head like a thunderclap. Warning: a skin contact check-in requires that the other person be conscious and not dislike you. Intimate and special check-ins require that the other person be willing, or at least not resistant to it in their heart. I yanked my hand back with a snap, like a thief caught red-handed. Fine. So the system had blocked off my path to being a creep. All right, I'd accept it. I didn't have any dirty intentions anyway. At most, I'd just brush a hand and test the waters. I leaned back against the seat and closed my eyes to rest. What I didn't notice was that Jiang Mingming's eyelids fluttered slightly beside me, and the corners of her mouth quietly curled up. That earlier question was still nagging at me, so I couldn't help asking the system again. What was up with this body before? Why was it so weak? You don't know what you did to yourself, host? Who's there to blame? I froze. Host, you don't actually think you're a soul that traveled through time and possessed someone else's body, do you? I'm not. Of course not. He died long ago. The system just poured his memories into you and set you up with a legitimate identity. This body, from head to toe, is still your own. The corner of my mouth twitched. No wonder I'd felt so weak at first. It wasn't somebody else's frailty. It was my own, worn down from 2 days without food. Wait, that's not right. Another key point struck me. Memories can be transferred, but what about the face? How come Jiang Mingming and the others didn't notice I'm a different person? When you traveled over, the system fine-tuned your face. No one can spot anything off. Also, the system also thoughtfully enlarged certain areas of yours, just a little. My eyes shot wide open. This, enlarged, did it mean what I thought it meant? If this weren't such a terribly inappropriate place, I really would have verified it on the spot. I don't know how much time passed, but eventually the sky along the horizon turned pale white. The train's horn blared. Now approaching the station, final stop. Passengers, please gather your luggage and prepare to disembark. I stretched. Across from me, the Shin sisters rubbed their eyes and woke up. But the moment they opened their eyes, both of their gazes locked onto my face in unison, full of astonishment. What is it? I instinctively touched my own face. Comrade Shun, is there something on my face? The sisters shook their heads, their eyes full of confusion. Jiang Mingming, beside me, looked at me and her eyes lit up. I bet they're surprised because you look so healthy today. Healthy? I paused. Did I not look healthy before? Jiang Mingming pressed her lips together in a smile. Comrade Xia, when you first got on the train, you looked completely wilted. Your face was white as paper, and your eyes were all bloodshot. You call that healthy? The Shun sisters nodded along. The younger one, Shun Yinan, blinked her big eyes, looking adorably clueless. Just one night, and you changed so much, Comrade Xia? I knew exactly what was going on. The size of that change was thanks entirely to those 5 packages. But I couldn't say that, so I could only give a wry smile. It's nothing, really. My adoptive father passed away recently, and I just couldn't pull myself together for a while. Now, I've come to terms with it. All 3 of them nodded, understanding written on their faces. I didn't want to dwell on the subject, so I quickly changed it. Let's pack up. We're almost at the station. Our real battle is only just beginning. The train came to a stop with a clunk. The doors opened, and a rush of fresh, cool air swept in. A whole car full of sent-down youths surged toward the exit, packed together in a crush. Luckily, the few of us were close to the door, so we didn't get too squeezed. Once outside the station, the first thing I spotted was a row of Liberation brand trucks parked out front, red banners strung along their sides. Those trucks are here to pick up the sent-down youths, I called out. Let's hurry up and get on, grab a good spot. The 3 girls jogged after me. But just as we got close to the truck bound for Songyuan County, sent-down youths came flooding in from every direction, like a tidal wave. My expression hardened. I flung my luggage into the truck bed, planted both hands, and vaulted up in one motion. Hand me your bags, I'll pull you up. I turned and reached my hand down to them. The 3 girls quickly passed their luggage up, and I caught and stacked each piece. Get a good footing, careful now. Thank you, Comrade Xia. Jiang Mingming grabbed my hand first and used it to pull herself up. In that instant, The system's voice exploded in my head. Congratulations, host, on your first successful skin contact check-in. Rewards: 10 yuan bills, 10 rejuvenation pills, 1 pistol, 100 rounds of ammo. I was thrilled inside, but I didn't let a hint of it show. Then I pulled up both Shin sisters. 2 more check-ins, done. I was about to turn around when a crisp female voice came from below the truck. Comrade, could you give me a hand? I looked down. It was a girl. Her features were quite refined, but her skin was a dark, sallow color, with some freckles on her face. She wore a white floral print top with army green pants. The strange thing was, there was a golden flower fading between her brows too. She was a peerless beauty as well, but her looks were a world apart from Jiang Mingming and the others. I didn't overthink it. I took her luggage and pulled her up. Seeing that other youths were about to swarm in, I quickly led everyone to stack our luggage against the front wall of the truck bed and plopped myself down. This spot was right behind the cab, so it bounced the least. Watching me, Jiang Mingming and the others quickly followed suit. The freckled girl sat down on my left and smiled at me, showing 2 little dimples. Thanks for earlier. My name's Yi Qingxian. I'm from the Jiangsu-Zhejiang area, headed to Songlin Commune in Songyuan County to settle. And you? I shook her hand. Contact made and broken in an instant. Another check-in complete. Nice to meet you, Comrade Yi. I'm Xiaoan, from Beijing, and I'm going to Songlin Commune too. What a small world. Really? Yi Qingshuan's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. If we end up in the same production brigade, we'll have to look out for each other. As she said this, she glanced at the 3, Jiang Mingming and the sisters, and something I couldn't quite read flickered through her eyes. We're all comrades who answered the call to build up the countryside. It's only natural to help each other where we can, I answered with a smile, though I didn't commit to anything. People in this era were simple and honest, sure, but there were bound to be a few with bad intentions. If someone later tried to take advantage of me and then used my own words to guilt-trip me into it, no, that wouldn't fly. That's exactly right. Yi Qingxian smiled and agreed. By this point, the truck bed was packed with people. I glanced around and did a silent head count, including our group of 5. There were 33 sent-down youths in all, half men and half women. But that one glance made my eyes light up. Out of the 14 female youths, only one more had a golden flower between her brows, a girl in a plain army outfit, with clean, pretty features and fair skin with a rosy glow. I marveled at it inwardly. 5 peerless beauties, and Songlin Commune alone claimed 4 of them. That was almost absurd. But, among the dozen-plus other female youths, several were better looking than Yi Qingxian. Why was she the one with a golden flower? I stared at Yi Qingshuan's dark, sallow, freckled face, and doubts started brewing in my mind. Could it be she was wearing some kind of disguise? Hold on tight. We're moving out, the driver shouted, then shut his door and started the engine. The truck lurched forward with a chug-chug-chug, and the whole bed started bouncing violently. Nothing much happened along the way. Using the bouncing as cover, I closed my eyes and sank my consciousness back into the spirit spring space to tally up what I'd gotten from these check-ins. Contact with Shin Yinshu had earned me 3 pounds of osmanthus cake, 10 pounds of brown sugar, and a whole stack of coupons. Grain coupons, meat coupons, oil coupons, industrial coupons, cloth coupons, 14 in all. Contact with Shin Yinan had gotten me 10 daily goods coupons, 10 pounds of white sugar, 30 apples, plus an apple tree sapling. Contact with Yi Qingxian had gotten me 10 yuan bills, 5 pounds of white rabbit milk candy, and a full mastery of Tai Chi. I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from creeping up. Money and coupons were my favorite. In this era, cash and coupons made you king. Those 10 rejuvenation pills were treasures too. They could stop bleeding, clear bruising, and scab a wound over in a flash. In a critical moment, they could save my life. And that set of Tai Chi, paired with my tripled physique, once I put it to use, 3 to 5 ordinary strong men wouldn't be able to lay a finger on me. I casually planted the apple sapling in a corner of the woodland, planning to graft a few more cuttings once it grew a bit bigger, until I had 10 trees. After that, I'd have apples every single month, and I'd never run out. Once I'd finished my calculations, most of my worries about the future had melted away. The truth was, I'd left in a rush this time, sneaking out behind my adoptive mother's back with just 30-odd yuan and a few coupons on me. dead broke. But now, with the Spirit Spring space backing me up, going hungry was flat out impossible. With my mind at ease, I leaned against the truck wall and pretended to nap. At noon, the truck stopped for a half-hour break, so everyone could use the bathroom and eat. I dug a package of osmanthus cake out of my luggage, slung my canvas bag over my shoulder, hopped off the truck, and headed straight for the shade of the tree where Jiang Mingming and the others were sitting. At that moment, Yi Qingxian and the other three were huddled together, gnawing on dry rations with cold water. "Comrade Jiang, would you do me the honor of eating together?" "Comrade Xia, sit. Yi Qingxian quickly scooted over to make room. "I've only got corn cakes and wotu, if you don't mind." Jiang Mingming opened up her white flour steamed buns and smiled. "I can share mine with you too." The Shin sisters exchanged a glance and held out their oil paper-wrapped fried pancakes. I sat down with a smile, tore open the osmanthus cake packaging, and pushed it toward the four of them. "Here, try mine first." The moment they saw it, their eyes went wide, and they all waved their hands in refusal. "Comrade Xia, osmanthus cake is a rare treat. How could we take advantage of you like that?" Yi Qingxian said. Jiang Mingming didn't say anything, but her eyes were glued to it, and she swallowed involuntarily. I shook my head and smiled. "We're all sent down youths bound for Songlin Commune. That's fate. Why fuss over something like this?" As I spoke, I handed each of them 2 pieces and kept 8 for myself. "Don't just sit there, eat. From now on, if we manage to end up together and you've got extra, share some good food with me too." I wasn't doing this to butter anyone up. I just figured that whatever you give comes right back around. You've got to extend a little goodwill first. If we ended up in the same brigade, I'd help where I could, win people over where I could, and if I couldn't, no big deal. I'd just let it be. In this life, all I wanted was to live well, to live free and easy. That was enough. I bit into the osmanthus cake in big mouthfuls. Compared to that throat-scratching wodu, this was heavenly. Even after finishing, I still wasn't satisfied, so I pulled 2 apples out of my canvas bag and handed them over. "Fruit for dessert. Don't turn it down." This time the 4 of them didn't refuse. They took them with smiles. But just then, a male youth with a face full of acne sauntered over. His eyes were glued to the apple in my hand, and he opened his mouth in a snide, mocking tone. Well, aren't you generous, comrade? But sharing such good stuff with only 4 female comrades, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" I frowned, and a spike of irritation shot up inside me. "Comrade, I don't think I know you. Where do you get the nerve?" The man's face went cold. "We're all sent down youths. Chances are we'll be working together from now on. Good things should be shared. You being this stingy, that won't do." My gaze darkened. Jiang Mingming couldn't stand it either, and she shot to her feet. "Zhang Chong, Comrade Xia's things are his to give to whoever he wants. If you're so generous, why don't you share the money and coupons in your own pocket with everybody?" Zhang Chong was left speechless, his face flushing red, and in his humiliation he snapped, "Jiang Mingming, you've got a problematic class background. What right do you have to talk?" The moment those words came out, the color drained from Jiang Mingming's face. She whipped her head around and shot me a lightning-quick glance, her eyes full of worry she couldn't hide. I understood exactly what was on her mind. She was afraid. Afraid that once I knew about her background, I'd start avoiding her, just like everyone else. I slowly rose to my feet, staring down at Zhang Chong. My voice wasn't loud, but it pressed down on him until he could barely breathe. "Her situation is for the organization to judge. If the organization hasn't said a word, who do you think you are to question it?" My presence stunned Zhang Chong for a moment, but he quickly stiffened his neck again. "Humph. I'd love to see whether tangling yourself up with someone whose background is problematic gets you shunned by everybody." I gave a cold laugh and took a step toward him. I'm 6 feet tall, standing over him. With his frame barely 5'6", the sheer pressure made him shrink half a head shorter on his own. "Shun me? Who do you think you're scaring? Try making trouble again, and don't blame me for not being polite." Zhang Chong backed up a step under my glare, but his mouth stayed tough. "Everyone's watching. You dare lay a hand on me?" I folded my arms across my chest. "I've got plenty of ways to teach you a lesson. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try." Just as it looked like a fight was about to break out, the group leader and the driver strode over quickly. "What's all this racket? Everybody, get on the truck. We're moving out." Seeing that he had an official on his side, Zhang Chong wanted to keep yelling. The leader shot him a glare. Do you all still want to be sent down or not? Keep this up and I'll send you straight back. That did it. Zhang Chong deflated instantly and turned around, slinking off in a sulk. I couldn't be bothered with him anymore. I called Jiang Mingming and the others to get on the truck. After that little scene, the other sent-down youths were now obviously and deliberately avoiding Jiang Mingming and the Shin sisters. It looked like someone had recognized them and blown the lid off the background problem. But I didn't care one bit. I sat right down next to Jiang Mingming, same as before. Was I going to be scared of that? Jiang Mingming secretly studied me, her heart pounding wildly. That whole scene just now had raised her opinion of me a few more notches. But she was still uneasy. She didn't know how much of what I'd said in her defense was real, and how much was just for show. I noticed her gaze, turned my head, and gave her a smile. Comrade Jiang, don't overthink it. We're all here to build up the countryside and do our part for the nation. On that count, nobody's more noble than anybody else. Besides, how old are all of you? This so-called background problem is your parents' business. It doesn't have much to do with you personally. As long as you're not a counter-revolutionary, as long as you're willing to put in honest work for the country, then you're a good comrade. At those words, some people on the truck nodded, while others lowered their heads and said nothing. Once Jiang Mingming heard it, the stone weighing on her heart finally dropped. She said softly, "Thank you, Comrade Xia." The Shin sisters also looked at me, a real, genuine warmth now in their eyes. This person had known their situation from the very start, yet from beginning to end, he'd never once stepped away from them. How nice. I waved a hand, about to add a few more polite words, when Zhang Chong popped up again. You can't just go around saying that. His voice was shrill. Comrade Xia, your thinking has a problem. A background problem is a matter of political stance. How can you just wipe out the dead of the parents' generation with one stroke? I raised an eyebrow and shot back, slow and easy. So by your logic, people with high political consciousness who are willing to work hard for the country somehow don't count as good comrades. The instant I said it, every pair of eyes on the truck snapped onto Zhang Chong. His face turned bright red. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever say that? I wore a not-quite smile, and I was about to twist the knife one more time when the leader in the passenger seat barked. Enough. This topic ends right here. I nodded, going along with it gracefully. Of course, boss. Zhang Chong shot me a hateful glare, then turned to stare out the window, not daring to make another sound. I couldn't be bothered with him either. The truck started up again and continued on towards Songyuan County. Maybe it was because of the scene between Zhang Chong and me, but the truck bed had gone considerably quieter. And just like that female youth had said earlier, the road really was long. The day still had a long way to go. It was nearly dusk by the time the truck finally rattled into the town of Songyuan County and stopped in front of the county sent-down youth office. Inside the office, a big crowd of people was already waiting. The moment we got off the truck, a middle-aged official came over to greet us, his voice booming. Welcome, comrades. Rest a bit first. We've prepared a meal for you. Tomorrow at daybreak, the commune shuttle buses will take you all down together. I hope you'll train hard, endure the hardships, and put in your effort to build a new socialist countryside. The youths below all nodded as they listened, that fire burning in their eyes. The official gave a short pep talk, then led us into a warehouse building. There were no beds inside, just some wooden boards and straw laid out on the floor. The official who'd ridden along with us said, "You're only staying one night, so tough it out. Someone will bring food outside in a bit. Remember to go get yours." Then he left. I scanned the room and quickly walked over to a wooden board in the corner and sat down. Jiang Mingming and the other three hurried over and sat beside me. But my seat had barely gotten warm before Zhang Chong sauntered over and stared down at Jiang Mingming. Jiang Mingming, there aren't many of these boards. People with problematic backgrounds like you. You think you deserve to sleep on a board? Jiang Mingming and the Shin sisters' faces darkened. But the surrounding youths just stood around watching the show, not one of them making a sound. I stood up and said coldly, "Bullying 3 female comrades. You've really got no shame, do you?" Zhang Chong frowned. "Comrade Xia, are you sure you want to tangle yourself up with these 3? Jiang Mingming and the others all looked at me in unison, gratitude in their eyes, but even more, dread. My voice went cold. Watch your mouth. I, Xian, just can't stand that attitude of yours. You don't even understand first come, first served. And you've got the nerve to call yourself a sent-down youth? They don't deserve it, but you do. You. Zhang Chong was so angry he raised his hand to point at me, his face flushing red. My gaze darkened, and I dropped my voice very low. I'm warning you, don't point that finger at me. Otherwise, I won't mind teaching you some manners. Zhang Chong's heart lurched. He'd probably seen it in my eyes. I wasn't joking with him. I really would rough him up. He sullenly lowered his hand, tossed out a "you just wait," and turned and slunk away. Xin Yinshu looked at me, a complicated expression on her cool, aloof face. Comrade Xia, thank you. But you really don't have to protect us like this. I shook my head and smiled. It's not about protecting you. I just can't stand him. Comrade Xia, Jiang Mingming bit her lower lip, wanting to say something, but holding back. Her eyes struggled for a long moment before she finally gritted her teeth and asked, "Aren't you afraid we'll drag you down with us?" At those words, not just the Shen sisters, even Yi Qingxian looked over. I knew that, given the situation, I and Yi Qingxian were the only two in the whole truckload who weren't avoiding the three of them. I shook my head, smiling with complete ease. Me? I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want a little home, a peaceful, steady life, a wife, kids, a warm bed, and to do a bit for the country on the side. That's all I need to be content. If you three really had a serious problem, would the organization have let you come to the countryside as sent-down youths? Since the organization trusts you, what reason do I have not to? In my eyes, you're just like me, good comrades who came here to build up the motherland. The three of them, Jiang Mingming and the sisters, their eyes lit up. But what really stuck with them wasn't that grand-sounding speech at the end. It was that first line. He had no plans to join the military or go into politics, so he genuinely didn't care about their background? Something flickered in the depths of Yi Qingxuan's eyes too, and she looked thoughtful. And at that very moment, the gazes of the three, Jiang Mingming and the sisters, all turned toward Yi Qingxian without a word. Yi Qingxian paused, then smiled. Once I get to the countryside, I already plan to settle there for good. Same idea as Comrade Xia. Besides, us female comrades out on our own, we ought to look out for each other. She paused, then added quietly and meaningfully. The countryside isn't as simple as it seems. It's not exactly friendly to female youths like us. Smiles spread across Jiang Mingming and the sisters' faces. They'd been shunned, but not completely. There were still people willing to be their friends. As for Yi Qingxuan's last remark, they just took it to mean that life in the countryside was hard and didn't read anything deeper into it. But I gave Yi Qingxian a second, longer look, a faint sense that something was off. This woman was not simple. Yi Qingxian seemed to sense it. She lifted her eyes to glance at me and gave a gentle smile. Jiang Mingming stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Comrade Yi, thank you. All of you. If only we could all be assigned to the same production brigade. Don't worry too much. The odds of us ending up together are actually pretty good, Yi Qingxian said with a smile. Clang, clang, clang. A brass gong sounded outside the door, followed by a shout. Dinner's ready. The youths rushed out in a flurry, grabbing their utensils and dashing outside. This dinner at the youth office was simple in one sense, but not so simple in another. Each person got a bowl of pork slices stewed with mung bean noodles, 2 thin slices of meat, plus a steamed bun. In this era, having meat at all counted as a feast. Yi Qingxian caught the flicker of disappointment I hadn't quite hidden in my eyes. She carried her bowl over and lowered her voice. Comrade Xia, this is already good. Once you're down in the countryside, if you get to eat like this even once a month, you'll wake up laughing in your dreams. If your family doesn't send you living expenses, some youths really do starve. You believe it? I turned to look at her. Comrade Yi, you sure know a lot about the ins and outs of country life. I asked around, she said, her expression calm. But it's pretty much on the mark. Something stirred in my mind, and I asked offhandedly. So how do meals get handled after the youths are sent down? She took a sip of soup, her gaze drifting off into the distance. Depends how you set things up. Some places have a communal youth station that cooks together, and some youths rent rooms and eat with local villagers. I've heard that if you want to live alone and cook for yourself, you can even build your own house. I gave her a meaningful look. Were all of these things you could really just ask around and learn? That daytime discovery popped back into my head. Her skin was dark and sallow, and there were freckles on her face. But when I looked with the trained eye of my medical mastery, her body simply shouldn't have had those problems. Could it be a disguise? This woman was hiding something, but I had no intention of digging into it. Who doesn't have their secrets? My own were a whole lot bigger than hers. Thanks for clearing that up. I smiled and lowered my head to shovel down my food. But my mind had already wandered to the idea of building a house. Building a house to live in alone. For someone carrying a huge secret like me, that was tailor-made. No sooner had that thought formed than a dispute broke out over at the food line. They've run out of noodles. There's a fuss. Yi Qingshuan's voice came. I glanced up, and sure enough, she'd called it. The mung bean noodles were gone, and the last 4 people had only gotten some broth. I asked with a smile, "How do you think this'll play out, Comrade Yi?" "How else?" she said flatly. "They'll ladle out more soup, hand out a few extra buns to fill everyone up, and that'll be that." I was a little surprised. "They won't cook more? Is boiling some noodles that hard?" She shook her head. "The youth office's ingredients are all counted out. There's no way they'd go buy more just for these few people. Filling them up is already generous. These few can't kick up much of a fuss." Sure enough, as ugly as those 4 people's faces got, none of them actually made a scene, and the matter settled itself, without even alarming the officials. Jiang Mingming's look at Yi Qingxian changed. "Comrade Yi, you're incredible." Yi Qingxian shook her head. "Once you know the ingredients are counted out, it's easy to guess something like this would happen. Nothing amazing about it." After washing my bowl and returning to the warehouse, I hesitated, then dug 2 apples out of my canvas bag and handed them to Yi Qingxian and the others. I was just about to bite into the last one myself. A clear female voice suddenly rang out behind me. "Comrade Xia, I heard you're all headed to Songlin Commune too?" I turned around. It was that 5th girl, the one who'd had a golden flower between her brows on the truck. Beside her was another female youth, her eyes locked onto the apple in my hand. "My name's Wenmin, and I'm going to Songlin Commune too. Mind if we get to know each other?" She held out her hand. I chuckled to myself. A check-in delivered right to my doorstep. Be a fool to pass it up. I shook her hand politely. The system's voice immediately rang out in my head. "Congratulations, host, on a successful skin contact check-in. Rewards, 10 yuan bills, 10 daily goods coupons, 10 pairs of stockings, and 10 bras." The corner of my mouth twitched. What was I, a grown man, supposed to do with those last 2? The other female youth quickly extended her hand too. "Nice to meet you, Comrade Xia. I'm Zhang Xiuying, also from Songlin Commune. If we end up in the same brigade, please look after us." I shook her hand all the same. Her eyes were on me on the surface, but underneath they kept darting to the apple in my hand. I saw right through it, shook my head, and smiled. "Comrades, better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. This is my last one, but everyone here gets a share." As I spoke, I broke the apple into 3 pieces and handed over the 2 smaller ones. "Thank you." The 2 of them took them without the slightest hesitation. Wenmin took the chance to sit down, smiling brightly. "You're really kind, Comrade Xia. It'd be great if we could be in the same brigade as you." I kept mulling it over inwardly. These 2 had probably come over for the apple, but I had no proof. Jiang Mingming narrowed her eyes beside me. "Comrade Wen, the 3 of us have problematic backgrounds. You 2 just coming over to us like this, you're sure it's fine?" Wenmin's smile stiffened, then recovered. "You're joking, Comrade Jiang. What could possibly happen?" Yi Qingxian swept the 2 of them with a meaningful glance, but said nothing. Wenmin changed the subject. "Comrade Xia, this apple of yours is so sweet and crisp. Where'd you buy it?" "Beijing. An auntie I passed by gave it to me. I don't know where to buy them either," I answered casually. To be honest, these system-generated apples were the sweetest I'd eaten in either of my 2 lives, bar none. I had no idea whether the apple tree in my space would produce fruit that tasted like this later on. Wenmin and the others gave me an odd look, their eyes plainly saying, "Listen to yourself. Buying apples takes both money and coupons. Why would an auntie you just walked past give them to you for free?" But nobody called it out. After some idle chatter, Wenmin and Zhang Xiuying got up and left. Yi Qingxian hesitated, then lowered her voice in warning. "That Comrade Wen doesn't look easy to deal with. You should all stay on your guard." I filed that away in my mind. The night passed without incident. Before 4 in the morning the next day, just as the sky was starting to turn pale, we were all assembled outside the youth office. Good grief. Over 200 people had shown up, crowds of them. 8 shuttle buses were parked out front, banners hung across their sides, one bus for each commune. Yesterday, that middle-aged official picked up his bullhorn and gave another whole speech, then finished with a wave of his hand. All right, everybody get on the bus. The crowd immediately surged toward the buses. Some people ran with their luggage on their shoulders, everyone wanting to grab a good seat. What put my mind a little at ease was that only about 30 people were headed to Songlin Commune. A few of us boarded somewhere in the middle, and all managed to snag seats. The ones who got on last had no choice but to sit on their own luggage. There were actually some guys eyeing Jiang Mingming and the Shin sisters, wanting to steal their seats, but the second they ran into my unfriendly glare, they all wisely shrank back. A little over 2 hours later, the bus stopped outside Songlin Commune. 2 officials came up to greet us. Welcome, educated youth. Rest a bit first. The leadership is assigning your placements based on the situation of each brigade. The commune has prepared breakfast for everyone. Come with us to the mess hall. I turned and scanned the 30-some people. Most were unfamiliar faces. What disappointed me a little was that it seemed those 5 stunning beauties coming to Songlin Commune were the ceiling. Among the rest of the female educated youth, not a single other knockout had emerged. My heart was pounding, and I silently prayed, God, please assign a few more beauties to my brigade. The commune breakfast was a far cry from the one at the educated youth office. A bowl of corn porridge and 2 coarse-grain flatbreads, really rough stuff. I shut my eyes and forced it down. The idea burning in my head, building my own house, cooking my own meals, flared up even stronger. I'm a guy carrying a golden cheat code. If I just ate this stuff along with everyone else, wouldn't that be a total waste of my special power? Just asking for misery? After eating, Commune Secretary Han got up and gave a whole speech, then clapped his hands at the end. All right, enough talk. Brigades with representatives here. Come claim the educated youth assigned to you. A middle-aged man walked up and unfolded a piece of paper. I'm the party branch secretary of Lijiaten. When I call your name, come stand behind me. Zhang Shaoxian Wenmin. One by one, the production brigade representatives called out names and led people away. Jiang Mingming and the other 2 kept sneaking glances at me and Yi Qingxian, getting more and more nervous. My own heart was hanging in the air too. When Wenmin got led off by the Lijiaten secretary, my heart gave a lurch. Damn, there goes one. Every time another representative stepped up, my heart jumped into my throat. But other than being nervous, all I could do was keep praying in my head. This system of mine really feeds on beauties. I just want to settle down with a gorgeous partner, and every month I can check in and collect rewards. The crowd kept thinning out, but Yi Qingxian and the other 4 were still standing steadily by my side. My heartbeat quickened a few notches. In a flash, only 8 people were left in the yard. Yi Qingxian let out a soft breath of relief, but a flicker of something strange flashed through her eyes. She looked at me deeply and murmured, "Don't be nervous. There should only be 1 brigade left. Our luck seems pretty decent." I looked up and scanned around. Besides the 5 of us, only Zhang Chong and a male and a female educated youth remained. Next to Secretary Han, a middle-aged man in his 40s sighed, swept his eyes over us, then gave Secretary Han a resentful look. Secretary Han patted his shoulder. Comrade Xia Weigua, in the past few years we didn't assign many educated youth to your brigade. This year the organization's giving you a bit more to carry. Any problem with that? Xia Weigua made a sour face. Secretary Han, cramming 5 female comrades over here all at once, and the other 3 are all scrawny males. You really don't see a problem? Secretary Han coughed and lowered his voice. 3 of these have some minor issues with their class background. Isn't this because we're considering the special situation over at your place? Just bear with it. I'll trouble you to be understanding. Xia Weigua glared at him speechlessly, his voice growing even more resentful. Secretary, you think I'm happy about this? Just my omping village. The organization dumps 2 households of that kind on us. Not a single other brigade got even 1. Secretary Han smiled apologetically. This really isn't something I can decide. But it's precisely because of this that we didn't send you many people these past few years. Right. So you're basically treating Anping Village like a basket, stuffing in everyone with class background problems? Xiao Wei's mouth twitched. Secretary Han hurried to smooth things over. Let's not talk about this. Next time you come, I'll buy you drinks. With that, he patted Xiao Wei's shoulder, turned, and slipped away. Xiao Wei let out a long sigh and turned to look at the eight of us. I'm the party branch secretary of Anping Village, Xiao Wei. When I call your name, Shen Yinshu, Shen Yinan, Jiang Mingming, Xiaoan, Zhang Chong, Yi Qingxian, Song Xiao, Qin Weidong. No problem, come with me. With that, he headed straight for an ox cart outside the commune. My heart instantly leapt with joy. All four beauties assigned to one brigade. Man, praying really does work. And it wasn't just me. Jiang Mingming and the Shin sisters exchanged a glance, their faces full of joy they couldn't hide. Let's go, I called out, picking up my luggage and following along. At the ox cart, I set down my luggage, then helped the girls stack theirs neatly. Then I casually pulled a pack of De Qianmin cigarettes from my bag, tore it open, drew one out, and offered it. Uncle Xia, thanks for your trouble. Xia Weigua glanced at me, took the cigarette, lit it off the match I struck, and took a deep drag. Not bad. I glanced at Qin Weidong and offered one. Educated youth Qin, want one? Qin Weidong took it and smiled. Thanks. What should I call you? Xiaoan. Good name. Great summer, peaceful settlement. Nice meaning. My parents gave me the name. Whether it really means that, who knows? I said with a smile. Maybe it does. Or maybe they just hoped I'd stay safe and sound and live a good life. True enough, Qin Weidong nodded. Watching me tuck the cigarette pack and matches back into my bag, he glanced at Zhang Chong beside us, looking thoughtful, probably realizing that Zhang Chong and I not only knew each other, but had some bad blood. Before he could think too much, Jiang Mingming asked curiously, Educated youth Xia, you don't smoke yourself? I shook my head. Smoking's bad for you. If I can avoid it, I do. Xia Weigua coughed and turned to size me up. You're an interesting kid. Don't smoke, but you carry cigarettes. What for? I laughed. Uncle Xia, I can smoke. I just don't want to do it often. Besides, cigarettes open doors and liquor smooths the way. When you're out and about, it never hurts to keep some on hand. Xia Weigua blinked, then let out a laugh and shook his head. You're a slick one, kid. Zhang Chong curled his lip and muttered from the side. Hang around people with bad class backgrounds, and you turn out just like them. I shot him a cold glance. He shrank back a couple of steps, then stiffened his neck. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Yi Qingxian tugged my sleeve. Don't stoop to that kind of person's level. Not worth it. Zhang Chong frowned. Educated youth Yi. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Yi Qingxian replied flatly. Nothing? What do you mean by nothing? Zhang Chong pressed. Yi Qingshuan's eyebrows shot up. You looking to pick a fight? Whatever I mean is none of your damn business. You? Everybody shut up. You're driving me nuts, Xia Weigua barked suddenly. Yi Qingxian nodded at him and fell silent. Zhang Chong opened his mouth, then wisely closed it too. I had Zhang Chong figured out by now. Just a guy who bullies the weak and cowers before the strong. With a type like that, you either beat him down hard, or you ignore him completely. That's the most trouble-free way. Just then Xia Weigua spoke up again. I thought only 2 or 3 of you would come, so I just hitched up this one ox cart. Now you can see the situation. Too much luggage, it won't all fit. You'll have to walk alongside the cart. Everyone's face fell when they heard that. I didn't mind. I asked offhandedly. Uncle Xia, how far is the walk from here? 10 some li, I'd say. Zhang Chong frowned. That's too far. Can't we find another cart? Xia Weigua sneered. I don't have the spare time. Take it or leave it. Anyone who doesn't want to go, I'll just tell the secretary and send you right back. At those words, Zhang Chong shut up immediately, and the others swallowed whatever they'd been about to say. I shrugged and moved up to strike up a conversation with Xia Weigua. Uncle Xia, how about giving us the inside scoop? Tell us about the educated youth settlement at the brigade, so we can be mentally prepared. The settlement. Xia Weigua glanced at us and shook his head. I don't know much about the rest, but there is one thing I can warn you about. Please go ahead, Uncle Xia. I offered him another cigarette, then glanced at the half-pack of De Qianmin left in my hand and just stuffed the whole thing into his hand. What's this for? Xia Weigua narrowed his eyes with a half-smile. You came all this way to pick us up. Just a little token of respect, I said, smiling. Xia Weigua nodded lightly, tucked the pack into his pocket, lit one up and took a drag, then said slowly. The Omping village settlement was built 3 years ago. It's not big, not roomy either. Right now there are 4 male educated youth and 5 female ones living there. I hear the women's side is already getting a bit crowded. Xia Weigua chattered on the whole way, and we got a rough picture of the settlement. He was probably in a good mood, because he even tossed out a little story about a housing rental gone wrong, which scared Song Xiao, who'd been planning to rent a room, right out of the idea. I asked more about building a house, and Xia Weigua answered every question. Thanks, Uncle Xia. I expressed my gratitude and pulled an apple out of my canvas bag, handing it over. You've been talking for a while now. You must be thirsty. Have an apple to wet your throat. Xia Weigua didn't stand on ceremony. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Pretty sweet. He glanced at me, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. This kid's got a decent grasp of how the world works. We walked another hour or so. Shun Yinan inched along step by step, her little face flushed red, but with an unhealthy pallor showing through the red. She bit her lower lip and asked quietly, Sis, how much farther? Shen Yinshu shook her head too, her face flushed crimson, her forehead soaked with sweat. I looked up at the blazing sun overhead. I was pretty uncomfortable myself, so I asked, Uncle Xia, how much farther? Xia Weigua turned back. We've only come halfway. Can't take it already. What? Only halfway. Song Zhao's little face crumpled, full of despair. Never mind the girls. Even Qin Weidong and Zhang Chong were dazed from walking. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their legs and feet like they'd been filled with lead. I looked over these few people, then glanced at the patch of shade up ahead and quickly said, Uncle Xia, it's too hot, and we've been walking so long. I'm worried someone might get heatstroke. Could we rest a bit before continuing? Xia Weigua swept his eyes over the group and nodded. Then let's stop under that shade up there. But only a short break. We still need to get back early. Thank you. At the news that they could rest, everyone's faces came alive, and they picked up their pace, rushing toward the shade. Once under the shade, everyone abandoned all sense of dignity, collapsing to the ground and sipping small mouthfuls from their water canteens. Jiang Mingming edged over, looking a bit embarrassed. Educated youth Xia, do you have much water left? I looked at her. Didn't you fill up at the commune? Out already. I forgot. Drank it a bit fast. She looked sheepish. I glanced at my own canteen and handed it over. Drink if you don't mind. I don't mind, I don't mind. She quickly took it and sipped a little, then her eyes lit up instantly. Educated youth Xia, this water of yours is so sweet. Yi Qingxian wore a half-smile beside her. Ming Ming, are you sure it's the water that's sweet? Of course, if it's not the water that's sweet, then what? Jiang Mingming, quick with her tongue, cut off halfway when she suddenly caught the smile at the corner of Yi Qingshuan's mouth. She realized what was implied, and her little face, already sunburned red, turned several shades redder. She snuck a peek at me, and seeing the slight upturn at the corner of my mouth, her face grew even hotter. She hurried to save face. The water really is sweet, and after drinking it, my whole body feels comfortable, the tiredness eased up, and I don't feel so parched anymore. I smiled. It's all water from the commune. It's not as magical as you make it sound. Actually, my canteen was mixed with 1/10 spirit spring water, and it really did have exactly the effect Jiang Mingming described. But that was something I definitely couldn't say out loud. I reached out to take back the canteen, and Jiang Mingming quickly said, Educated youth Xia, can I have one more sip? Go ahead. I shrugged, not stingy about it. She hurriedly took another sip, but didn't dare drink much. There was still half the road left, and if she drank too much this time, what if I didn't let her drink next time? Educated youth Xia, thank you. She handed the canteen back. Don't mention it. Just then, Yi Qingxian glanced at Jiang Mingming's complexion and looked at me thoughtfully. That patch of sunburned red flush on Jiang Mingming's face had actually faded quite a bit. Could that water really be so miraculous? She hesitated a moment, then set down her own canteen. Educated youth Xia, mine's empty too. Could I also have a sip? I looked up at her and didn't refuse, handing over the canteen. I'd already set my sights on her, so what's wrong with giving her a little benefit? Besides, it's not like I forced it on her, so it doesn't count as being a doormat, right? This system really feeds on beauties, and I'd figured it out clearly by now. When facing a beauty, don't push, don't refuse. My heart could be split into several pieces, given to several people, but I would absolutely never be a scumbag. If I really won someone over, I'd have to find every way to take responsibility to the end. That was my bottom line. Yi Qingxian took a sip and felt a cool sensation rush through her entire body. Her eyes instantly brightened. She took another small sip, and her fatigue and the burning heat vanished in the blink of an eye. As she handed the canteen back, she looked at me deeply and spoke with meaning. Educated youth Xia is quite generous. You put sugar in your canteen, didn't you? No wonder Ming Ming said the water was sweet. See, I told you the water was sweet. Jiang Mingming chimed in eagerly. And Sister Qingxian laughed at me. My mistake, Mingming, don't be upset. Yi Qingxian sat down beside her. By now, the exhaustion that had been on her had long vanished too. The others heard her words and nodded in sudden understanding. But she knew clearly in her heart. There might be sugar in that water, but it was definitely more than just sugar. Sugar water didn't have this kind of power. This Xiaoan was too mysterious. Yi Qingxian was hiding an enormous secret. A few days before coming to Heilongjiang, she'd had a dream. In it, 5 scenes had appeared one after another. The first, at the Educated Youth office, she'd dawdled a bit and ended up being one of the last 3 to get food, missing out on the meat slices stewed with glass noodles. The second, the 7 of them, all educated youth, were led to Anping village by Xia Weigua. On the way, Jiang Mingming inadvertently mentioned someone, the Xiaoan who died on the train. The third, Song Xiao rented a room, and the landlord's drunk son barged into her room. Afterward, gossip and rumors spread through the whole village. Song Xiao couldn't bear the pointing fingers and hanged herself. The fourth, Shin Yinshu was too proud, taking on a mountain of farm work to spare her younger sister. But in the end, she still couldn't get enough to eat or stay warm. One night, she went to sleep and simply never woke up. Her sister Shun Yinan, her heart turned to ashes, threw herself against a wall at the settlement and died. The fifth, she herself gritted her teeth and endured 5 years, finally returning to the city, only to have no job and to face the cold looks of her older brother and sister-in-law every day. In the end, her parents and her brother and sister-in-law forced her to marry the simpleton son of some official's family. On their wedding night, the simpleton died suddenly. Her mother-in-law insisted she'd jinxed her husband to death, and the next day, pushed her off the building, killing her. At first, she really did just take it for a nightmare. Then on the truck, she saw Xia and the others with her own eyes. She'd never met Jiang Mingming and the others in her life. Yet the people and events from the dream matched what was before her, bit by bit. She couldn't help but believe. Besides, after all these years living with them, she'd gradually gotten a taste of her own parents' favoritism and her brother and sister-in-law's cold-heartedness. That kind of thing, they were capable of doing it. The glass noodle drama at the Educated Youth office, these faces before her, each event lining up, all of it was proof of that dream. The only variable was this Xiaoan before her, someone who, in the dream, should have died on the train. She couldn't say whether she'd been reborn or was just seeing the future. But she knew one thing. Because of Xiaoan, Song Xiao already knew the danger of renting a room. Perhaps she wouldn't die. With him around, if the Shun sisters knew how to seize the opportunity, that tragedy might not repeat itself. And she, Yi Qingxian, the moment she'd decided the dream might come true, she'd made up her mind to stay in Anping village. She'd originally been figuring out which reliable villager to marry and settle down with, but now, it seemed she had a better option. This Xiaoan, wrapped in mystery. Still, there was no rush to decide just yet. She planned to watch a while longer. Just as she was thinking this, Xia Weigua stood up and clapped his hands. Rested enough. Time to hit the road again. Everyone's face soured, but no one dared say a word. They could only scramble up and press onward, teeth gritted. We were plodding along with our heads down when suddenly an scream from the side startled everyone. We all whipped our heads around to look. Shin Yinan had plopped down on the ground, her little mouth curling downward, tears welling up in her eyes. Unan, how could you be so careless? Are you hurt? Shin Yinshu quickly crouched down to help her, her eyes full of concern. Sis, it hurts. Shin Yinen's tears finally rolled down, her voice full of misery. Where does it hurt? My foot. She pointed at her right foot. Shin Yinshu crouched down and looked. That right foot had already turned a patch of red. I leaned over for a look and had a good idea of what it was. Sprained ankle. She probably can't walk from here on. If she forces it, she could easily end up with a chronic problem that's hard to heal later. Then what do we do? Shin Yinshu was so anxious that her usually cool, aloof face lost all its composure. Don't panic, we'll figure something out. I offered a word of comfort, then got up and walked over to Xia Weigua. Uncle Xia, Shin Yinen sprained her ankle and can't walk. Do you think you could? Xia Weigua looked troubled. The stretch of road ahead is rough. If the cart's loaded too heavy, it could tip over. Besides, the luggage from all 8 of you is already packed to the brim. If she sits on top, one bump and she'll fall right off. I glanced at the fully loaded ox cart and frowned. Uncle Xia, how much farther? About 5 li. He paused. Either you support her and walk her along, or I go to the trouble of making another trip back to pick her up. Or you male educated youth carry the luggage yourselves and free up a spot on the cart for her. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhang Chong jumped in, looking thoroughly unwilling. We can barely walk ourselves. Why should we have to walk this whole stretch carrying luggage, all for the sake of one person with a bad class background? Qin Weidong looked exhausted. He opened his mouth, then finally forced a bitter smile. Sorry, I really can't walk any farther. How about we let her wait here for Secretary Xie to come back and get her? I shot him a glance, but said nothing. On the female side, Jiang Mingming and Yi Qingxian were also a bit stuck. The 2 of them had drunk from my canteen of spirit spring water and weren't too tired yet, but they had quite a bit of luggage too. Carrying it 5 li was just as unrealistic. Shin Yinshu looked at her pitiful little sister, then stood up and said to Xia Weigua, Secretary Xia, could I trouble you to make another trip back? Xia Weigua sighed. I've got a lot on my plate, but there's no other way. Just then, I walked over to Shun Yinen, hesitated a moment, and said, Educated youth Shun, 5 li isn't far, but the ox cart round trip would take at least an hour or more. If you don't mind, I'll carry you back on my back. In this heat, it'll save Uncle Xia an extra trip. At these words, everyone froze, all looking at me with somewhat odd expressions. Zhang Chong couldn't help but jeer again. Oh ho, some people brag without even thinking it through. He's probably just trying to cop a feel. Bet he'll carry her a few steps and then quit. I gave him a cold sidelong glare. Nobody thinks you're mute if you keep your mouth shut. Startled by my glare, Zhang Chong couldn't help but take half a step back, but his mouth stayed stubborn. Oh, hit the nail on the head, did I? Getting all worked up now. I narrowed my eyes and lowered my voice, cold and quiet. You dare run your mouth again, and I'll have Uncle Xia carry back 1 extra person. Want to bet? Zhang Chong's heart trembled, but he refused to back down in the end, blustering with false bravado. Don't get cocky. Secretary Xia is right here watching. I glanced at Xia Weigua, and seeing him stay silent, something shifted in my eyes. Give you an inch, huh? Before the words had even finished, I raised my leg and delivered a flying kick straight into Zhang Chong's stomach. He let out a strangled scream and slammed to the ground. His face went white in an instant, his pupils shrinking, his lip bitten until it bled. He curled up into a ball, both hands clutching his stomach, cold sweat trickling down from his temples, targeting us again and again. Did you really think I wouldn't beat you? I said, moving to give him a couple more kicks. Xia Weigua's pupils shrank. He quickly hopped off the cart and blocked me, his face stern. Young man, roughhousing is roughhousing, but don't kill anyone. I nodded. Rest assured, Secretary Xia, I know my limits. He won't die. With that, I nodded to him, walked over to Shun Yinen, a hint of inquiry in my eyes. This was a good chance to earn some goodwill, but if she minded, I wouldn't force it. Seeing me look at her, Shun Yinen's heart fluttered like a little deer. She hurriedly shook her head. Educated youth Xiao, I don't mind, but you're already so tired, and you'd still have to carry me. As long as you don't mind. I turned around and crouched down in front of her. Climb on. Shin Yinshu still hesitated a little. Educated youth Xiao, are you sure it's fine? Don't worry. I smiled. Educated youth, Shin doesn't look heavy. Carrying her 5 li is no problem. Shin Yinen hesitated no longer, and climbed onto my back. A soft sensation pressed against my back, and my heart stirred slightly. I quickly suppressed that odd feeling, supported her legs with both hands, and stood up easily. Pretty light. Let's go. I started walking forward, then turned back to glance at the stumbling, pale-faced Shen Yinshu and said to Yi Qingxian, "Educated youth Yi, Comrade Shen Yinshu is a bit dehydrated. Let her have some water." Yi Qingxian immediately caught the meaning behind my words and quickly picked up my canteen and handed it over. "Have some. It'll make you feel better." Shen Yinshu blinked. She'd wanted to say she still had water and didn't need any, but somehow, as if guided by some unseen force, she took it anyway. She drank a mouthful, and a coolness instantly shot through her whole body. Her eyes lit up, and the exhaustion in her body actually faded by more than half. "Thank you, educated youth Xia." Her face was full of gratitude. "Don't mention it." I nodded, and seeing the canteen hung back up, I continued forward carrying Shen Yinan. Watching me stay flushless and breathless the whole way, a flicker of surprise crossed Xia Weigua's eyes too. This kid's walked so long, and he's still got the strength to carry someone? Interesting. He glanced at Zhang Chong on the ground and, seeing that his breathing had steadied, confirmed he was fine. The corner of his mouth curled up as he climbed onto the cart. "Since everyone's fine, let's move. And all of you, cause less trouble." The ox cart got moving. Jiang Mingming shot Zhang Chong a fierce glare, then pulled Shen Yinshu and Yi Qingxian along and quickly caught up. Zhang Chong stared venomously at our backs, clutching his cramping stomach, a new touch of fear in his eyes. Song Xiao and Qin Weidong couldn't be bothered with him either. Only Song Xiao, dragging two lead-filled legs, looked at the group ahead with confusion. Why does it feel like they aren't very tired? Are these really pampered rich young ladies? Qin Weidong nodded and lowered his voice. Could it be something about that water? Give me a break. Song Xiao rolled her eyes. What could be wrong with the water? Don't tell me he put stimulants in it. Qin Weidong looked thoughtful. Stimulants seemed too much. Maybe some kind of medicine with a similar effect. That's more likely. He shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it further. Even if he figured it out, so what? He'd just refused their offer earlier. So how could he have the nerve to ask for water now? Song Xiao gritted her teeth and quickened her pace to catch up with the group. After another half hour or so, the outline of the village finally appeared ahead. Xia Weigua's expression eased. "We're here. Just up ahead." Only then did everyone let out a long breath of relief. Shen Yinan, lying on my back, looked at my profile, her heart quickening a few beats. "Big brother Xia, thank you." "Don't mention it," I said. "After we get back, I'll give it a massage. It should be fine after resting a couple of days, by my guess. It'd be even better if I could find the right herbs, but too bad I'm not familiar with this area." Shen Yinan blinked, surprised. "From what you're saying, big brother Xia, you know about medicinal herbs too?" "I studied a bit of medicine privately, so naturally I know some traditional Chinese medicine and herbs," I said with a smile. Actually, by this point I'd already made up my mind to reveal my medical skills. Normally, a sprained ankle should be iced or treated with cooling, hemostatic, blood clot dissolving, swelling reducing medicine applied externally, and shouldn't be massaged. But with the medical mastery I'd inherited, my hand for traditional Chinese massage had long reached a masterful level, so I had no such concerns. "Big brother Xia, you're amazing." Little stars practically shone in Shen Yinan's eyes. By the looks of it, she didn't doubt my medical skills one bit. As we reached the village entrance, I carried her just as effortlessly. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Weigua's eyes again, his expression odd. "You've got some real strength, kid. Good build." I smiled. "You flatter me, Uncle Xia. Mostly it's just that carrying educated youth Shen doesn't feel tiring." Xia Weigua blinked, then burst out laughing. "You kid, you're something else." Shen Yinan's face flushed, and she buried her head in my shoulder, her heart pounding. She didn't see the flicker of something strange that flashed through Yi Qingxuan's eyes behind her. Going down to the countryside to do farm work, Yi Qingxian knew clearly what a lot of strength meant. If a female educated youth could team up with a man like that to make a life, at least she wouldn't have to worry about food. Handsome, gentle-natured yet firm when needed, and above all, strong. As Yi Qingxian thought this, her heart couldn't help but beat a few notches faster. Watch a while longer. She quietly pressed down that flicker of restlessness, and decided to keep observing. I'll take you to the settlement first to drop off your luggage, then to the brigade office, Siawegwa said, driving the ox cart toward the west of the village. Soon, we arrived at the settlement. Looking at the small courtyard before us, everyone finally understood what Siawegwa had meant earlier. The courtyard wasn't big. There were two mud brick houses, neither looking very large, with men and women written on their doors respectively, the men's and women's dormitories. On either side of the courtyard was a small shed, piled with firewood, each with a stove holding a pot. Siawegwa said, "It's the busy farming season right now. At noon, everyone brings food out to the fields and doesn't come back, so no one's at the settlement. Put your things in the courtyard for now and come with me to the brigade office. I need to register your information and issue certificates for transferring your household registration and grain rations." At this point, he changed the subject. "Oh right, if you're planning to build your own houses, the plot the brigade can approve is right over there." He pointed at the empty lot west of the settlement. Educated youth houses have to be next to the settlement for easy management. Of course, once you build a house, you probably won't be able to eat from the settlement's communal pot anymore. You'll have to cook for yourselves. Keep that in mind. I followed the direction of his finger and looked at that empty lot, then surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Omping village was flanked by mountains on two sides. That endless mountain forest was like a great beast with its mouth gaping wide, radiating an indescribable menace. One side was 2 li west of the settlement. The other was 3 or 4 li north of the village, and just as vast. A stream flowed out from the western mountains, curving around more than half of Onping village before running eastward. To the east lay boundless plains, fields stretching in an unbroken expanse. In the distance, you could even make out figures working in the fields. The settlement backed onto the mountain forest, making it convenient to go hunting. This spot was great. I nodded with satisfaction. "Uncle Sia, this is a good spot." But Siawegwa shook his head. "Good it may be, but it's too close to the mountains. There's no guarantee wild animals won't come down. You'll have to be careful." Everyone glanced together at the distant mountain forest, their expressions turning grave. "All right, unload your things and come with me to the brigade office." At the brigade office, the registration was quickly done, and each person received 30 jin of coarse grain. This was the food ration to get us through to the autumn harvest. If it wasn't enough, we'd have to figure something out ourselves. Siawegwa waved his hand. "You don't have to work today or tomorrow. Rest up, go to the commune to buy some supplies. Those who want to lodge with a household or build a house, come to the brigade office tonight after work ends. The brigade leader and the accountant will both be here. We'll discuss the details." He glanced at me. "For those building houses, it's best to prepare your blueprints, or take a look at which house layouts in the village suit you and just build accordingly." Everyone nodded and left the brigade office. On the way, Yi Qingxian looked at me carrying Shun Yinan and spoke up hesitantly. "Educated youth Xia, from what you've said, it sounds like you're planning to build a house." Everyone looked over. I nodded. "That's the plan. Living alone, you don't have to worry about so many things. It's more comfortable. Mainly, everyone here comes from all over the country with different habits. Crammed together and conflicts are bound to happen. Living alone, you don't have to accommodate others, and you don't have to shortchange yourself either." Everyone nodded. Zhang Chong gave a cold snort again. "So you're refusing to unite with your comrades, wanting to go it alone. No wonder you can stick together with people who have class background problems. Are you sick in the head?" I flared up. "I've been putting up with you for damn long enough. Educated youth building houses is approved by the organization. Why are you making such a fuss? If you've got the guts, come on, let's spar. I'll teach you how to be a decent human being." The moment Zhang Chong thought of the kick he'd taken earlier, his body shuddered. He hurriedly dodged farther away, but not without muttering. So crude. He wasn't stupid, after all. I'd carried Shun Ninan 5 li in one go without a single break. Could my stamina be lacking? Getting into a fight with me would just be asking for a beating. Everyone gave him a look of contempt, a bucket full of empty talk, not an ounce of real skill. My expression turned cold. In the days since I'd crossed over, this guy had needled me more than once or twice. It seemed that kick earlier hadn't been enough to teach him a lesson. If I hadn't been carrying Shin Yinan, I really would have given him another kick just now. Yi Qingxian hurried to smooth things over. Educated youth Xia, don't bother with a person like that, it's bad luck. Speaking of which, I want to build a house too. How about I build right next to yours? That way we can look out for each other if anything comes up. Me too, Jiang Mingming immediately chimed in. Renting won't work, and the settlement's too crowded. Building a house really does seem best. Shen Ninshu nodded too. My sister and I are in a special situation, so we're planning to move out as well. Building a house suits us fine. She glanced at me. If a few of us could build together and be neighbors, that'd be nice too. I nodded without showing anything, but inside I was thrilled. Everyone moving out to live on their own, great. The settlement was crowded with too many prying eyes, not good for cultivating feelings. But if they moved out to live separately, that would be a whole different story. Seeing us chatting away so enthusiastically, Qin Weidong let out a soft sigh. He actually wanted to build a house and move out too, but he was short on money and had to keep some for emergencies. Besides, once he returned to the city, the house went to the brigade, so the money spent building it was basically thrown away. Not worth it. Song Xiao was a bit tempted too, but thinking of the minimum 70 yuan Xia Weigua had mentioned, she couldn't bear to part with it and hesitated. Back at the settlement, I set Shen Yinan down on the luggage and said, I need to look at your foot. Is that all right? All right. Her face flushed slightly. I gently squeezed her swollen ankle. Does it hurt? It hurts. Tears welled up in her eyes again, her whole manner pitiful. The corner of my mouth twitched. Why did this girl seem like such an easy target? The kind you tease with one word and she starts crying on you. I shook off the ridiculous thought and examined carefully, confirming it was just a simple sprain. It's just a sprain. Rest for now. I'll go look around outside the village and see if I can find some suitable herbs. With medicine, it'll heal faster. Thank you, big brother Xia, Shen Yinan said quickly. But you're tired too. Don't go to the trouble. It's no trouble. Good chance to get familiar with the surroundings, too. With that, I turned and left. Yi Qingxian had wanted to spend a moment alone with me, but she hesitated and didn't follow. Although she'd drunk my water and recovered quite a bit, she really was exhausted. Seeing me walk off into the distance, Zhang Chong curled his lip again. Heh, if you want to cop a feel, just say so. What's with all the pretending? Jiang Mingming frowned and said coldly, a dirty-minded person sees everything is dirty. What business is it of yours what's going on between educated youth Xia and educated youth Shen? You lousy woman, who are you talking about? Zhang Chong flared up. He was helpless against me, but against a woman. Could he really back down? Jiang Mingming showed no fear, staring straight at him. Whoever takes the bait is the one I'm talking about. You. Zhang Chong's eyes went wide with fury, and he was about to make a move. Yi Qingxian casually picked up a wooden stick, her gaze icy. You what? Was Mingming wrong? Shen Yinshu's pupils shrank, and she didn't hesitate either. She grabbed a stick and stood behind Jiang Mingming, glaring coldly at Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but take half a step back. You. What do you want? You actually want to fight? Yi Qingxian gave a cold snort. Whoever wants to fight knows it in their own heart. Zhang Chong looked at these three women wielding sticks and glaring at him, his face ugly, dread rising in his heart. Right now he was hungry and exhausted, having walked over 3 hours with no strength left in his body. He really didn't dare take them on head-on. Humph, a real man doesn't fight with women. He gave a cold snort, picked up his backpack, and slunk off out of the settlement. Jiang Mingming snorted coldly at his back. A spineless little wimp who can't cut it. Then she turned to Yi Qingxian. Sister Qingxian, thank you both. Don't mention it. Yi Qingxian shook her head. If we female-educated youth don't stick together, others will just think we're easy to bully. When the lips are gone, the teeth get cold, you know. A flicker of agreement flashed through Shen Yinshu's cool, aloof eyes too, and Jiang Mingming nodded repeatedly. Yi Qingxian gazed thoughtfully at Zhang Chong under the shade. Zhang Chong hadn't appeared much in her dream, but she vaguely remembered. He was just a foul-mouthed guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Let him bully you once, and he'd think you were easy to push around and would keep pushing. But if you resisted firmly, he'd actually grow wary, at most tossing out a few snide remarks and pulling some petty dirty tricks behind your back. As long as you stayed on guard, he couldn't stir up any real trouble. It seemed her read on this guy was pretty much dead on. Qin Weidong watched the three of them banding together, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. As for Song Xiao, she felt herself vaguely becoming an outsider. On the other side, I made a loop around the village and got lucky. I found some safflower and transparent bone grass. The first one can promote blood circulation, break up blood clots, clear the meridians, stop pain, and reduce swelling and bruising. The second can drive out wind and dampness, relax the tendons, get the joints moving, reduce swelling, and ease pain. Used together, they'd be a big help in healing a twisted ankle. I transplanted some of both herbs into the medicine field in my spirit spring space to keep on hand, and I held on to a bunch too, just to cover my tracks. Along the way, I ran into a few common and rare herbs, and I scooped those into the space as well. This spirit spring space really isn't bad, I muttered under my breath, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. As long as it's within 3 meters of my sight, I don't even have to bother digging. I can just collect it straight in. For someone gathering herbs, wasn't this just another kind of cheat power? Got the herbs. No need to head up the mountain for now. I looked toward the distant forest, a flicker of heat passing through my eyes. In these lean years when clothes and food were scarce, meat was a rare thing, and wild game rarer still. But without some guts and skill, forget hunting. That's just handing yourself over to the beasts as their next meal. As it happened, I had exactly that skill. Triple physical strength plus full mastery of hunting meant I could strut through the mountains without fear. That was my confidence. When I've got time later, I'll head up the mountain and grab some game to liven up our meals. In a few years, that perk will be gone. But no rush. I'll deal with it once we're settled. I was mumbling to myself and about to turn back when my eyes suddenly narrowed. Trouble? Off to the north, a young man came bursting out of the forest, carrying someone on his back, his whole face full of panic. A big yellow dog trailed behind him protectively, glancing back every now and then. I looked at the person on the young man's back, eyes tightly shut, face deathly pale with a faint tinge of blue-purple, both hands dangling limp against the young man's chest. The person had already passed out. Poisoning. My face went grim, and I quickly stepped forward to meet them. The big yellow dog barked wildly. Woof, woof, woof. As if trying to block me, a stranger. I said hurriedly, I'm a new educated youth who just came to Omping Village. What happened to you two? Need any help? The young man's eyes lit up when he heard that. You're an educated youth? Is Uncle Xie back yet? Uncle Xie? Xie Weigua? I caught on right away. He's back. But he said he was heading out to the fields. You're looking for him? The young man said urgently. My name's Luo Jun. My brother Luo Hui got bitten by a snake and broke his leg too. I've got to hitch up the ox cart and rush him to the commune clinic. Do me a favor and tell Uncle Xie. I'm taking him ahead first. I glanced again at the man on his back. Aside from the bad color in his face, his right lower leg really was bent at an unnatural angle. No small injury. That's pretty serious. What kind of snake bit him? Did you treat it at all? It was a pheasant neck snake. I did a quick patch job, but we've got to get to the hospital fast. Luo Jun answered offhandedly, already running toward the village with the man on his back. I ran along with him and grabbed Luo Hui's hand as we went, checking his pulse. What are you doing? Luo Jun frowned. There's no time. My face tensed. The leftover venom in his body wasn't fully cleared out. It's climbing toward his heart. At the speed of an ox cart, by the time you get him to the commune, he'll be long gone. What? Luo Jun was stunned. He jerked to a stop and stared straight at me. My expression turned heavy. That's not all. Carrying him and running like this is only going to spread the venom faster, not to mention how much an ox cart would jostle him. Luo Jun swallowed hard. Little brother, you know medicine? I do. I nodded. Does anyone in the village keep any Asiatic tear thumb and northern Paris root on hand? Yeah, we've got some at home. I let out a breath of relief. Then let's go back first. Hold off the venom for now. Then we'll figure out the rest. Okay. Luo Jun nodded quickly. Little brother, can you still run right now? We're racing against time here, man. I was honestly speechless, still dragging his feet at a moment like this. Oh, right. Luo Jun took off running toward home with the man on his back, and I stayed right behind him. Once we got through the door, we laid Luo Hui down on the Kong bed, and Luo Jun asked hurriedly, Little brother, these 2 herbs, do you need them dried or fresh? Take a small handful of the fresh tear thumb, crush it, and get the juice into him. That'll slow the venom for a bit. Then take the dried ones and boil them up. Half a chien of northern Paris root, 7 chien of tear thumb, boiled for about a quarter of an hour. Right, I'll go now. Luo Jun had just turned around when a shrill voice suddenly came from outside the door. Don't listen to him. He doesn't know a thing. If the man dies, who's going to answer for it? The words had barely landed before Zhang Chong came striding in. Turns out he'd spotted me chasing after that guy earlier, gotten curious, and followed along, arriving just in time to overhear our conversation. At a moment like this, if he didn't cut me down, he wouldn't sleep easy. Besides, someone as young as me knowing how to heal and save lives? He flat out didn't believe it. And he even figured he was stopping me from hurting someone. Luo Jun's steps faltered. His eyes darted back and forth between the two of us, not sure who to believe. My face darkened, and I said coldly, Zhang Chong, this is a matter of life and death. If you want to stir up trouble, there's a limit. Zhang Chong flinched at my glare and took a step back, but then, out of shame, turned to fury. He snapped, It's precisely because it's a matter of life and death that I can't let you mess around. You're making us educated youths look bad. Do you get that? I couldn't be bothered wasting words on him. The urgent thing was to counteract the venom. Besides, beating him up right now would only make people think I was lashing out from wounded pride, and it would delay saving the man. I looked at Luo Jun. Brother Luo, the tear thumb is what counteracts the venom. You all know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep it around. His situation's critical right now. We've got to hold the venom back first. You understand that? I'll go right now. Luo Jun nodded quickly, shoved Zhang Chong aside, and headed out. You're really going to listen to him? If something goes wrong, who's going to answer for it? Zhang Chong hollered again at the top of his lungs. I frowned and was about to get up when Luo Jun spun around and glared at him furiously. My brother's dying, and you're standing here saying this? Then why don't you come help? Zhang Chong opened his mouth but couldn't get a word out. Luo Jun got even angrier. I don't care who you are. You're not welcome in my house. Get out. With that, he couldn't be bothered with him anymore and went to fetch the tear thumb. He could tell roughly how bad his brother's condition was just from the color of his face. If it were only a broken leg, he wouldn't be knocked out cold like this. Most likely they'd caught it too late. The venom had sunk deep, and it hadn't been cleared out properly. Any more delay, and the man really would be gone. So in truth, he'd already believed most of what I said. The small bit of doubt left was just the instinctive wariness anyone has toward a stranger. Zhang Chong's face was ugly. You'll be sorry. As soon as the words left him, he saw me staring at him coldly, panicked inside, and hurried off. I shook my head, exasperated. In this society ruled by law, the worst thing is running into a type like this. Someone who bullies the weak and cowers before the strong, both stupid and fond of running his mouth. Just looking at him makes your blood boil, and every so often he pops up to sicken you a little. Even a good beating won't shut him up. With people like that, either you stay out of sight and out of mind, or well. But he hadn't quite crossed the line that would land me in jail. Having grown up under the red flag, all I wanted for now was to give him one solid beating just to let off steam. Before long, Luo Jun came back in with a small half bowl of crushed herb pulp, not much juice in it. I took it and gave it a sniff, definitely tear thumb. I propped Luo Hui up, pried his mouth open, and poured the herb juice in. I pressed a finger against the underside of his jaw, and Luo Hui actually swallowed unconsciously. As the juice went down, the color in his face slowly eased a little. Luo Jun felt a weight lift off his heart. This was within his expectations, since he knew tear thumb could counteract venom. He just hadn't dared use it like this before. I instructed, boil the medicine in 1 bowl of water, using the amounts I just said. Got it. Luo Jun was about to go when something suddenly occurred to me, and I asked quickly, does anyone in the village have silver needles? Could we borrow them? If we had silver needles, counteracting the venom would be a lot easier. Silver needles? Luo Jun frowned. Sister Yinshu's family might have some, but she's not home. My eyes lit up. Where'd she go? The fields. Luo Jun frowned. Except for a few hunters, everyone's out working in the fields right now. I said quickly, you start boiling the medicine. I'll go bring her back. With silver needles, counteracting the venom will be easier. How about I go instead? Luo Jun hesitated. The thing is, I don't really know how to boil this stuff. I glanced at Luo Hui on the Kong. That works too. But first you've got to get everything ready for boiling the medicine. I don't know my way around your place. Right. Luo Jun quickly handed me the herbs, then dug out the clay pot for boiling medicine and was about to go wash it when I stopped him. You start the fire, I'll wash it, hurry. The medicine was soon on the boil. I waved my hand. I'll watch things here, get going, and come back fast. Ah, thanks so much, little brother. Luo Jun turned and dashed off. About 10 minutes later, I had the medicine done. I poured it out and set it in cold water to cool. I glanced out at the yard and couldn't help frowning. It's been this long. Why isn't he back yet? I went inside to check on Luo Hui. Thanks to the tear thumb holding it down, the venom was spreading a lot slower. Once the medicine cooled and I got it into him, it'd drive out some of the venom. But to clear it out completely, I need to add acupuncture to force the venom out. Still, even without silver needles, he should be able to hold out until the commune hospital. Just as I was thinking this, a commotion broke out in the yard, and I hurried out to meet them. Secretary Xia, how could a kid this young possibly know medicine? Zhang Chong, trailing beside Xia Weiguo, was fanning the flames again. And this is a matter of life and death. You all had better be careful. Xia Weiguo was breathing hard, and hearing this, he frowned again. Two middle-aged men who looked quite a bit older than him followed at his side. One broad-shouldered and thick-waisted with dark skin, the other more slight and refined, with a bit of a scholarly air. Besides them, there was Luo Jun and a bright-eyed young woman. All of them were panting heavily. Clearly they'd run the whole way back. Except for Luo Jun, the others all looked at me with a hint of doubt. I shot Zhang Chong a cold glance, a faint trace of killing intent already stirring in my eyes. A piece of work like this really could get someone killed at a critical moment. Right now, it wasn't just a beating I wanted to give him. Zhang Chong felt a little guilty and quickly ducked behind Xia Weiguo, saying irritably, Xiaoan, I misspoke. Do you have to glare at me like that? I couldn't be bothered with him. I looked at Xia Weiguo, my expression serious. Uncle Xia, how many years have you all lived here? Everyone knows tear thumb and northern Paris root counteract venom. That's common knowledge. Do I really need to spell it out? I can see you all don't believe me, so I won't even bring up the acupuncture. Just get the medicine into him and take him to the hospital. Hearing this, Luo Hui panicked. Brother, didn't you say the jostling would spread the venom faster? I shook my head. I did say that, but that was when he still had a lot of venom in his body. Now that I've held it back with tear thumb, boiling these two herbs and getting them into him will drive out some of the venom. He'll make it to the hospital fine. Luo Jun let out a breath of relief. But Xia Weiguo still asked, Young Xia, do you really know medicine? Uncle Xia, I really do. I wouldn't gamble with a person's life over something like this. Xia Weiguo and the others exchanged a look. The broad-shouldered, thick-waisted middle-aged man spoke up. Let's first see what shape Luo Hui's in, then talk about the rest. With that, he strode into the room. Everyone followed, and the cramped little room was suddenly packed to the brim. The bright-eyed young woman was already at the edge of the Kong examining Luo Hui. I paused slightly, then said, The venom has already spread through his whole body and is climbing toward his heart. It's being held back purely by the tear thumb. We've got to get the medicine into him quickly to suppress it. Also, his lower leg is broken, so we have to be extra careful when moving him. But Xia Weiguo and the others all looked at the young woman in unison. The broad-shouldered man asked, Yinshu, how's Luo Hui doing? The young woman was named Luo Yinshu. Her face grave, she set down Luo Hui's hand and shook her head. My skills aren't good enough, but I think what he said is probably right. Back when Grandpa was alive, there was a case just like this in the village, very much like now. I remember Grandpa used tear thumb and northern Paris root to buy time first, then sent the person to the hospital. Second uncle, you all know about it. Xia Weiguo and the others changed expressions. They too remembered that incident from over a decade ago. The result was, back then it did buy some time, but once they got the person to the hospital, they still couldn't save him. The broad-shouldered middle-aged man turned to me. Little brother, your name's Xiaoan, right? I'm the production team leader here, Luo Zhongqian. I'd like to ask you to step in. Don't worry, whether this kid lives or dies is up to his own fate. It has nothing to do with you. Xia Weiguo and the slight scholarly man both opened their mouths, but in the end said nothing. There'd already been one case over a decade ago. Could sending him to the hospital really turn out better than last time? Back then, the man had been poisoned too deeply, and even Uncle Luo couldn't save him. Now that they'd finally found someone who said he could counteract the venom, they had to give it a try no matter what. I was about to speak when Zhang Chong popped up again. Team leader Luo, do you all really believe him? If you ask me, get him to the hospital right away. Don't waste time. Shut up! A furious shout rang out, and it was the slight, scholarly man who'd yelled it. I looked at him in surprise, not expecting someone who seemed so gentle and refined to have such a fiery temper. The slight man swept a cold glance over Zhang Chong. If you don't know anything, get out. Stop being an eyesore here. Zhang Chong's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, then let out a cold snort. You'll all be sorry. He turned and stormed out of the room in a huff. But he didn't leave. He just planted himself out in the yard, waiting to watch the whole thing turn into a joke. Inside the room, all five of them stared at me in unison, expectation in their eyes, and unease too. At this point, they had no other options. I nodded. I'm confident I can counteract the venom with acupuncture. But I'm ashamed to say, although I've studied medicine, I didn't bring any silver needles. My family has some. Wait for me. Luo Yinshu said quickly, and she turned and ran home. I let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, this village really did have silver needles. Come to think of it, this young woman seemed to know how to read a pulse a moment ago. Could she be Anping Village's doctor? Seeing that I was willing to step in, everyone relaxed a bit. But looking at my young face, they still felt some nervousness inside. I could tell they didn't quite trust me, but I didn't bother explaining much. I was too young. It was only natural that people wouldn't believe me. I reached out to feel the medicine soup cooling in the cold water and used a spoon to stir it so it would cool faster. Seeing everyone silent and the room a little oppressive, I asked casually, that comrade a moment ago seemed to know some medicine. Is she the village doctor? Luo Zhongqian shook his head. That girl Yinshu just knows a few herbs. She can't even read a pulse accurately. When someone gets bumped or scraped around here, she can put together a bit of medicine, but her skills aren't refined. Anything serious, we send to the commune hospital. I nodded. I could tell as much. Luo Yinshu was about my age. Most likely she'd never had proper training. At this point, the slight middle-aged man spoke. You can't quite put it that way. Yinshu went on house calls with Uncle Luo before she was 6. After Uncle Luo passed, she didn't touch it for nearly 10 years. 3 years ago, she picked up the medical books on her own. For her to reach this level is already pretty good. Just as we were talking, Luo Yinshu came running back and handed a box of silver needles into my hands. Educated youth Xia, these are what my grandpa left behind. From here on, I'll leave it to you. Luo Yinshu wiped the sweat from her forehead and passed me the needles, her eyes fixed intently on me. I nodded and had Luo Jun fetch a little plain white liquor for a simple disinfection. Then something occurred to me, and I glanced at Luo Yinshu. Comrade, could I trouble you to step out? She was taken aback. Educated youth Xiao, I'd like to stay and watch. Is that okay? I shook my head. I don't mind people watching, but for the needling next, I'll have to strip off all his clothes. It's not appropriate for you to be here. So I'm only asking you to step out. Otherwise, I'd have to ask everyone to leave. Luo Yinshu, whose face was already red from running, went even redder. She glanced at Luo Hui, and though she really wanted to stay and pick up a few techniques, in the end she turned and went out. Even for a cousin from her own clan, at a time like this, she had to avoid any impropriety. I gave a small smile and turned to Xia Weigua and the others. Uncle Xia, take his clothes off first, mind his right lower leg. If you can cut his pants open with scissors, that'll be easier and safer too. Xia Weigua nodded quickly, and the men deftly helped Luo Hui out of his clothes. I went on. Have him lie flat on his back, keep one person to help feed him the medicine, and everyone else step back. Luo Jun quickly picked up the medicine bowl, leaned in close to the Kong, and asked, Educated youth Xia, how do we do this? Once we get started, just feed him a spoonful every 10 seconds, I said. As I spoke, I gripped Luo Hui's right lower leg and gave it a sharp twist, setting the dislocated bone back in place. I explained as I worked. First, I'll set his bone, so the broken end doesn't press on things later and interfere with counteracting the venom. Once the bone was set, I pressed gently on the fracture a few times, and only after confirming there was no problem did I let go. Then I pressed a finger against the underside of his jaw, and Luo Hui's mouth opened slightly on its own, slowly making swallowing motions. You can feed him the medicine now. I opened the needle box, took out the silver needles, and passed them through the liquor. Watching this, surprise sprang into Xia Weigua and the other's eyes, and a bit of hope, too. I began inserting the needles, not forgetting to remind them. There's still medicine in the pot. That's saved for the acupuncture. Pour it out to cool, and when the batch in Luo Jun's hands is done, hand it to him. The three of them quickly did as told, moving as lightly as cats' paws for fear of disturbing me. I focused completely, checking his pulse now and then and keeping my eyes on Luo Hui's condition. Before long, a box of silver needles was nearly used up, and Luo Hui was stuck all over like a porcupine. Then everyone saw it. The blue-purple on his body was fading away bit by bit, while at the very tips of his fingers and toes, the blue-purple grew ever thicker, as though all that venom were being driven there. At that moment, I took out another needle, disinfected it, and pricked each of his fingertips and toe tips once. As the needle went in, dark blue-black beads of blood slowly seeped out of the tips. I set down the needle, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and watched his pulse. Suddenly my expression changed, and I said sharply, "I know you can hear me. Bear with it for me. Don't move." The words had barely landed when the veins on Luo Hui's forehead jumped, and his eyelids trembled along with them. "Don't hold your breath. Relax." I barked again. His breathing gradually steadied, but the muscles in his face were still drawn tight, his whole body twitching faintly. Seeing this, Xia Weigua and the others brightened and couldn't help exchanging a look. Was it working? Time ticked by little. When the medicine in Luo Jun's bowl ran out, Xia Weigua handed over a small half-bowl and lowered his voice. "Educated youth Xia, we're out of medicine." I lifted my eyes. "That's about enough. Stop. Go find 4 small boards, straight and smooth, and get some cotton and cloth strips. We'll need to set his injured legs soon." Luo Jun stopped what he was doing, got down from the edge of the Kong, set the medicine bowl aside, and went out to look for the things. I continued checking Luo Hui's pulse while pulling out the needles one by one in order. First the upper body. After the needles came out, I squeezed his 10 fingers to force out the tainted blood. Then his legs, the same way. Once all that was done, I clapped my hands and looked at Luo Hui. "Feeling a lot better, right? Next I'll set your broken leg. Don't move around." Luo Hui slowly opened his eyes, looking at me with a face full of gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." "You're welcome." I smiled. "Same as before. I set your bone just now, but it's not fixed in place yet, so whatever you do, don't move around." "I know." Luo Hui nodded. I smiled. "You're a tough one. Just now I was worried you'd kick around from the pain." Luo Hui laughed, a little embarrassed. "I'm always up in the mountains, and getting hurt is part of the routine, but this was the most painful time yet. I almost couldn't hold it in." I shook my head and laughed. "If you hadn't held it in, I figure I'd have just knocked you out cold with one blow." Listening to the two of us chat, Xia Weigua and the others finally came back to their senses. Luo Zhongqian rubbed his eyes and said with joyful surprise, "Luo Hui, you lucky kid. We all nearly thought you were done for." Luo Hui laughed. "Thanks for worrying, second uncle. I almost went and met my great-grandma." "You brat." Luo Zhongqian shook his head with a laugh, the stone in his heart finally settling. "This time we owe it all to educated youth Xia. This kindness can't be forgotten. Won't forget it." Luo Hui's expression turned serious as he looked at me. "Dr. Xia, you saved my life. From now on, if you need anything at all, just come find me." "Brother Luo, I'm holding you to that." I smiled. Just then Luo Jun came back with the boards and such, and casually shut Luo Yinshu, who'd wanted to come in, outside the door. I picked up a cloth strip. "Bear with it. I'm going to set it in place now. If it's too tight, say so." I first wrapped a cloth strip around a couple of times to hold it roughly in place, then patted it with cotton wrapped in cloth. This was to keep the boards from rubbing the skin raw. Luo Hui seemed to be in some pain, and Luo Jun, uneasy, helped hold him down. I took the boards and placed them front, back, left, and right around the fracture, then tied them tight with cloth strips section by section. When I finished, I clapped my hands. "There, get his clothes back on him." And remember, come see me once every 2 days. Before I give the okay, don't put weight on this foot and don't swing it around. If your foot starts feeling purple and numb, that means it's tied too tight. Come find me to loosen it. If the boards come loose, come back too so I can retie them. I paused and added, also, that snake bite hurt you pretty badly this time, and there might still be some residual venom, plus your leg's broken. I'll write you a prescription in a bit. Fill it and take the medicine to recover properly. Luo Hui nodded again and again. One more thing. During this period, don't touch anything spicy, alcohol, anything too sweet, fried, or raw and cold. Not a single one. Once I finalize the prescription, there may be other things to watch for. I'll tell you later. Thank you, doctor. All right, rest up. I waved my hand. Uncle Xia, could you find me some paper and a pen? I'll write out his prescription. Sure. Xia Weigua nodded and went out. I was about to follow when Luo Hui suddenly called out to me. Dr. Xia, wait. I stopped and asked, puzzled. Is something else bothering you? Luo Hui shook his head. Nothing's bothering me. I wanted to ask, the consultation fee, how much should I give you? I waved my hand with a smile. It's a small thing. Forget about that. Just rest up properly. How can that do? Luo Hui got anxious. Luo Zhongqian spoke up too. That's right, educated youth Xia. Whoever heard of treating someone and not charging a fee? I smiled. Uncle Luo, don't mention it. I'm new here, and from now on I'll be working alongside everyone and relying on each other. This is only right. Besides, from here on we're all one collective. I don't know a thing about working the fields, and I'll be counting on you all to look out for me. If I calculate a little thing like this down to the penny, how could I have the nerve to ask you for help later? Luo Zhongqian shook his head. That's two different matters. Helping out is a must, but saving a life is saving a life. How can there be no charge for it? Team leader Luo is right. The slight middle-aged man spoke up as well. These are two separate things. Educated youth Xia, don't refuse. What should be taken should be taken. I gave a helpless smile and looked at Luo Hui. How about this? Once your leg is healed, bring over a pheasant and the two of us will have a good meal together. Luo Hui shook his head. Even if you hadn't said that, I'd do it anyway. It doesn't count. Then it's settled. Rest up well. I waved with a smile and, without saying anything more, walked straight out of the room. The moment Luo Yinshu saw me come out, she hurried up and asked, Educated youth Xia, did you really cure him? I nodded, held up the silver needles in my hand, and smiled. It's all thanks to your needles, Comrade Luo. I'll wash them and disinfect them, then return them to you. No rush, no rush. Luo Yinshu waved her hands, then smiled. I can see how skilled you are at medicine, educated youth Xia. These needles will really be put to good use in your hands. Consider them yours. That won't do. I shook my head. I can tell these are old pieces, must be a family heirloom. Until I get my own silver needles, I'll just borrow them when I need to. Luo Yinshu's eyes darted about, and she smiled. Then how about this? Until you get your own silver needles, this box of mine will stay with you for now. I was taken aback, then smiled. Then thank you, Comrade Luo. You're welcome. Seeing me agree, she smiled, her eyes and brows curving with delight. By the way, I said, remembering something and hesitating. If you lend me the needles, will your family elders be okay with it? Luo Yunshu's smile froze, and a trace of sadness surfaced in her eyes. My mom and dad passed 2 years ago. At home, it's just me now. Only then did I realize I'd said the wrong thing, and I quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Educated youth Xia, don't blame yourself. She shook her head and forced a smile. I see you're about my age, educated youth Xia. How are you this good? I suppose I've got a bit of a knack for medicine. I smiled. I hear you're teaching yourself medicine too, Comrade Luo. Anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Really? Luo Yinshu nodded eagerly and smiled. Let's be clear up front. You're not allowed to think I'm dumb or find me annoying, educated youth Xia. How could I? I smiled and shook my head. Come to think of it, the first time I saw Luo Yinshu, a golden flower had appeared between her brows too. I remembered it clearly. This was another rare beauty. Her features were delicate, her skin fair and clean, no worse than Jiang Mengmeng and the others. With looks and a complexion like that, she didn't seem at all like a country girl who worked the fields every day. It was just that she probably didn't eat well, under those somewhat oversized clothes. Her frame looked thin and small. Even so, she'd earned the system's certification as a rare beauty, which showed just how good her foundation was. If she was willing to come to me for guidance, that was exactly what I wanted. How could I possibly look down on her? Hearing me say this, Luo Yunshu's eyes and brows curved, and inside, she seemed positively giddy. At this point, Xia Weigua came walking in. Educated youth Xia, I've got the paper and pen. I took them and wrote out the prescription. If the village has all the herbs, fill it here in the village. If not, go to the commune to get them. I've written down all the steps for boiling the medicine. Once he's finished one dose, have him come see me for a follow-up. I can adjust the prescription anytime. Good. Xia Weigua took the prescription, the smile on his face growing broader. Earlier at the commune, he'd griped that this batch of educated youths were physically weak and worried they'd drag the brigade down. Who'd have thought he'd picked up a treasure? With this fellow around, from now on anyone in the team who got hurt or fell ill could come to him for treatment. Luo Yunshu edged over eagerly. Can I take a look? I've got plenty of herbs at home. Xia Weigua looked at me, a questioning look on his face. I nodded and smiled. Look all you want. If I really minded, I wouldn't have given you the prescription in the first place. But I'll say this up front. This prescription is written for Luo Hui's specific condition. If it gets passed around carelessly and something goes wrong, I won't take responsibility. Don't worry, educated youth Xia. It absolutely won't get passed around. Xia Weigua said hurriedly with a smile. Luo Yunshu scanned the prescription. The handwriting was neat and carried a certain forceful strength. She read it over carefully and found she'd seen most of the herbs before. The ones she hadn't were only a few. She pointed out the ones her family had, one by one. Uncle Xia, these few I mentioned, I've got them at my place. That'll save some money on medicine. Xia Weigua nodded. Then take educated youth Xia over to have a look. Bring the usable ones first, and I'll have Luo Jun go to the commune to get whatever's missing. Sure, is that okay? Luo Yunshu started to nod, then glanced at me shyly. I smiled. Let's go. Once we get the herbs back, I still need to hurry back to the educated youth station. There's a patient lying there too. Hom. She nodded quickly, and the two of us walked briskly toward her home. Watching the two of us walk away, Xia Weigua muttered, those two actually make quite a pair. It'd be great if we could keep this educated youth Xia here in Anping village. Just as he was thinking this, Luo Zhongqian gave him an unexpected pat on the shoulder and laughed. Old Xia, I think those two make a good pair too. Great minds think alike. Xia Weigua glanced back at him. Old Luo, this isn't for you to decide. My Xia family's got a few unmarried girls too, and one or two who are every bit a match for Yunshu. They'd make just as good a pair with this educated youth Xia. The slight middle-aged man off to the side shook his head with a smile, but a flash of cunning quickly darted through the depths of his eyes. His Kong family might not have many members, but they did have girls of the right age. Maybe it was worth a shot. Xia Weigua's heart tightened. Boyue, you old fox. I see you smiling with no good intentions. What scheme are you cooking up now? At these words, Luo Zhongqian grew wary too and fixed his eyes on Kong Boyue. Kong Boyue, the accountant of Anping village, looked gentle and scholarly like a bookworm, but in truth had a fiery temper and a belly full of schemes, a person to keep a close watch on. Seeing the wariness on the two men's faces, he shrugged helplessly. You too. Why are you always so prejudiced against me? Luo Zhongqian curled his lip, not letting down his guard one bit. If you'd scheme a little less and be a little more sincere, we'd count ourselves blessed. Xia Weigua nodded again and again. Both men had been burned by him before, and on this matter, they'd become united against a common foe. Kong Boyue shook his head, his face full of resignation. The prejudice in people's hearts is a great mountain. Bah! The two of them spat in unison and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Kong Boyue gave the two a helpless look and changed the subject. Weigua, you said earlier you brought back 8 educated youths. How do you plan to arrange things for them? Meanwhile, over at the educated youth station, with me still not back, Jiang Mingming was getting a little worried. Why has educated youth Xia been gone so long? Something didn't happen to him, did it? Xin Yanan's brow furrowed with worry too, and she looked at her sister. Sis, why don't we go look for brother Xia? Xin Yanshu shook her head. If anyone's going, it should be me. Your foot's still hurt. Yi Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. her gaze sweeping over the three women's faces without leaving a trace. Looking at those three pairs of eyes filled with worry, an inexplicable sense of crisis rose in her heart. She reached up and touched the freckles on her face, calculating to herself, these are three formidable rivals. No, wait. Yi Qingxian suddenly remembered something, and alarm bells went off in her heart, a faint tightness setting in. If she remembered correctly, in those fragments of dreams, there were quite a few good-looking women in Anping village. It looked like finding a good husband here, or winning over this Xiaoan, wasn't going to be easy. She felt a little unsure of herself. At that moment, not far off, Zhang Chang curled his lip and tossed out a snide remark. Some people are still here worrying about him, while he's off getting all cozy with the team members. What did you say? Jiang Mingming shot to her feet. Are you saying educated youth Xia got into a fight with someone? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Chang in unison. He shrank his neck and quickly denied it. I didn't say that. Yi Qingxian held Jiang Mingming back and, thinking it over, translated for him. What he means is probably that educated youth Xia is getting along well with the team members, not fighting. Jiang Mingming let out a breath of relief and shot Zhang Chang a glare. Look at that nasty attitude of yours. You don't speak clearly and nearly gave everyone the wrong idea. Who are you calling nasty? Zhang Chang jumped up again, glaring furiously. Jiang Mingming, are you asking for a beating? You're welcome to try. Jiang Mingming grabbed a wooden stick from beside her, staying on guard against him. The corner of Zhang Chang's mouth twitched. He'd forgotten these women really would throw down when they got tough. He backed up a couple of steps, glanced over at Shen Yinan, and curled his lip. You're all here fretting over this Xiaoan, but he doesn't spare a thought for any of you. He knew perfectly well Shen Yinan got hurt, and yet he ran off to treat some team member first. To him, you're all just insignificant strangers, nothing more. At these words, Shen Yinan's lashes lowered, and an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. Shen Yinshu shot Zhang Chang a cold glance and reached out to ruffle her little sister's hair. Don't read too much into it. Educated youth Xia most likely ran into some emergency. Maybe things over there were even more urgent than here. Shen Yinan nodded obediently. Sis, I'm fine. Watching these women all take Xia into heart, the fire of jealousy in Zhang Chang's chest burned even hotter. Why? Why did Xian get to earn these women's favor? Why did he actually know medicine? From the way Xia Weigua had come out beaming earlier, he'd known. Xian had pulled it off. That guy actually did know medicine. The more he thought about it, the more it galled him, and he didn't stick around any longer. He'd come straight back. Now, seeing Jiang Mingming and the others still thinking about Xian, the scale in his heart tipped even further off balance. Humph. He gave a cold snort, turned, and left the educated youth station again, planning to go clear his head outside. Seeing him go, Jiang Mingming and the others actually breathed easier, smiles returning to their faces. With the eyesore gone, even the air seemed a bit fresher. A little while later, I came back. But looking at the young woman beside me, Yi Qingshuan's pupils contracted slightly. Luo Yinshu, a team member of Anping village, aside from being a bit thinner than the rest of them, that face was truly a fine one. And Yi Qingxian had a hunch. Luo Yinshu's slight frame was most likely just from poor nutrition. With some proper care, she might not lose to any of them. Another formidable rival. Yi Qingxian stepped forward and smiled. Educated youth Xia, who is this? This is team member comrade Luo Yinshu. I smiled and introduced the two sides. Yinshu, let me introduce them. This is comrade Yi Qingxian. That's comrade Jiang Mingming. The one who looks a bit aloof is comrade Shen Yinshu, and the other is her younger sister Shen Yinan. Those two over there are comrade Qin Weidong and comrade Song Xiao, all educated youths who came down to the countryside in the same batch as me. Luo Yinshu swept her gaze over everyone and gave a slight smile. Hello, everyone. I'm Luo Yinshu. Welcome to Anping village. Hello, comrade Luo. Everyone stood up and greeted her with smiles. Jiang Mingming took 2 steps forward, a flicker of wariness passing through the depths of her eyes, and asked curiously, Educated youth Xiao, why does it feel like you and comrade Luo are pretty close? At these words, Yi Qingxian and the others' expressions all shifted. They'd remembered the way I'd addressed her earlier. Yinshu? That way of addressing her was intimate, but for people who weren't close, calling her that would only rub folks the wrong way. Before I could say anything, Luo Yinshu stepped forward with a smile. I won't lie to you, Comrade Jiang. Brother Xian and I only just met today. It's just that we hit it off right away, so I told him to call me that. Then she shifted her tone. I find you pretty likable too, Comrade Jiang. If you don't mind, you can call me that as well. Jiang Mengming's eyes narrowed slightly, then she smiled. Is that so? Well, why would I mind, Luo? Yinshu, from now on you can call me Mengming too. I'm new here, so I'll have to rely on you to look out for me, Yinshu. We'll look out for each other. Luo Yinshu smiled graciously, without a trace of awkwardness. Yi Qingxian watched the two of them trading subtle jabs and quietly sighed to herself, just as I thought. This Xian had already become the hot commodity. These two right in front of her both clearly had feelings for him. And then there was Shun Yinan on top of that. She shook her head inwardly, but kept a smile on her face. Educated youth Xia, Zhang Chong said you were just saving someone. Was it Comrade Yinshu you saved? I shook my head and was about to answer, but Luo Yinshu jumped in first. No, it was Brother Luo Hui. He went into the mountains, got bitten by a snake, and hurt his leg too. If it weren't for Brother Xian's medical skills, Brother Luo Hui probably wouldn't have made it this time. Everyone turned to look at me in unison, their eyes full of surprise. So this guy really does know medicine? He wasn't just bragging? I added with a smile. I was outside the village looking for herbs when I happened to run into Luo Jun carrying Luo Hui, who'd passed out. I saw something was wrong and lent a hand. I needed silver needles to draw out the venom. Those I borrowed from Yinshu. Then I went to her place to grab some medicine and handed it off to Uncle Xie before coming here. Everyone nodded, and the way they looked at me now carried a bit more respect, along with a bit more goodwill. Living out in the countryside now, getting scraped up or hurt was unavoidable, and one careless move could even mean getting poisoned. At times like these, someone who knew medicine was truly precious. Running into a person like that, even if you didn't befriend them, you'd never want to make an enemy of them. No one present was a fool, and everyone understood that much. Shen Yinan's eyes lit up. Compared to saving someone's life, her little injury was nothing. Brother Xia is really amazing. Yi Qingshuan's gaze flickered. This man had just gained another shining point. She was even more drawn to him now, but what was she supposed to do? All right, enough about that. I smiled. I found safflower and tongue-bone grass at the village entrance, and I already prepared them at Luo Jun's place. Let me fix educated youth Shun's foot first. If it just heals on its own, it'll take a good 7 or 8 days, and the pain is one thing, but it'll also keep you from working. We came to this production brigade to answer the call and build a new countryside. Sure, but earning work points to feed ourselves. That's the real business. Everyone nodded. Shen Yinan's face flushed slightly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Xia. No trouble at all. I shook my head with a smile, took out the sterilized silver needles, crouched down, and began the treatment. The acupuncture was meant to reduce the swelling and stop the bleeding in the sprained area, then draw out the pooled blood. After that, I'd apply the medicinal decoction made from safflower and tongue-bone grass externally, and by the next day, she'd be as good as new. Watching me treat Shen Yinan with such total concentration, several of the women present seemed a little transfixed. They say a man is most handsome when he's focused on his work, and right now that saying seemed to come alive in me. My looks weren't bad to begin with, and with that air of concentration on top, it added a certain extra appeal. Qin Weidong glanced at the expressions on the women's faces and felt a pang of quiet envy. But he was self-aware. He couldn't compete with Xian in looks, couldn't match him in ability, and he'd just have to accept that he had less luck with women. Thinking this, his gaze unconsciously drifted to Song Xiao beside him. Come to think of it, though Song Xiao's looks were a notch below Jiang Mengmeng and the others, she was still nice to look at, and her temperament seemed decent too. The key thing was, compared to Jiang Mengmeng and that crowd, she had no real competitiveness. She was destined never to catch Xian's eye. And who knew how long it'd be before they could go back to the city? Maybe he should give it some thought? Just as Qin Weidong was thinking this, Song Xiao seemed to sense something and turned to glance at him. He quickly looked away, his eyes shifting about, feeling a little guilty inside. Before long, the acupuncture was done, and the swelling on Shen Yinan's ankle had already gone down. I poured some of the medicine from the bottle onto my hands and rubbed it in for her. so the medicine would work even better. Shen Yinen's cheeks flushed pink, her eyes misty, gazing at me with an entranced look. Beside them, Shen Yinshu watched her sister in this dazed, love-struck state and shook her head to herself. But she had to admit it too. This Yan really was good-looking, gentle in temperament, and outstanding in ability, giving off a solid, dependable feeling. If she could be with someone like him. After a moment, I stood up and said, "That's about it. Rest up now. You should be able to walk around later tonight, but no strenuous activity. Rub this medicine on again tonight and tomorrow morning, and you'll be fully healed in no time." Shen Yinan wiggled her foot and found it really didn't hurt anymore. "It really doesn't hurt. Thank you so much, Brother Xia." "You're welcome." I waved it off with a smile. Shen Yinshu came back to her senses too and hurriedly thanked me. "Thank you, educated youth Xia. You've helped us so much, we don't even know how to repay you." I shook my head. "Just getting to know you all is fate. This is a small thing, don't give it a second thought." But Shen Yinshu shook her head. "How could this count as a small thing? Educated youth Xia, why don't I give you a consultation fee?" I shook my head and was about to refuse. But Shen Yinan tugged at her sister's sleeve and shook her head. "Sis, the money you have belongs to both of us. It's our security for the days ahead. I can't be that selfish." Shen Yinshu blinked, a hint of confusion on her cool face. Then she heard her sister continue. "This is my business, after all. From now on I'll find my own way to repay Brother Xia's kindness." Shen Yinshu was slightly taken aback. She turned to glance at her sister's blushing cheeks, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help twitching. When did this girl learn this? Was this move even in the art of war? She wasn't the only one caught off guard. Yi Qingxian reacted in an instant too and sighed inwardly. What a clever open scheme. She gave Shen Yinan a long, hard look. She never expected that the one who looked the most delicate and the most innocent was actually the one hiding the deepest. I pretended not to understand and smiled. "It's just a small thing. Really, don't give it a second thought." Just as I was speaking, Luo Yinshu came over with a bit of water and smiled. "Brother Xian, wash your hands first." "Thanks." I thanked her with a smile, washed my hands clean, dug a towel out of my luggage, and dried them. Yi Qingxian sighed to herself again. This hot commodity had way too many people fighting over him. For a moment, everyone wore a different expression. I considered myself pretty easygoing, but I could faintly sense something was off in this room. Still, I paid it no mind. If you want to be a player, you've got to have a player's mindset. There are times when you should just pretend not to see, and pretending not to see is exactly the right move. The fiercer the healthy competition, the sweeter my life gets. Of course, that all hinges on being good enough yourself, on having the ability to make women feel secure. I changed the subject. Educated youth Jiang. I was just talking with Yinshu. She's got a spare room at her place. If you're really planning to build a house, you can stay at her place for now during this stretch. That way you won't have to cram into the educated youth quarters. The women all hesitated a bit. After all, Xia Weigua had just given them a warning earlier. Yi Qingxian wasn't sure either. In her dreams, there had only been a few fragments, revealing little information, and she'd only ever seen Luo Yinshu herself. Those fragments hadn't mentioned anything about her home. Yi Qingxian said hesitantly, "Educated youth Xia, about that matter branch Secretary Xia brought up earlier." I shook my head with a smile. Yinshu lives alone at her place, and she has no intention of renting a room. She's just letting you stay a few days. Only then did the women understand, and their faces immediately lit up with joy. "Yinshu, is that okay?" Jiang Mingming asked, blinking. They'd heard the educated youth quarters were cramped and had been fretting over how to get through these few days. Who'd have thought there'd be such a good arrangement? Luo Yinshu nodded. "I really don't plan to rent this place out, but letting you stay a few days is fine." As she said this, she glanced at me. The truth was, even she couldn't quite explain why. She just felt close to me and was willing to make an exception. If I'd asked, she'd have been willing to rent the room to me. She'd offered before, but I'd refused, saying she was a young woman living alone, and renting to me would inevitably invite gossip. That was why I'd thought of letting Yi Qingxian and the other three stay for now. Luo Yinshu wasn't willing to rent to strangers, so she'd only agreed to let them stay a few days. Seeing her nod, Jiang Mingming said happily, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Yinshu. You're welcome. Luo Yinshu shook her head. Honestly, I'm not much for dealing with strangers. This time it's out of respect for Brother Xian. If you want to thank someone, thank him. The four women were tactful and quickly said, Thank you, educated youth Xia. Thank you, Brother Xia. I smiled. You're welcome. It was just something I mentioned in passing. Let me help you move your luggage over first. I've still got to head to Uncle Xia's place later. Branch Secretary Xia? Yi Qingxian wondered aloud. By what you're saying, educated youth Xia, are you going to stay at Branch Secretary Xia's place? That's right. I nodded. On the way back, Uncle Xia learned about Yunshu's arrangement, and thinking about how I need to build a house too, he told me to stay at his place for a few days. That's pretty good. Jiang Mingming nodded, thinking it was a fine arrangement. Seeing the four of them start to pack up, Song Xiao felt a stirring of interest and quickly spoke up. Wait. Everyone looked over. Song Xiao turned to Luo Yinshu. Comrade Yinshu, do you really not rent out your place? I don't. Luo Yinshu shook her head. I'll pay you on a month still, no? Song Xiao wasn't quite ready to give up. She didn't want to squeeze into the communal bunk, and she had no idea when she'd be able to return to the city, so building a house felt like a waste. When Xia Weigua had given his warning earlier, she'd stamped out the idea of renting, but now, with Luo Yinshu living alone like this, it was just right for renting. She was tempted. Luo Yinshu still shook her head. Sorry, Comrade Song. I really have no plans to rent. Seeing how firm her attitude was, Song Xiao sighed helplessly. Then, all right. Sorry to bother you. It's no bother. I picked up Xin Yinen's luggage and walked them over to Luo Yinshu's place. When I came back, I handed Qin Weidong a cigarette and said meaningfully, Educated youth Qin, I can tell you're a decent guy, so let me give you a word of advice. Qin Weidong straightened up. Educated youth Xia, go ahead. I glanced at Song Xiao. Don't get nervous. What I want to say is, when Zhang Chong starts running his mouth, just don't join in and egg him on. Qin Weidong smiled. Of course. I can tell that guy's no good either. I patted his shoulder, scanned the surroundings, and lowered my voice. I'm not one to gossip. I just have sharp ears. Back at the commune, I overheard a few things Secretary Han and another guy said. Most of the educated youth in Anping village are probably the type with problematic class backgrounds. Zhang Chong's a loudmouth who offends people without even realizing it. So whatever you do, don't chime in with him. At these words, Qin Weidong and Song Xiao both grew serious, understanding the gravity of it. If things were as I said, then if Zhang Chong kept harping on the class background issue, he might well kick a hornet's nest. Who knew how many of those 9 veteran educated youth were in that situation? And what I said was most likely true. In their own group, 3 clearly had class background problems, and all of them had been shipped off to Anping village. That said plenty already. Thank you for the warning, educated youth Xia. The 2 of them said solemnly. Don't mention it. I smiled. Well, you 2 rest up. I'll head over now. Take care. Watching me walk off into the distance, Song Xiao asked, Educated youth Qin, do you think what educated youth Xia said is true? Qin Weidong sighed. Pretty much has to be. There's no reason for him to lie about something like this. Song Xiao nodded. So from now on, we really can't just say whatever we want. That's the truth of it. Qin Weidong paused. In the educated youth quarters, we're both newcomers. We'll have to look out for each other from now on. As we should. Meanwhile, I arrived at Xia Weigua's place, and he was already waiting in the yard. Uncle Xia, sorry to trouble you these past days. What's there to be sorry about? Xia Weigua smiled. I just took a liking to you, kid. I've cleared out the side room for you. Make do with it these few days. And whatever we eat these days, you eat with us. I won't take any board money from you either. Just don't turn your nose up at it. How could I do that? I shook my head. Coming to stay here is already trouble enough for you, Uncle Xia. How could I let you cover my board? Enough, now. Xia Weigua waved his hand. You're getting all polite on me, kid. We're both straightforward folks. No need for that fake stuff. Haha, all right. I nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you, Uncle Xia. That's more like it. Xia Weigua smiled and shook his head, then changed the subject. Oh right, your medical skills. Just how good are they? I set my luggage in the side room and mulled it over. Not bad, I'd say. I know a bit of both Chinese and Western medicine. I can handle bumps and injuries, And I can take on surgery in tough, complicated cases too. Huh. Xiaowei chuckled softly. You really don't hold back on modesty, kid. Well then, take a look. What's wrong with your old uncle here? He held out his hand, watching me with a half-smiling look. I glanced at him. I don't even need to take your pulse to know about quite a few problems. Oh, Xiaowei's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's hear it then. I nodded. First off, it's a common problem among you northerners. Chronic bronchitis from repeated respiratory infections. Come winter, you cough and bring up phlegm. Northern winters are cold and dry, and burning coal stoves and heated brick beds indoors easily produces coal smoke. And with poor ventilation and a weak constitution to begin with, it acts up. Xiao nodded. That's true. Northerners are all like that. Anything else? Second, years of calcium deficiency plus overwork have left your bones brittle, with pain in your lower back and joints. That one's real too. Anything more? Third, you don't get enough meat, eggs, or soy products, and you've overworked yourself, so both your legs are a little swollen. Press on your ankle and it leaves a dent. It's lighter in the morning, worse at night. Xiao sighed. Nothing to be done about that. Most folks in the brigade are like that. Fourth, rheumatism and rheumatoid arthritis. Your joints ache badly on rainy days and in the dead of winter. With conditions like these, there's no avoiding it. Fifth, years of heavy labor have worn out your lower back muscles and knees. Xiao nodded and sighed again. Everything you've named, there's not a single one I've escaped. The corner of my mouth curled up slightly. Uncle Xia, a man's got to admit he's getting on in years. Your kidneys aren't holding up so well anymore either, are they? The corner of Xiaowei's mouth twitched. Kid, there was no need to bring that up. I shook my head and smiled. Those are the more serious ones. There are quite a few other minor issues too. When it comes down to it, it's all this environment, this backbreaking labor, plus poor food, building up over the years into deep-rooted ailments. Xiao sat down and sighed. Nothing to be done. This place is just like this. I nodded. People in these times all had one ailment or another, more or less. Just then Xiao suddenly said, Kid, you said just now that you can handle tough, complicated cases. Does that mean you can cure all of these? I nodded first, then shook my head and sighed. Uncle Xia, I won't hide it from you. With my methods, curing the root of the illness is doable, but it's not realistic. Not realistic? Xiao pondered. Is it because the medicine's too expensive? Yes. I nodded. It's not just that the medicine's expensive, the food can't be skimped on either. Meat, eggs, all kinds of vegetables have to keep up, and you'd have to stick with it for at least a year. And that's with me doing daily acupuncture as support. Xiao shook his head. Put that way, it really isn't realistic. I nodded, then smiled. But when I've got time, I can go into the mountains and find some herbs to ease your pain. That's no big problem. Also, I can give you a round of acupuncture before bed later, and it'll hold you over for 10 days or half a month. Oh, Xiao eyes lit up. Never mind making a special trip into the mountains for herbs, but this acupuncture, I'm actually a bit interested in that. I smiled faintly. Come get me when you're ready to sleep tonight, and I'll give you the needles. I guarantee you'll sleep well tonight. Since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony then. Xiao smiled. Recalling my earlier acupuncture skills, a bit more anticipation showed in his eyes. After chatting a few more words with Xiao, he left to attend to some business. I sat on the heated brick bed, my consciousness quietly sinking into the spirit spring space, and a good bit of delight crept into my eyes. In just over a day, all 3 of those crops, including the rice, had sprouted, green and vibrant, a real sight for sore eyes. And that apple sapling in the woodland had already shot up to half a person's height. With branches this lush, it's ready for cuttings. A thought struck me, and that apple tree instantly split apart. 8 branches along with the main branch fell into a neat row, leaving only a bare stub of trunk. Of course, I'd left spots on the trunk that could still bud, so it wouldn't die. In a couple more days, that'll be 10 apple saplings. Not bad at all. Feeling pleased, I withdrew from the space, unable to keep the corners of my mouth from turning up. I made the bed, set the things I'd need within reach, piled the rest of my luggage in the corner of the bed, casually shut the door, and figured I'd go out for a walk. Who are you? A tender, childish voice suddenly piped up beside me. I turned to look and saw a little girl of 4 or 5 standing at the threshold, her little hands gripping the doorframe, head tilted, sizing me up with a puzzled look. I walked over and crouched down halfway, smiling. Hey there, little one. I'm Xian, the newly arrived educated youth. Who are you to Uncle Xia's family? Me? The little girl pointed at herself, blinking. My name's Xia Linger, and my grandpa's the branch secretary. So you're Uncle Xia's granddaughter. I smiled and turned my palm over, producing 5 white rabbit milk candies. Here, a little gift for our first meeting. Candy. Xia Linger's eyes went wide as saucers, full of longing, but she didn't come forward. She just stared fixedly at those candies. I held them out a bit further. Little Linger, why aren't you taking them? Grandpa and the others said I can't take things from strangers. Xia Linger swallowed and shook her head. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm a guest of your grandpa's, so I don't count as a stranger. Really? She looked up with big eyes, asking in that soft, sweet voice, unconsciously licking the corner of her mouth. Really? I smiled. Take them. When you've finished them, come ask me for more. Xia Linger hesitated a moment, then carefully took them and said sweetly, Thank you, Uncle Xia. Good girl. I smiled and patted her head. Uncle's going out for a walk. You stay home and behave, okay? Okay. I stood up and left the yard, strolling around the village. Before I knew it, I'd wandered to the eastern edge of the village. My eyes were drawn to 2 rundown adobe houses standing not far apart. Compared to the other houses in the village, these 2 were far more dilapidated, yet from the traces around them, it was clear someone still lived inside. A little far from the village, about the same as the educated youth quarters. Could it be? A thought struck me, and I remembered what Xia Weigua had said earlier. Wouldn't you know it? That was most likely it. No sound from inside. Everyone's probably off working. I muttered, then turned to leave, with no intention of going closer. People who'd been sent down like this, rashly making contact with them. If they could be rehabilitated later, well and good. But what if they couldn't? Then I'd be in serious trouble. I didn't have the guts to go head-to-head with the state machine. Besides, in the days before rehabilitation, the risk of getting dragged in was very real. I turned and walked slowly along the riverbank, mulling over the house I wanted to build. The way things stood, this stint in the countryside would last at least 5 years, so I'd better build the house comfortable. And thinking about how I might bring women back someday, I'd have to make it bigger. If not enough for 5 or 6 people, then at least enough for 3 or 4. As for the style, no need to be fancy. About the same as the other houses in the village would do. I'll draw it out on paper later, but my drawing skills aren't up to it. And I don't know if Yi Qingxian and the other 3 could do it. Just as I was muttering to myself, a splashing sound came from up ahead, like someone washing clothes by the river. I looked up. A young woman was crouched at the riverbank, scrubbing. Dressed plainly, with her hair in 2 braids, her back gave off an air of frailty, or rather, delicacy. But everything that should be there was there. Beneath those loose clothes, a graceful figure was faintly visible. Her skin was fair, and with the sunlight shining on her, that half of her profile was especially striking. The young woman seemed to sense someone watching. She jerked her head up and met my gaze head-on. A flash of panic crossed her eyes first. Then she forced a smile, quickly lowered her head, and went back to washing clothes. My eyes narrowed, and I wondered to myself, has Omping Village been hit by some kind of spell? Aside from Yi Qingxian and those 4 educated youth, all stunning beauties, I'd already seen 2 more just today alone. The frightening birthmark on the side of this young woman's face. Others might not see through it, but with a single sweep of my Chinese medicine diagnostic eye, I understood. That birthmark was a big problem. She was disguising herself as ugly on purpose. My mind quickly ran through Yi Qingxuan's situation. Yi Qingxian knew something, which was why she'd made herself ugly. This young woman, it seemed, was following the same playbook. Except her disguise technique was far inferior to Yi Qingxuan's. Now that I was 70 or 80% sure, I didn't hesitate any longer and walked over. Hello, I'm Xian, the newly arrived educated youth. The young woman's body stiffened slightly. She slowly stood up and replied with her head down. You hello? My name's Chen Ziyi. I'm from the village. Nice to meet you, Comrade Chen. I held out my hand and smiled. I'm new here, so please look out for me from now on. Chunzi bit her lower lip, a flicker of wanting to flee in her eyes, yet she seemed too afraid to run. She gritted her teeth, carefully shook my hand, then hurriedly pulled back like a startled deer. But as she stepped back that half step, her foot slipped and she toppled backward. My heart jumped. I couldn't even spare a glance at the check-in reward, and I lunged forward to grab her arm. Chunzi had just let out a startled, "Ah," when my force yanked her back, and she slammed straight into my chest. Oh, only then did I realize I'd overestimated my control of the force. As she crashed into my chest, my own feet slipped too, and I fell straight backward. Careful! Chunzi's eyes were full of terror, her body stiff as a board, watching me anxiously. I sighed inwardly, wrapped my arms around her, and desperately tried to steady myself. Alas, though I'd cushioned the momentum somewhat, the two of us still went down with a thud onto the sand and gravel. And as luck would have it, Chunzi landed on top of me, those two soft, rosy lips falling right on the corner of my mouth. At that very moment, the system's ethereal voice rang out in my mind. Congratulations, host, on your first successful intimate check-in. You have obtained 20 great Unity notes, 100 roast chickens, 100 rolls of toilet paper, firearms mastery, and a sniper rifle, with 300 rounds of ammunition included. Item rewards have been placed in the Spirit Spring space. Please take note. A thought stirred in me. An intimate check-in. Doesn't it require a stunning beauty who doesn't resist? Could it be? I looked up and saw Chunzi with her eyes wide open, still not having come to her senses, frozen and motionless. In those big eyes were lingering shock, along with terror and gratitude. A thought struck me, and I flicked out the tip of my tongue, which unexpectedly slipped into her mouth. Chunzi gave a violent start, panic flashing across her face, and she hurriedly struggled up. Thank you, Comrade Xia. Her voice was soft, still trembling. The moment the words left her, her face flushed crimson, and she flusteredly picked up her wash basin, about to leave. I spoke in a low, drawn-out voice. You're really that afraid of me? Am I that scary? Chunzi's steps halted. She bit her lower lip and gave me a look with a complicated expression. Comrade Xia, I don't really want to have contact with you. It's to protect myself, and also, to protect you. Oh, I was slightly surprised. Then something occurred to me, and I glanced thoughtfully at those two thatched huts in the distance. Chunzi followed my gaze, and her expression dimmed. You figured it out? I nodded. I didn't expect you to be so kind. Thanks for the concern. I patted the ground beside me. There's no one here. Want to sit and talk? With that, I sat back down on the ground. Chunzi was a little surprised. You're not afraid I'll drag you down with me? Afraid or not, a few more minutes won't make a difference. I shook my head. Sit. She hesitated a moment, then set down the basin and carefully sat down next to me. So, what do you want to talk about? I turned my palm over and held out a handful of white rabbit milk candies. Have a candy first. Chunzi waved her hands over and over. I can't take them. If I really did, you'd truly land yourself in trouble. Trouble? I shrugged, tossed the candies into her arms, and smiled. You picked these up yourself. It's not like I gave them to you. Chunzi was stunned. Even with things this obvious, you can still put it that way? She cupped the candies in her arms, mist faintly welling up in her eyes. By her count, she probably hadn't seen these candies in 4 years, and she'd never imagined that seeing them again would be under circumstances like these. I braced my hands on the ground and asked with feigned ease, those two thatched huts over there, which one is your home? I just got here. Could you tell me a bit about the situation with both your families? Chunzi looked up at me, hesitated a moment, then said softly, the West Hut, the one closer to the village, is my home. Sent down along with me are my mom and dad, my older brother, and his wife. My dad came over as a defector from the nationalist side, and in '68 he was framed and sent down here. The family sent down at Sister Yang's place is her mom and dad, her aunt, and her older male cousin and his wife. They were labeled bourgeois intellectuals and sent down. I nodded to myself. For cases like these, rehabilitation probably wouldn't come until '78 or later. I shook my head and continued, how's this village? Or rather, how are they to you? Chunzi's eyes reddened slightly. She shook her head. They're pretty good. I want to hear the truth. I looked at her earnestly. What's said here today, I won't repeat to anyone. and you shouldn't pass it around either." Her eyes flickered, and she hesitated before shaking her head. "They really are pretty good. Aside from steering clear of us, at least they've never laid a hand on us." Before we came, we'd heard so many stories of people being beaten, driven out, and bullied after being sent down, so we were on edge the whole way here. But once we got here, none of that happened. It's just that we're not allowed to leave the village, and the whole family has to work. I nodded and looked at her, puzzled. If the whole family has to work, how come you get an exception? Chunzi's face flushed slightly, a bit embarrassed. "I was only 14 when I came. Every time I went to work, I'd pass out within half an hour, and once I fainted I'd be out for half a day, sometimes a whole day. No matter how they called me, I wouldn't wake. So later branch secretary Xie and the others allowed me to stay home, doing the laundry and cooking." I looked at her with amusement. "This is because of a weak constitution, and you're still like this even now, but it did let you dodge the field work." Chunzi looked up and blinked, astonished. "You can actually tell? Even the doctors at the commune couldn't." "I can tell." I nodded. "For your condition, you'd need quite a few precious medicinal herbs to nurse yourself back to health. Otherwise, you'll most likely have trouble conceiving in the future." "Trouble conceiving?" Chunzi's eyes shrank, her voice trembling. Is it that serious?" Trouble conceiving meant most likely being cut off from having children. For a woman in these times, that was no less than a bolt from the blue. I shook my head and smiled. "It can be cured. When you're ready to start the treatment, just come find me." Chunzi let out a breath of relief, but at the thought of those precious herbs I'd mentioned, her expression darkened again. "Don't lose heart. There's room to turn things around and everything. Just hold on a few more years, and it'll be fine." I patted her shoulder, stood up, and smiled. "That's it for now. You keep washing. I'm heading back." With that, I turned to leave. After a few steps, I suddenly stopped, turned back, and smiled. "Comrade Z, remember, next time we meet, we don't know each other, got it?" Then I waved and walked straight off. Chunzi watched my departing figure, and that smile from earlier kept replaying in her mind, whether she willed it or not. Her instincts told her that this Xian, far from being repulsed by her, was actually quite kind to her. But she reached up and touched the birthmark on her face, murmuring in confusion, "He isn't afraid of me?" She blinked, looked down at the candies in her arms, and the corners of her mouth quietly curved upward. I walked along the little village path, wearing a somewhat peculiar expression. I had a feeling something was off about this Omping village. Stunning beauties were probably in no short supply. What surprised me was that this intimate check-in only required a kiss, without needing to go any further. That counted as neither good nor bad news. Chunzi had most likely just not come back to her senses, which was how I'd happened to complete the check-in. Otherwise, on a first meeting, who could manage to be willing or non-resistant? Pretty good. I smiled and glanced at the check-in information. For that skin contact check-in earlier, I'd gotten 10 great Unity notes, 1 flute, instrument mastery, plus 100 gene of donkey meat. Donkey meat. I raised an eyebrow. I never even ate it in my last life. I'll have to give it a try later. But why do I get the feeling these check-in rewards are getting better and better? I felt a slight twinge of doubt, but didn't dwell on it and claimed all the rewards together. The physical items went straight into the spirit spring space, but intangible things like skills, I had to claim myself. The moment I gave the command to claim, 2 vast streams of information came surging into my mind. My head throbbed, and I couldn't help pressing my forehead and frowning. That's a hell of a lot of information. Without a good 8 or 10 years, mastering even one would be tough, wouldn't it? As I muttered, a cool sensation spread from the top of my head throughout my body, as if it could stimulate and reshape my muscle responses, letting me grasp these skills faster. Before long, the transfer was complete, and I'd sorted out the ins and outs of both skills. A peculiar look showed in my eyes. These skills this time were a bit ridiculous. Take instrument mastery first. Every musical instrument that had ever existed in this world and this era, I was now thoroughly proficient in, all of them. Piano, guqin, flute, eru, guitar. I knew them all. So comprehensive it was almost absurd. Still, this fulfilled my dream from my last life of learning an instrument. This kind of thing that lets you show off, you can go without using, but you can't afford not to know. Then there was firearms mastery, proficiency and expertise in all sorts of hot weapons and guns. That was within expectations. But what puzzled me was, what was the deal with the long spear and short spear among the cold weapons? I'd never studied spear techniques at all, yet now, the moment a long spear or short spear was in my hand, I could wield it like an extension of my own arm. Even on pure instinct alone, a dozen big men wouldn't be able to get near me. Living up to the name firearms mastery, a long spear and short spear are still spears, right? The corner of my mouth curled up, and I was in great spirits. This haul really wasn't bad. Note: in Chinese, Chang means both gun/firearm and spear, which is why the skill covered both. Speaking of which, firearms mastery, and yet it just so happens to leave out this particular spear. Something occurred to me, and I glanced down, a trace of regret flashing in my eyes. Then I couldn't help chuckling and thought again. Where in this world is anything ever perfect? Getting skills this powerful is already about as good as it gets. Besides, being able to trade for all these good things, Comrade Z is the #1 contributor. From now on, I'll have to look out for her a bit, on the quiet. With that thought, I collected myself and decided to head over to Luo Yunshu's place to take a look. Yi Qingxian and the others needed to build houses too, so I might as well ask whether they could draw blueprints. But when I got there, I found to my dismay that the gate to Luo Yunshu's yard was shut tight, with only the sound of steady, faint breathing coming from inside. They've fallen asleep? I shook my head. Never mind. They're probably just worn out. Let them rest. With that, I turned and headed back to the Xia household. Uncle, you're back? The moment I stepped into the yard, Xia Ling'er's eyes lit up, and she came bouncing over, her 2 little pigtails bobbing up and down along with her. Slow down, little Ling'er. I took her little hand and smiled. So happy. Did you finish the candy? Nope. Xia Ling'er shook her head, tapping her chin with a finger, and said timidly, Grandma won't let me eat too many. She says if I eat too much, worms will grow in my teeth. Haha. I laughed. Your grandma's right. If you eat just 2 a day, that won't happen. Her little head bobbed, and she beamed all over her face. Grandma said so too. So right now I've still got 4 left, and I'll have 1 more tonight. Little Ling'er is such a good girl. I smiled. When you finish them, come ask me for more, all right? Thank you, Uncle. Just as we were talking, a somewhat elderly woman walked in from outside the yard. Xia Ling'er ran over smiling. Grandma, Uncle Xia is back. I turned and smiled. You must be Auntie? I'm Xian, the newly arrived educated youth. Sorry to intrude these past days. The woman sized me up and nodded with a smile. Hello, educated youth Xia. Just call me Annie Shangyun. My husband told me about you. Settle in and stay comfortably these days. Our home only has plain food, but it'll keep you from going hungry, so don't fret about it. Thank you, Auntie Shangyun. I quickly thanked her with a smile. What's there to think about? Auntie Shangyun waved her hand and looked up at the sky. There's still a while before folks knock off work. You must be hungry, educated youth Xia. Let me fry you a flatbread to tide you over. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie Shangyun. I quickly waved my hands. I've still got some pastries here. If they sit any longer, they'll go bad. With that, I went into the room and fished out a packet of osmanthus cake from my luggage. Little Ling'er, have a taste of Uncle's pastry. I tore open the wrapping, took out a piece and handed it to her, then set the whole packet on the table. Auntie Shangyun, you have some too. Auntie Shangyun shook her head and smiled. This is a rare treat. How could I eat yours? I shook my head, my expression turning serious. Auntie Shangyun, now that's not right. I'm eating and staying at your home. And if you turn down even a little thing like this, how could I feel right about staying on from now on? Auntie Shangyun paused, gave me an earnest look, then shook her head and smiled. My husband wasn't wrong. You really are a good-hearted boy. Then I won't stand on ceremony. What's there to stand on ceremony about? I nudged the pastry toward her. Auntie, go on and eat. Watching Auntie Shangyun pick up the osmanthus cake and start eating, the corner of my mouth curved up. That's just how I am. When people are good to me, I remember it, and kindness must be repaid. Give me an inch, and I'll give you a mile. But if someone treats me badly, then sorry, an eye for an eye is my creed too. Uncle, it's yummy. Xia Ling'er held up half a piece of osmanthus cake, her little face full of satisfaction. I raised an eyebrow and teased her. Little Linger, Uncle isn't yummy. The osmanthus cake is yummy. Xia Linger blinked, looking up at Auntie Shan Yun with a blank, adorably clueless face. Auntie Shan Yun couldn't help laughing and rubbed her head. This is Uncle's. If it's tasty, you should thank Uncle, understand? Xia Linger nodded, then threw herself over and hugged my leg. Thank you, Uncle. I picked her up and set her on my lap. Good girl. If it's tasty, eat more, there's plenty. Okay. Xia Linger nodded, then suddenly thought of something, her little face scrunching up with worry. Uncle, can I save one piece? Oh, what for? I wondered. Xia Linger stared at the osmanthus cake. This is yummy. I want to save a piece for my mommy. I was slightly taken aback. Her mommy? Before I transmigrated, my own mother had passed away early, and after I transmigrated, the same was true for the original owner of this body. Mother, to me, was like a very distant word. Seeing me stay silent, Xia Linger's expression fell. Uncle, is that not okay? It's okay, of course it's okay. I quickly smiled. How about we eat half and save half for your mommy and the others? All right. Really? Xia Linger's eyes lit up, and in those big eyes it was as if a light had come on. No way. Before I could answer, Auntie Shan Yun cut in anxiously. Ji Xia, this stuff is precious. If you want to share it with Linger, I won't say a word, but saving half for them? What kind of talk is that? You can't do that. I smiled. There's no can't about it. I think it's a good idea. Auntie Shan Yun opened her mouth to protest again, but I shook my head. Auntie, listen to me. Let's do it this way. She gave me a long look, then shook her head and let out a helpless laugh. Suit yourself. She finished her piece and got up. I'll go get back to work. You two have some fun. Auntie, there's still plenty left. Why aren't you eating more? I was a little surprised. I'm not hungry. Just a taste is enough. Go on, eat up. She turned and went into the inner room. I shook my head with a smile and didn't press her. Little Linger, let's keep eating. Okay. Xia Linger nodded obediently, her eyes crinkling, unable to hide her delight. The sky gradually darkened, and Xia Weigua and the others came back from the fields. Besides Xia Weigua, a young couple came along too. They looked to be only in their early 20s. Mommy. The moment Xia Linger saw them, she rushed over and threw her arms around the woman's leg. Most of the weariness in the woman's eyes melted away. She scooped up her daughter and asked with a smile, Linger, did you behave yourself and listen to Grandma today? I did. Xia Linger answered crisply. Mommy, this one's for you. It's really yummy. With that, she opened her tiny hand. Resting in her palm was a single white rabbit milk candy. The woman looked a bit surprised. Mommy won't eat it. You keep it for yourself, Linger. But didn't we run out at home? Who gave this to you? Uncle Xia gave it to me. The woman nodded in understanding, her eyes drifting toward me, standing not far off. Her father-in-law had already told them earlier that this new sent-down youth, Ji Xia, would be staying at their place for a while. I stepped forward. Uncle Xia, you're back? Xia Weigua nodded with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is my eldest son, Xia Jianjun, and this is his wife, Luo Yu. Nice to meet you, Brother Xia, sister-in-law. I'm Xiaoan, the new sent-down youth. Sorry for imposing on you these past few days. I smiled and pulled out a pack of Deqianmen cigarettes, offering one each to Xia Weigua and Xia Jianjun. Xia Jianjun waved his hand and laughed. You're joking, brother. You're already calling me big brother. So where's the imposition? Just make yourself at home. Thanks, I said with a smile. Xia Weigua took the cigarette and lit it, drawing a deep breath and blowing out a satisfied smoke ring. You two don't need to stand on ceremony. Go wash up and eat. Ji Xia here still has to come with me to the brigade office later. No sooner had he finished than Auntie Shan Yun brought the food to the table right on cue. Hurry, wash up and eat. Luo Yu set her daughter down. Go inside with your uncle first. Mommy will come once I've washed my face. Okay. Xia Linger tugged me into the room and sat down. I glanced at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but be surprised. White rice, stir-fried eggs with green peppers, braised eggplant with green beans, sautéed greens, and a big pot of cabbage stewed with pork. For a rural village in this era, this was about as good as a meal got. Before long, Xia Jianjun and the others came in too. The young couple stared at the loaded table, a little taken aback as well. But on second thought, since this was my first day, they figured it made sense to treat it as a special meal. Andy Shangyun said with a smile. It's Jixia's first time here, so we've got to eat and drink well. Everyone took their seats and picked up their chopsticks. At the table, Luo Yu gently nudged Xie Jianjun with her elbow and gave him a meaningful look. He caught on and asked with a smile, Brother Xia, my dad says you're pretty good at medicine? I paused slightly and glanced at Xia Weigua, whose expression was calm. I'm all right. If you've got any ailments, Brother Xia, feel free to come to me. Xie Jianjun's eyes lit up, though he looked a little embarrassed. Brother Xia, I won't hide it from you. Ever since we had Linger, we've wanted another child. But 4 or 5 years have passed, and there's still no sign of a baby. We went to the commune hospital, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong, and we've taken plenty of medicine. When I heard today that you're good with medicine, I was hoping. Could you take a look at us? I looked at the couple. Luo Yu's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head without a word. I smiled. I can pretty much guess what's going on. I'll take a closer look in a bit. At those words, all 4 members of the Xia family looked up at once, astonished. Brother Xia, you mean you've already figured out what's wrong? I nodded. In traditional medicine, we go by 4 methods: looking, listening, and smelling, asking, and taking the pulse. Just by observing a patient's complexion, I can guess about 60 or 70% of it. But to make a real diagnosis, I still need to check the pulse. In a bit, I trailed off. Seeing the anxious, tense looks on their faces, I couldn't help but laugh and shook my head. Never mind. Let me take a look at you first, or you won't be able to eat this meal in peace. I set down my bowl and chopsticks. Brother Xia, I'll examine you first. Good, good. Xie Jianjun quickly stood and came over to me, nervously holding out his hand. After taking his pulse, I smiled. You're in your prime. It's just, your kidneys are a bit weak. I'll write you a prescription to tonify them later. It's nothing serious. Xie Jianjun's face reddened. Thank you, Brother Xia. Don't mention it. I waved it off and turned to Luo Yu. Seeing me look her way, Luo Yu tensed and uneasily held out her hand. I placed my fingers on her pulse and murmured, Sister-in-law, your constitution runs cold. You must have fallen into water about 10 years ago and damaged your foundation. Luo Yu's face changed slightly. The winter I was 12, I did fall into the water once. I nearly didn't make it out. Could that really be the cause? I nodded. Seems you two already had a sense of it. It's most likely that it wasn't properly treated at the time, and combined with a lack of proper warmth afterward, it left a lingering condition. Honestly, the fact that you were able to give birth to Linger at all was quite lucky. On top of that, you probably caught a chill again when you had Linger, which made the condition worse. The Xie family took it calmly. It seemed they'd known some of this already. A flicker of guilt even crossed Xie Jianjun's eyes. The part about catching a chill while giving birth to Linger, he understood all too well. Luo Yu was both flustered and anxious. Brother Xia, can it be treated? It can, I nodded. I'll write you a prescription. Follow it for a month, and giving Linger a little sibling won't be hard at all. Really? Luo Yu was startled and overjoyed. She grabbed my hand, as if afraid she'd misheard. Xia Weigua and the others all looked over too, their eyes shining with delight. Of course. I nodded, fetched paper and a pen, wrote out the prescription, and handed it over. After 10 days, that is, once the first batch of medicine is finished, come see me for a follow-up. Then I'll add a few other herbs based on how you're doing. Thank you, Brother Xia. Xie Jianjun quickly took it. Brother, about the consultation fee. I picked up my bowl and shook my head with a smile. No need for that. Once sister-in-law is expecting, just treat me to a good meal. That'll be enough. This? Xie Jianjun hesitated, turning to look at Xie Weigua, his expression questioning. Xie Weigua waved his hand. Do as he says. Let me see the prescription. He took it, and after a look, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Xia, kid, you really dared to write this one. What do you mean? Xie Jianjun was baffled, unable to understand why his father's expression had soured. I shrugged, resigned. Uncle Xie, this is already the cheapest prescription I could come up with. I could swap out the 20-year-old ginseng for other herbs, but then the treatment would take several times longer. Not only that, it'd take more time and probably cost even more than buying the ginseng. Not worth it. Only then did everyone understand why Xie Weigua had sighed. Aged ginseng, over 20 years old, wasn't cheap. Not only was it expensive, it was priceless in the sense that even with money, it was hard to find. I went on. Also, the 1 month I mentioned means acupuncture every 3 to 5 days. Relying on medicine alone, even twice as long, might not get the results it should. Luo Yu and the others nodded, not thinking much of it. But Xia Weigua inexplicably recalled the scene of me giving Luo Hui acupuncture, and his brow furrowed slightly. After dinner, I smiled. Little Linger, go get the one you saved? Okay. Xia Linger ran off and came back cradling the remaining half-pack of osmanthus cakes. Mommy, this is delicious. You have some too. Osmanthus cakes. Xia Weigua glanced at me. These are yours, kid, aren't they? Just keep them for yourself. I smiled. It's dessert after dinner. It's such a small thing. I'm not so stingy that I'd keep it all to myself. Xia Jianjun and his wife looked at Xia Weigua. Although they wanted a taste too, with the old man not saying anything, they didn't dare reach for it. Xia Weigua shook his head, picked up a piece, and took a bite. Let's go. Time to head to the brigade office and take a look. Sure thing. I nodded quickly and headed out with him. Seeing the old man pick up a piece, Xia Jianjun and the others stopped holding back. Once we were out of the yard, Xia Weigua's expression turned serious. Tell me the truth, kid. That acupuncture, is it all like what you did with Luo Hui? I glanced at him, then shook my head and laughed. I knew you'd ask that, Uncle Xia. It's actually not. Sister-in-law's problem is centered in the womb, so I only need to place needles on the lower abdomen. I lifted my shirt and traced a small area over my lower belly. Just this spot here. Xia Weigua took a look. So you're saying, when it comes to illness, one shouldn't be shy about seeing a doctor. Otherwise, exposing that area would count as improper. That's the idea. I nodded. In this era, the divide between men and women was strict. Nothing like the girls of later generations, in tube tops and miniskirts, flashing skin at the slightest slip. That said, do you really have to use ginseng over 20 years old? Xia Weigua asked. His eldest son, Xia Jianjun, had only one daughter and had always wanted a son, but there had been no such luck. They'd known a bit about Luo Yu's condition, but back then the young couple had been in love, and no one had thought too hard about it. They'd never expected the problem to be this serious. But driving her out to marry someone else, that wasn't something the Xia family would ever do. Xia Weigua would never entertain the thought, and if Xia Jianjun ever dared, he'd get beaten half to death the next day. I shook my head. Uncle Xia, when it comes to treating sister-in-law, ginseng really is indispensable. Then I'll keep an eye out. Xia Weigua shook his head. As for building the house, I've already spoken to Luo Zhongqian and the others. Let's head over first. Okay. The brigade office wasn't far from the Xia home, just a dozen meters or so. In a few steps, the two of us arrived. When we got there, Yi Qingxian and the other three were already waiting outside. Xia, you're both here. The moment Jiang Mengmeng saw us, her face lit up with joy, and she came forward to greet us. I nodded and casually asked, how long have you been waiting? We just got here a little while ago, Yi Qingxian answered. Xia, have you figured out how you want to build yours? Not yet. I shook my head. Xia Weigua spoke up. The two of them aren't here yet. Let's go in and wait first. With that, he pushed open the brigade office door, and everyone filed in one after another. So, tell me, what kind of houses do you all want to build? Xia Weigua sat down on the heated brick bed, his gaze sweeping over the five of us as he asked in a low voice. The four exchanged a glance, and Yi Qingxian spoke. Secretary Xia, I think a place like Comrade Yunshu's house would be nice. How much would something like that cost? Whoa. Xia Weigua was a little surprised. You want to live in something that big all by yourself? I gave her a sidelong look too. I'd taken a glance at Luo Yunshu's house. A main room, 2 inner rooms, and a kitchen out back. By rights, once she returned to the city, the house would go back to the brigade, so there was no reason for Yi Qingxian to build one that big. Yi Qingxian shook her head. You've misunderstood, Secretary. Mengmeng and I talked it over. We'll share the main room and the kitchen, and each have our own inner room. And it doesn't need to be that big. A size smaller will do. Xia Weigua nodded. Now that makes sense. Having a main room is good too. When you open the door in winter, the cold wind won't blow straight into the inner rooms. It's good you've got a plan. Once Accountant Kong and the others arrive, we'll work out the cost based on your needs. He looked at me and the Shin sisters. And you three? Shen Yinan glanced at me, a strange glint flickering in her eyes. Who knew what she was calculating? But in the end, her gaze fell back on her older sister, Shen Yinshu. Shen Yinshu forced a small smile. Secretary Xia, the two of us just need one room. Xia Weigua nodded and looked at me. I shrugged. Uncle Xia, I'm living alone, so one room is naturally enough. Xia Weigua nodded. Just as we were talking, footsteps sounded outside. Luo Zhongqian and Kong Buiyue came in, one after the other. I stood and offered them each a cigarette, and they nodded with smiles. Kong Buiyue spoke mildly. It's just the few of you who want to build houses? Secretary Xia has explained the rules. I take it? The house plot and the house both belong to the brigade. When you return to the city, you can't damage them. Of course, if you settle down here permanently, the house is yours to keep. The few of us nodded. Xia Weigua had mentioned this, and we didn't mind. Kong Buiyue nodded. Do you have blueprints? I'll figure out roughly how much it'll cost. Or just tell me the exact style and give me exact dimensions, and I can calculate it. Yi Qingxian nodded quickly. We prepared a blueprint. She pulled one out of her bag. A simple sketch, the layout the same as Luo Yunshu's house, just quite a bit smaller. I glanced at it. The inner room's brick bed was on the small side, enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep. With 4, it'd be a bit cramped. The main room had shrunk too. Overall, it was basically a scaled-down version of Luo Yunshu's house. Shen Yinshu also took out one, a single room. Both the door and window faced south, with a simple stove built beside the door. In He Province, a stove wasn't just for cooking. It also heated the brick bed for warmth. Kong Buiyue scanned the blueprints and looked at me. Ji Xia didn't prepare one? I shook my head with a smile. I didn't, that's true. But since I'm living alone, I'll just modify the sent-down youth Shun's blueprint a bit. Kong Buiyue nodded. Fair enough. Let me calculate it for you all, then. Hold on a moment, Xia Weigua said. Kong Buiyue looked up, puzzled. Something else. Xia Weigua looked at the group of us. I see you all get along pretty well. Care to hear a suggestion of mine? I was slightly surprised and smiled. Go ahead, Uncle Xia. Yi Qingxian and the others looked over curiously as well. Xia Weigua glanced at the 2 blueprints and said thoughtfully, Ji Xia, Ji Shun, you could talk it over with sent-down youth Yi and the others. Share a common wall. Sent-down youth Ye's group has heated walls on the east and west sides. If you build against their walls, then in winter you'd only need to heat the brick bed once, and all 4 rooms would stay warm. That way, not only do you save firewood in winter, you also save quite a bit of building material. Hearing this suggestion, all of our eyes lit up. We were rather tempted. But Luo Zhongqian shook his head with a smile. It's a good idea, but there's one small risk. Indeed, Kong Buiyue agreed with a nod. It's a fine method, but there really is a hidden problem. If the 2 households ever have a falling out, things can get hard to sort out. Here in Onping Village, even blood brothers who've split their households rarely build this way. At these words, Yi Qingxian and the others understood. It was all about petty little squabbles. Like the firewood for heating the bed. Who gathered more? Who gathered less? Whose turn it was to light the fire? Everyone has their selfish side, and there's no getting around it. Yi Qingxian looked up at me, meeting my gaze as I looked her way. Her eyes flickered, and she quietly looked away. I mulled it over briefly. Uncle Xia's suggestion is a good one. What do you all think? Yi Qingxian shook her head. I don't mind. But if we really do it this way, just the matter of heating the bed alone would mean we'd have to hash things out again. Jiang Mingming nodded too. I'd originally planned to team up with Sister Qingxian, split everything evenly, and divide the work. But if we add the Shen sisters and Ji Xia, we definitely need to discuss it all over again. I nodded and looked at the Shen sisters. Ji Shen, what do you two think? Shen Yinan blinked, staring at her sister Shen Yinshu, as if waiting for her to decide. Shen Yinshu lifted her eyes and glanced at the 3 of us, her voice cool and clear. I have a question. If my sister and I share one room, does that count as 1 share or 2? 1 share, Yi Qingxian said without hesitation. Even though there are 2 of you, you can be treated as a single unit. When it comes to dividing the work, that's 1 share. Jiang Mingming nodded. I didn't really care. I was someone chasing after special check-ins, so why would I fuss over these petty little things? If I could successfully check in every month, I'd gladly take on all the bed heating and wood chopping myself. But for now, it was better to say and do less. Sometimes, candy that's offered too eagerly doesn't taste sweet to others. Since you all have the inclination, work out the details among yourselves later. For now, let's settle it, shared walls or not. Kong Buyue asked. Yi Qingxian and the others exchanged a glance and all nodded. When it came to building, saving where you could was best, and with shared heated walls, you'd use less firewood in winter, which would ease the burden considerably. I spoke up. Uncle Kong, could you calculate that shared heated wall portion? Kong Buyue seemed to guess what I was about to say and cut in first. I know. I'll itemize it separately. I nodded. Also, I like a bit more space. Keep the north-south length of the brick bed the same as sent down Youth Yes, but extend it a meter in the east-west direction. And I'd like to add a main room to the side, with the inner room's door opening from the main room. Is that all right? Kong Buyue paused, then smiled. As long as you've got the money, build it however you like. But let me remind you, the smaller the room, the warmer it is in winter. I nodded with a smile. I've looked at both blueprints. Going by what I described, it'd only be about 30-some square meters. Not that big. All right. Kong Buyue nodded. So how big do you want this main room? Same as sent down Youth Yes group will do. Understood. One moment. Kong Buyue pulled out an abacus and started scribbling and figuring on the paper, beads clacking away. A moment later, he looked up. The material for the two heated walls comes to about 48 yuan. Setting that aside, Jixia is 98 yuan. Sent down Youth Yi and sent down Youth Jiang are 68 each, and sent down Youth Shun is 51. On top of that, things like nails and glass you'll have to buy yourselves at the supply co-op. I'll give you a list in a bit. Remember, better too much than too little. Thank you, Uncle Kong, I said with a smile. It just so happens we're heading to the commune tomorrow. Kong Buyue nodded. By the way, who drew these blueprints? Take the changes we just discussed and draw them into one complete plan, so there's something to reference during construction. I'll draw it in a bit. Shen Yinan timidly raised her little hand. Kong Buyue glanced at her, then turned to the other two men. Anything to add? Luo Zhongqian shook his head. Xia Weigua cleared his throat. The location is set for the west side of the sent down youth compound. I pointed it out earlier. Bring the blueprints and the money tomorrow, get the house plots approved, and then we can pick a day to break ground. We nodded quickly. Yi Qingxian smiled. Secretary Xia, we've all brought our money. Would it be all right for Ji Xia to hand over the blueprints together tomorrow? Xia Weigua paused, then nodded with a smile. Of course. Once the money's in, we can approve the house plots. It doesn't matter much if there are no blueprints. Better to have them, though. I reached into my pants pocket and pulled out 11 10-yuan notes. Uncle Kong, please count these. The other three handed over their money as well. Kong Buyue counted it all, found it correct, and waved his hand. Since it's settled, you can all head back now. All right, we'll head off first. I passed cigarettes to the three men and left the brigade office with the four girls. Shen Yinan hesitated. Brother Xia, I'll be drawing the blueprints when I get back. Is your house on the east side or the west side? West side, I said without thinking. The west is closer to the mountain forest. If you live on the east, you might feel a bit safer. Hearing this, the four girls each wore a different expression, but Shen Yinan didn't decline. All right, I'll draw up the blueprints once I'm back. I nodded. It's pitch dark out here. Let me walk you all home first. Thank you. Back in the brigade office, Xia Weigua and the other two were still seated, the haze of smoke thicker than before. Kong Buyue chuckled softly. Those sent down youths are pretty well off, huh? Spending that kind of money without so much as blinking. Understandable. Xia Weigua nodded. Except for Yi Qingxian, the other three all have backgrounds tied to the bourgeoisie. Even if their families have fallen on hard times now, it's normal for them to have some money left. As for that sent down youth Yi, I've heard she seems inclined to settle down here in Amping village, so it makes sense she'd be willing to spend. It's this Ji Xia I can't quite read. Luo Zhongqian shook his head. I actually think this Ji Xia is pretty decent. No airs at all for a sent down youth, and he's happy to help people. Is that so? Xia Weigua chuckled softly, non-committal. Of the three, he dealt with Xian the most and knew him best. He always felt this Xian wasn't as simple as he appeared. At the very least, whether the words happy to help people truly fit him remained to be seen. Anyway, Old Xia, what do you think about that earlier proposal? Luo Zhongqian spoke up. Xia Weiguo paused. What proposal? Don't tell me you forgot. Kong Buiyue shot him an exasperated glance. The one we brought up earlier, setting up a clinic and hiring Ji Xia as the village doctor. Oh, that. Xia Weiguo nodded in sudden realization. We reported up, of course. Before, we couldn't find the right person, so the clinic never got off the ground. Now that we've got such a suitable candidate, we've obviously got to seize the chance. With a clinic in the village, the brigade members won't have to just tough out bumps, bruises, colds, and fevers, and they won't need to make a special trip to the commune. Luo Zhongqian nodded. Nothing else, just that acupuncture detox of his was enough to leave me stunned. And that bone setting. Sure, Luo Hui was out cold at the time, but the man snapped it right back into place. His medical skill is beyond question. Kong Buiyue nodded too, feeling Xia and was a good fit. But then something occurred to him, and his brow furrowed. That said, before you two make up your minds, get one thing straight first. What? The two turned, puzzled. Kong Buiyue sighed. You want to set up a clinic, but you've also got to see whether Xia and is willing to be the resident doctor. If he doesn't agree, then even if the clinic gets built, it'll be for nothing. At these words, both Xia Weiguo and Luo Zhongqian came to their senses. Luo Zhongqian wasn't quite sure. Being the village doctor means more or less getting out of field work. With such a good opportunity, surely he wouldn't turn it down. Hard to say. Xia Weiguo shook his head. I'll ask him what he thinks when I get back. I walked the four girls home, and not long after returning to the Xia household, I saw Xia Weiguo come in. Ji Xia got a moment? I paused, then shook my head with a smile. Uncle Xia, if you've got something to say, just say it. All this formality is making me a little uncomfortable. Xia Weiguo sat down and smiled. Then I won't beat around the bush. We want to set up a clinic, and we'd like your help. Help? My expression shifted. How so, Uncle Xia? Xia Weiguo's expression turned serious as he laid out what the three of them had discussed. Set up a clinic in the village, hire you as the resident doctor, and put you in charge of running it. Except for spring planting and autumn harvest, you wouldn't have to go out to work the fields at all, and you'd still get full work points. My heart stirred. Here came the benefits of showing off my medical skills. Though I now had triple the physical strength and didn't fear field work, that labor was genuinely exhausting. This opportunity was essentially handing me a legitimate excuse to slack off. I mulled it over briefly. Uncle Xia, I'm glad to contribute to the brigade, but there are a few small conditions I need to make clear first. Go ahead. Xia Weiguo nodded, his expression calm, showing no surprise. First, since I'll be the village doctor serving the brigade members, I won't charge consultation fees. Xia Weiguo's eyes flickered. He'd assumed Xia and would use the chance to collect some fees. After all, though neighboring Li Village and Fungo Village didn't have clinics, they both had barefoot doctors, and the members still paid consultation fees when they got treated, to say nothing of the cost of medicine. Second, when I have free time, I'll go around near the village or head into the mountains. Any herbs I gather I'll put in the clinic, and those herbs won't be charged for. But any game I hunt in the mountains, I get to handle entirely on my own. Xia Weiguo looked at him in surprise. This kid wasn't even charging for medicine? But hearing that last part, his brow furrowed again. The mountains are too dangerous. I wouldn't recommend you go. Uncle Xia, I've learned a bit of hunting. You don't need to worry about my safety in the mountains, I explained. Xia Weiguo gave me a long, deep look and pondered for a moment. Besides Luo Jun and Luo Hui, the village has 4 other hunters. If you really want to go along with them. Once they think you're capable enough to go into the mountains, then you can go. I won't stop you. But I'd still advise you to just wander around the outskirts and not venture deep. The village hasn't had a doctor in many years. Seeing him relent, I smiled and nodded. I'll do as you say, Uncle Xia. Anything else? Xia Weiguo asked. So far, both of these conditions put Xia at a disadvantage. Was this kid's moral awareness really that high? He wondered to himself. Could it be he'd overthought things? I thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Xia Weiguo. One last thing, for brigade members like you, Uncle Xia, whose conditions would require time, effort, money, and precious herbs to fully cure, the most I can do is acupuncture, supplemented with some medicine to ease the suffering. I hope everyone can understand this. Xia Weiguo was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. If you can help us ease the pain, That's already an enormous blessing. On behalf of all the old brigade members of Omping Village, I thank you. I nodded. You're too kind, Uncle Sia. This is just a village doctor's duty. Good, good, good. Sia Wei smiled with relief. Any other questions? None. I shook my head. My main worries are those last two. 1. That there won't be enough herbs, and 2. That someone might really bring me some chronic, hard-to-treat condition to put me on the spot. They dare. Sia Wei glared. Anyone who tries that, I'll be the first one not to let it slide. He understood Xia An's concerns perfectly well. Chronic, difficult conditions, not just the commune hospital, but even the county hospital would be at a loss. Being able to relieve them at all was already the best outcome. Now that Xia An had this skill, if anyone really tried to give him a hard time over it, the brigade cadres would be the first to object. Since you've said all that, Uncle Xia, I'll take the job. I smiled. Leave the clinic to me. I promise I won't let you and the others down. Good, good, good. Xia Wei patted my shoulder happily, filled with relief. No matter what Xia An was scheming inside, the 3 conditions he'd raised were nothing but beneficial to Omping Village. For Xia An himself, charging neither consultation fees nor medicine costs was absolutely a losing venture. This kid, he really didn't know what to make of him. Thinking this, Xia Wei pondered. Should I arrange a couple of people to give you a hand? My heart stirred, and for some reason Shun Yinan and the others flashed through my mind, but I still shook my head. No need for now. When I can't keep up, you can send someone then, Uncle Xia. That works. Xia Wei nodded. Just then something occurred to me, and I said casually, Uncle Xia, if the clinic is going to be newly built, I'd suggest putting it close to me. Xia Wei nodded with a smile. We've discussed it. If you agreed, the clinic would be built next to your house and go up at the same time. The clinic will be funded by Omping Village collectively, with the commune's aid, but from here on it's yours to run. Do you have any requirements? I mulled it over. Winters are cold, and whether for me or the patients, we need to keep warm. So the consultation room absolutely needs a heated brick bed. There should also be a room for medicine, and it'd be even better if there were a medicine cabinet. The yard should be a bit bigger, with a low wall, to make it easy to dry herbs in the sun. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you, Uncle Xia. All right. Xia Wei nodded. I've noted it down. Get some rest early. Oh, right. Tomorrow morning at 5, there's an ox cart headed to the commune. You all can ride along, but it's 10 cents a trip. Thanks for the reminder, Uncle Xia. I nodded with a smile. Seeing Xia Wei about to leave, I quickly said, Uncle Xia, hold on. Something else. He turned back, looking puzzled. I smiled. Uncle Xia, when you told me to rest early, were you planning to go to sleep right now? Of course, Xia Wei said helplessly. We're farmers. There's plenty to do tomorrow. I smiled. So Uncle Xia forgot about the acupuncture? Xia Wei's eyes lit up. You know, I really did forget. You're really up for it, kid. Absolutely. I smiled. Lie down, Uncle Xia. Just keep your underwear on. Half an hour later, I deftly withdrew the needles. Uncle Xia, you've got 3 minutes. Hurry to the outhouse. Xia Wei looked up, baffled. It was just some needles. Is there really such a rush? I gave him a meaningful look. No time to explain. If you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone, better hurry. Xia Wei's expression changed. Was this kid serious? He hastily pulled on his clothes and dashed out. Before long, a series of loud noises erupted from the outhouse, and a peculiar stench wafted out. The pit toilet, already reeking from the summer heat, now stank even worse. What's your dad up to? Why does it sound like he's blowing up the outhouse? Auntie Shangyun sat in the main room, staring at Xie Jianjun with a puzzled look. Xie Jianjun shook his head. No idea. Seems he went to find Brother Xiao a moment ago. Outside the door, I nearly couldn't hold back my laughter. Blowing up the outhouse. Auntie Shangyun's way of putting it was too funny. I calmly walked inside and smiled. Brother Xie, is there any hot water? Xie Jianjun quickly stood. There's some in the kettle. I'll pour you some. Find a clean bowl and pour 1 bowl. I need to clean my silver needles. Okay. Xie Jianjun agreed. Have a seat, I'll go right now. I just sat down when Auntie Shangyun curiously came over. Ji Xia, what did old Xie come find you for? Uncle Xie and the others know I have some medical skill, and they want me to be the resident doctor at the clinic, treating the folks' minor ailments. headaches, fevers, and the like, I said with a smile. Oh, that'd be wonderful. Auntie Shang-Yun's eyes lit up. Before, the commune was far and the brigade had no doctor. So with minor aches and pains, we could only grit our teeth and endure. Only when we really couldn't bear it would we make the trip to the commune hospital, time-consuming and exhausting. Now with you here, Jixia, it's a great blessing for our Anping village. I smiled. We sent down youths came here in response to the call. I'm happy to be able to do something for everyone. That's what I mean. You educated folks have such high awareness, Annie Shang-Yun said with a smile. By the way, what was going on with old Xie just now, rushing off in such a hurry? It's nothing, I smiled. I just gave him some acupuncture to flush out some things that are bad for his body through his digestive tract. As we were talking, Xie Jianjun brought over a bowl of hot water. I placed the silver needles in to clean them, then put them back in the needle case. I'd still need to sterilize them with boiling water later. Of course, washing them with spirit spring water would sterilize them just as well. Seeing me washing the needles, Xie Jianjun asked, Brother Xia, was that acupuncture you just did on my dad? What's it treating? My hands didn't stop moving. Mainly, based on Uncle Xie's overall condition, I'm helping flush out some cold, dampness, and stagnant blood that make his body uncomfortable. That way, his pain eases and he feels more at ease. Can that really be done? Xie Jianjun's eyes were full of astonishment. Could such things really be drawn out with needles? It can, I nodded and explained. Acupuncture stimulates the points along the meridians, regulates the flow of qi and blood, and indirectly affects the body's functions, making targeted adjustments. Once your skill reaches a certain level, you can accomplish this, and it works even faster than medicine. But some illnesses come from the body lacking specific things, like brittle bones, poor night vision, or swelling in the legs and feet. Many of Uncle Xie's ailments are this type, so I can only relieve them. Xie Jianjun frowned. Brother Xia, my dad has a lot of ailments, doesn't he? How can they be fully cured? I shrugged, resigned. It'd take quite a few precious herbs, plus years of good food and nourishment, several years of it. But in times like these, I swallowed the rest and didn't go on. Xie Jianjun and the others' expressions dimmed. What I described might still be a hope for those in high positions with power and influence, but for us, ordinary folk, it was far too difficult. As the group sat in silence, Xie Weiguo walked in looking thoroughly relieved. Though he carried a bit of a stench, he seemed noticeably more energized. Xia kid, that was amazing. One round of needles, one big dump, and now my whole body feels great. He gave a thumbs up. Auntie Shang-Yun said in surprise, You do look a lot more energetic. Seems Jixia's medical skill really is impressive. Seeing his father's condition, Xie Jianjun grew even more hopeful about that prescription. Brother Xia, about my prescription. I shook my head with a smile and pulled a sheet of paper from my bag. Already wrote it. Here you go. Get the medicine outside, and before you brew it, remember to let me take a look first. Understood. Xie Jianjun quickly agreed, gleefully tucking the prescription away close to his body. It's getting late. I'll head back first. Uncle Xie, you all rest early. With that, I got up and returned to the side room. I turned off the light and lay on the brick bed, but I felt no drowsiness at all. In my mind, I ran through the whole day, coming into Anping village alongside 4 stunning beauties, and now building houses in the same spot. That was something I hadn't anticipated. Even more unexpected was that the village hid 2 more beauties. It made me look forward to the days ahead with even more anticipation. Even more of a coincidence, I'd run into Luo Jun and Luo Hui, which let me show off a bit of my medical skill early on. And just like that, I got invited into the clinic. From now on, I wouldn't have to work the fields most of the time, which made things a lot easier. Most of all, being the village doctor meant freedom, and I could head into the mountains from time to time. Gathering herbs for the brigade was just incidental. Hunting and filling up my spirit spring space were my real goals. My spiritual spring space has 10 acres of fertile farmland that yields a harvest every 7 days, enough to feed over 1,000 people, with plenty to spare. There are 10 kinds of vegetables too, which is more than enough. Later I'll add some tastier varieties to round out my own menu. Once the apple trees mature, they'll bear fruit once a month, so having 100-some people munching 1 apple each every day probably wouldn't be a problem. After that I'll add other fruit trees to fill out the fruit selection. The only thing I've got no solution for right now is meat. I can only rely on hunting. If I could catch some animals alive and raise them in there, that'd be even better. Thinking this, I glanced at the empty 10 acres of pasture land in the spiritual spring space. Livestock in the pasture also matures a batch every month, and when the time comes, I'd either slaughter them or keep them for breeding. But the pasture is only so big. If I want more meat, I'll have to make room. I mused to myself. From now on, I'll pick out the ones with the tastiest meat, catch some alive, and raise them in there. Also, the medicine field needs to be enriched. I'll gather some rare medicinal herbs to plant. Luckily, the spiritual spring space can support all kinds of plants and animals. Otherwise, in a spot this tiny, there'd be no way to build up such a variety of food. Once the spiritual spring space is fully stocked, I'll never have to worry about food or drink, and I can even trade rare herbs, surplus grain, and fruit for some money and ration coupons. A carefree, comfortable life is right around the corner. Thinking about it this way, so-called consultation fees and medicine costs are trivial. The main thing is, squeezing money out of these poor farmers wouldn't amount to much anyway. Better to do a favor when it costs me nothing, make plenty of good connections, and build a good reputation. That's why I didn't charge for the consultation earlier. Agreeing to work at the clinic without charging for consultations or medicine follows the same logic. In these times, people's hearts are still simple and honest. Few would bite the hand that feeds them. Giving up small gains to forge good relationships and build a reputation as a good man would help me blend into Onping village faster and win the villagers' support. By then, even if I had some, shall we say, conduct issues, and the villagers happened to catch me, most would probably turn a blind eye. Everything else would be easy to handle. But what can I do when my system just happens to have a taste for ravishing beauties? The next day, when I got to the village entrance, I discovered there were quite a lot of people heading to the commune. Of the educated youths who'd arrived yesterday, everyone except Shen Yinan had come. On top of that, there were 3 married women. So many people. If we end up buying a lot later, how are we going to carry it all back? I raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't dwell on it, and walked straight over. Educated youth Xia, good morning. Jiang Mingming came up to greet me. Morning, I replied. How come only the 3 of you came? Comrade Shen Yinan didn't come. Shen Yinshu shook her head. We're probably going to be walking a lot today, so I told her to stay home and rest up. Oh, right. This is the drawing she made last night. She handed over a sheet of paper, on which was a simple sketch of our houses. I folded it up and put it in my canvas bag. Actually, I stashed it in the spiritual spring space. I keep anything important in there. Seeing me arrive, Qin Weidong and Song Xiao both nodded in acknowledgement. Educated youth Xia, morning. Morning, I answered. Zhang Chang still wore that sour face, like everyone owed him $800. Just then, the old man by the ox cart spoke up. Young fella, we've just been waiting on you. Hop on. Let's go early and get back early. You got it, old timer. I hurried aboard and sat down next to Yi Qingxian at the back of the cart. Across from us were 2 married women from Onping village, Song Xiao, Qin Weidong, and Zhang Chang. On my side were 1 married woman, plus Jiang Mingming, Shen Yinshu, and Yi Qingxian. Seeing me get on, the old man cracked his whip with a crisp snap, and the old ox began plodding forward at a leisurely pace. I pulled out a cigarette and offered him one, smiling as I asked, Old timer, what should I call you? And do I pay the fare now or when we get back? Just call me Old Scar. Pay now, the others already did. The old man took the cigarette. It's 1 dime each way. If you want to ride back too, then it's 2 dimes. All right, Old Scar. I answered, then offered Qin Weidong a cigarette too and handed Old Scar 2 dimes. Seeing that I still hadn't offered him a cigarette, Zhang Chang seethed inwardly, gave a cold snort, and lit up one of his own. I couldn't be bothered with him. I tucked the cigarettes back into my bag and looked over at Yi Qingxian and the others. What are you all planning to buy? Besides what's on the list, there's quite a lot we need, Yi Qingxian answered. We talked it over last night and decided to check out the commune first and buy as much as we can of whatever's available. Also, educated youth Xia, aren't you planning to build a house to live in? You'll need to get pots, pans, and all that. She handed me a piece of paper. This is what we settled on last night. Take a look for reference. I took it and scanned it. Iron woks, water vats, oil lamps, all the necessities of daily life. I noted down the ones I needed and handed the list back. Thanks. No need to be so polite. Yi Qingxian smiled and took the list back. Just then, one of the married women across from us smiled and said, "From the sound of it, you're planning to build a house." I nodded. Yes, Auntie. The educated youth quarters are a bit cramped, so we want to move out and live on our own. The woman smiled. Why go to all that trouble? Renting a room works just fine. If you're interested, I've got a spare room at my place. I shook my head with a smile. Thank you for the kind offer, Auntie, but we already handed our money over to the branch secretary. I'm afraid we can't get it back now. Is that so? What a shame. The woman looked a bit disappointed. You really should rent. It'd be a lot more cost-effective than building. Cost-effective, sure, I said with a smile. But we figured living in our own place would give us more of a sense of belonging. Besides, we educated youths came to the countryside to answer the call, put down roots in the villages, and contribute to the nation's development. Building a house is part of that resolve too. The woman beside her heard this and shook her head with a smile. No wonder you're an educated youth, smooth-talking and high-minded. But looking at how fair and delicate your skin is, I doubt you can do much hard labor, can you? I shook my head and chuckled softly. Auntie, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I've got a bit of strength in me. Besides, everyone has their own strengths. Doing well at what you're good at is plenty. The woman laughed. You educated youth sure have a slick tongue. Well, I'll be watching to see just what you're capable of down the road. The woman across from her turned to glance at me and smiled softly. Ho hot, don't underestimate educated youth Xia. I heard from my husband that the new educated youth Xia knows medicine. Yesterday when that Luo Hui kid got poisoned and broke his leg, it was an educated youth named Xia who cured him. Maybe it was him. The moment she said this, both Ho Hot and the other woman snapped their gazes over, eyes full of surprise. Educated youth Xia, is what Shilian said true? Among you new educated youths, there's really one who knows medicine. I smiled. If the person Annie Shilian is talking about is brother Luo Hui, then it should be me. Oh my. All three women showed looks of astonishment. Ho Hot quickly gave a thumbs up. Educated youth Xia really has skills. I misspoke just now. Please don't hold it against me. I shook my head with a smile. Annie Ho Hot, you're too kind. You didn't say anything wrong. Ho Hot smiled. I won't hide it from you, educated youth Xia. Luo Hui is my nephew, my brother's son. I'd only heard he got hurt and hadn't had the chance to go see him yet. Since you saved him, you've done a good turn for my Luo family too. From now on, if you ever need anything, just come to me. Annie won't hesitate one bit. It was nothing, just a small thing. There's no need for that, Auntie, I said with a smile. This is no small thing, Old Scar said, glancing back at me and speaking casually. Here in Omping Village, we believe in repaying kindness. You'd do well to remember her words. Omping Village is mainly made up of 3 clans, the Xia, Luo, and Kong families. The Xia and Luo families are about equal in number, and the Kong family is a bit smaller. Since you saved Luo Hui, you'll naturally get preferential treatment from the Luo family. If you need anything, just say the word, and everyone will help out. Ho Hot nodded with a smile. Old Scar's right. Educated youth Xia, from now on if you need anything, coming to us Luo folks is the right move. All right, I nodded, no longer declining. For now, at least, the atmosphere in Anping Village seemed decent enough, no troublesome business. Just then, the woman beside Ho Hot swept a glance over Yi Qingxian and the others, her eyes flickering slightly. Auntie's name is Xieyume. Educated youth Xia. If you ever want to start a family here in Anping Village, you can come to me, the woman said with a smile. Also, I can see these girls have such fair, delicate skin. I doubt they can take much hardship. If any of you ever have that inclination, you can come to me too. The matches I've made add up to over 100 couples by now. The corners of Yi Qingxian and the others' mouths twitched slightly, and they couldn't help but glance at me. I looked up and smiled. Thank you, Auntie, but I have no plans to start a family right now. Xieyume smiled. I see you're all not so young anymore. You could try looking around. I shook my head with a smile. Auntie, I really don't have any plans for that right now. If I develop the inclination later, I'll come find you. I had no intention of marrying this early. With a beauty check-in system like the one I've got, I'm destined to stay unmarried for the time being. I still want to rack up more check-ins. Seeing me decline, Xie Yumei looked a bit disappointed and shifted her gaze to Yi Qingxian and the others. The girls all shook their heads and smiled politely. Even Qin Weidong shook his head. Though he did have marriage on his mind, he wasn't looking for a local, so he had no need for a matchmaker. Xie Yumei smiled and didn't press the matter any further. The old ox plodded along leisurely while everyone on the cart chatted, and the mood was fairly harmonious. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the commune. Old Scar stopped the ox cart. "You've got 2 hours to take care of your business. I'll head back in 2 hours." "Got it, Old Scar." Everyone nodded and walked into the commune. Yi Qingxian and the other two exchanged a glance and followed close behind me. "Educated youth Xia, shall we go together?" "Sure." I nodded and smiled. "Let's hit the supply and marketing co-op first and get everything we need, then head to the state-run restaurant to grab a bite." Jiang Mingming rubbed her stomach. "I'm a little hungry. Why not go to the restaurant first?" I was about to explain when Yi Qingxian spoke up first. "A lot of stuff at the co-op is in short supply. If we go late, some things will be sold out." Jiang Mingming blinked, suddenly anxious. "Then let's hurry." The four of us walked briskly toward the supply and marketing co-op. On the way, Yi Qingxian hesitated a moment, then spoke. "Educated youth Xia, the four of us talked it over last night and decided to team up for cooking. If you're willing, you could join us. We'd divide up the work. What do you think?" Jiang Mingming and Shin Yanchu's eyes flickered, and they both looked over. This was the conclusion they'd reached last night. Yi Qingxian had said that working every day would be exhausting, and with a male educated youth to lend a hand with chores like chopping firewood and hauling water, things might get a lot easier. And Xian's character seemed decent so far, so it was worth getting to know him. The proposal, naturally, passed unanimously, but whether it would actually work out depended on Xian's answer. Right now, all three of them were watching me, a little nervous. I was slightly taken aback, but inwardly I was delighted. I smiled. I wasn't much of a cook before either. "If you're willing to have me, I'd be more than happy to join." "Great, then it's settled," Jiang Mingming said quickly, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes, as if she were plotting some little scheme. Even the corners of Shen Yanchu's cool, pretty face turned up slightly. Yi Qingxian smiled too. "Then when we buy things, we'll get the pots and bowls and all that together." "All right," I nodded. For some reason, I felt a little happy. Team up for cooking? What a great proposal. I couldn't have asked for more. The group walked briskly into the co-op. There were already quite a few people inside, most of them apparently educated youths. I pondered for a moment. "Let's split up to buy things. You three go together, that'll be faster. Afterward, we'll settle up on the shared items based on what each of us bought." "Okay." Yi Qingxian nodded, and everyone dispersed. I moved quickly through the co-op, buying whatever I needed and prioritizing the materials for building the house. The list Uncle Kong Yu had given me had both a master list and individual portions, so wherever I spotted an item, I just bought the amount on the master list. The co-op was organized by category, and since we'd split up to shop, whatever I saw first I'd just grab, then let them know afterward. Half an hour later, Yi Qingxian and the other two met back up with me, and we started going over the list. "I bought all the materials for building the house, including your shares," I said. "Glass was a bit scarce. I got there in time, and it was just enough. The person behind me couldn't get any." "That's great." The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the building materials were all bought, that was what mattered. Also, I bought 2 iron woks, one for cooking, one for boiling water. And I got 2 caddies of oil, 10 caddies of meat. Besides my own daily necessities, I listed off everything I'd bought one by one. "This." Yi Qingxian and the other two looked at each other. "Why does it feel like you bought all the shared stuff?" "It's all on the list," I said with a smile. "It just happened to be right along my path." "What shared items did you all buy?" Yi Qingxian thought for a moment and listed off the shared items. Finally, she asked, "Xian, did you see any brown sugar?" "We couldn't find it. I saw some earlier. Figured you might need it, so I bought 5 caddies." "Got 5 caddies of white sugar too," I said with a smile. In truth, I hadn't seen any. It was something I'd gotten from an earlier check-in. "Wonderful," Jiang Mingming said happily. Yi Qingxian smiled too. Brown sugar was pretty important for them girls. "Now, take another look and see what else you're missing. I'll go browse around over there," I said with a smile. "Okay." The three girls nodded. Another half hour passed, and the group walked out of the co-op, smiles added to their faces. You could say we'd loaded up. Nearly all the main items had been bought, so the goal of this trip had been achieved. Yi Qingxian looked at the list, a bit regretful. Too bad we couldn't get toilet paper or a water vat. We'll just have to come back next time. I smiled. The water vat isn't urgent for now, and it's hard to carry anyway. We can have the village carpenter make one to use for the time being, and figure it out later. As for toilet paper, I brought a few rolls with me. If you're short, you can come to my place and grab some. Really? Yi Qingxian brightened. That's great. Thank you, educated youth Xia. Don't mention it. I shook my head and smiled. Let's load the stuff onto the ox cart first, then go eat. It's a rare chance. I'll treat you three ladies. Sure. The group smiled and loaded everything onto the ox cart. Old Scar, are you coming to eat? I offered Old Scar a cigarette. Old Scar waved it off. You all go? I've already eaten. All right, I nodded. Then would you mind keeping an eye on our stuff, Old Scar? Got it, go on. Old Scar nodded and waved his hand. Thanks a lot, Old Scar. I cupped my hands with a smile, then turned and left with Yi Qingxian and the other two. Destination, the state-run restaurant. Inside the state-run restaurant, there were quite a few people at this hour, mostly educated youths and commune cadres. The four of us went in, bought our food, and found a spot to sit down. Not long after we sat down, two more people came in through the door. My eyes flicked up and I glanced over in surprise. Well, one of them was actually someone I knew. Yi Qingxian followed my gaze, and her brows couldn't help but knit together. The newcomer was none other than Wenmin. She hadn't expected to run into this woman here of all places, and it caught her a bit off guard. Wenmin spotted us too, gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, and soon came over carrying her food. There aren't any empty tables. Mind if I squeeze in with you? Wenmin asked with a smile. Shen Yinshu didn't say a word, just scooted her stool over to make a little room. I nodded too and shifted over, moving closer to Jiang Mingming. Once the two of them sat down, Wenmin smiled. You're all here at the commune to buy things too, right? Isn't that obvious? Jiang Mingming rolled her eyes. When educated youth when comes to the commune, is it not to buy things? That's true, Wenmin said with an awkward smile. The woman beside her glanced at me, her eyes flicking up lightly. Wenmin, dear, aren't you going to introduce us? Wenmin said quickly, Sister Xiaoyu, they're all educated youths who came in the same batch as me. They're assigned to a different production team, not at Lijia Village. Then she looked at me. Educated youth Xia, this is Li Xiaoyu, a member of Lijia Village. Her house is right next to the educated youth quarters, so we're neighbors, you could say. I looked up and studied Li Xiaoyu, and a flash of understanding crossed my mind. This woman had lovely features, a hint of allure at the tips of her brows, and a pair of peach blossom eyes that carried a seductive glint. Up top, she wore a red floral print blouse, her waist slender, but her chest was strikingly full. That thin fabric could barely contain it, like ripe fruit hanging on a slim branch. Down below, she wore a pair of tight blue-green pants that outlined a perky rear and a pair of long legs. In terms of looks, she was no worse than Wenmin, but I didn't see a golden flower between her brows, which meant the system flatly rejected her looks. She didn't count as a ravishing beauty. My eyes narrowed slightly. Judging by her complexion, I had a vague answer in mind. Li Xiaoyu smiled. Educated youth Xia, nice to meet you. Interested in getting to know each other. Her eyes flicked up slightly, those peach blossom eyes seeming to brim with a springtime warmth. Nice to meet you. I nodded flatly and lowered my head to keep eating. A woman like this, best to steer clear. Li Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she gave me a long, deep look, then said no more. If I was going to be cold, there was no reason for her to keep angling to please me. Wenmin sensed the mood turning a bit chilly and didn't say anything further either. The four of us soon finished eating, and I looked at Wenmin, educated youth one. Take your time. We'll head out first. With that, I shot Yi Qingxian and the other two a look and walked briskly out of the restaurant. The moment we stepped outside, Yi Qingxian looked at me with an odd expression. Educated youth Xia, it seems like you didn't really want anything to do with that Li Xiaoyu. I hesitated slightly, glanced around, and lowered my voice. That person's got some kind of strange illness. Her scent is all mixed up. I'm afraid that in private, she's not too clean. I stopped there and didn't say any more. Yi Qingshuan's expression stiffened, and she looked at me strangely. Are you serious? I nodded. Just keep it in the back of your minds. Don't spread it around. Jiang Mingming and Xin Yanchu blinked, half understanding. But seeing the looks on our faces, they guessed that this Li Xiaoyu probably wasn't a proper sort of person. Sister Qingxian, did you get what he meant? Jiang Mingming leaned in and asked in a low voice. Yi Qingxian hesitated a moment, then whispered something in her ear. Jiang Mingming's face flushed instantly, and she looked at me strangely. Educated youth Xia, you could tell that too? An illness can be seen, and a scent can be smelled. It's nothing strange, I nodded. Let's not talk about this. Do you all have anything else to do? Yi Qingxian nodded. I want to go to the post office to mail a letter home. How about you all? Xin Nianchu shook her head, a trace of loneliness in her expression. Jiang Mingming hesitated. I'll mail one too, I guess. The post office can write it for you, right? They can. Yi Qingxian nodded, then looked at me. Educated youth Xia, are you going? I hesitated slightly, then nodded. Might as well mail one too. Let's go together. At the post office, I mailed a letter to my adoptive mother, briefly telling her how I was doing, telling her not to worry, to be careful in everything, and to write if anything came up. In my memories, Xia and had heard people say that life in the countryside was hard, and even less friendly toward girls. So that his younger sister Su Su could take over their father's spot at the steel mill, he'd chosen to go down to the countryside. Though that was the truth of it, I always felt he'd most likely been misled by someone. Probably someone eyeing the chance to swindle a family with no male heir out of everything. Although I hadn't taken over the person's body, I had taken over his identity and drawn out his memories. By that reckoning, his adoptive mother and adoptive sisters were now my, Xia An's, adoptive mother and sisters. I'd help where I could. Walking out of the post office, we unexpectedly ran into Wenmin again. Only this time she was alone. Yi Qingxian and the other two glanced at her, their expressions turning slightly odd. Wenmin put on a downcast look. Educated youth Xia, it seems like you all don't like me? I shook my head. You're overthinking it, educated youth one. It's nothing like that. Then why did you leave in such a hurry just now? Wenmin bit her lower lip lightly, her lashes fluttering, looking wronged. And you said that in front of my friend. You really put me in an awkward spot. The corner of my mouth twitched, and for a moment I didn't know what to say. Jiang Mingming said coldly, we don't want to associate with that friend of yours. Is that a problem? Wenmin's eyes narrowed slightly, and she wondered to herself, what does that mean? She looked up at me. Educated youth Xia, I'd like to hear your explanation. I glanced at her, sighed, and said meaningfully, she's just too tempting. I don't want to become one of them. Wenmin was confused at first, but she quickly caught on, her eyes going wide. Educated youth Xia, are you saying? All right, educated youth one, take care. Seeing that she seemed to understand, I didn't want to say any more and turned to leave. Wenmin grabbed hold of me. Educated youth Xia, do you have any proof for what you're saying? Let go. Jiang Mingming's face went cold, and she directly pried Wenmin's hand off. We're in public here. What are you trying to do? Don't give people the wrong idea. Wenmin's expression stiffened. Then she gave Jiang Mingming a long, deep look, her eyes narrowing slightly. I just wanted to ask about the situation. Why do you care so much, educated youth Jiang? Jiang Mingming panicked for a moment, then quickly put on a cold face. I'm thinking of your interests. You might not care, but educated youth Xia doesn't want people gossiping about him. Wenmin glanced at her, the corners of her mouth curving into a faint smile. It's a small thing, yet you make it sound so serious. Then she looked at me again, her eyes full of scrutiny. Educated youth Xia, can you answer the question I asked just now? Yi Qingxian looked at me and gave a slight shake of her head. What proof? I said with a smile. Aren't you overthinking things, educated youth one? What I meant was, that Comrade Li is just too good looking, and I'm afraid I might fall for her. All right, educated youth one, you go ahead with your business. We've got things to do, so we'll head off first. With that, I shot Yi Qingxian and the other two a look, turned, and walked briskly away. Watching my retreating figure, Wenmin knit her brows, deep in thought. She had a feeling my words carried some hidden meaning, that it was definitely not so simple. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on. Wouldn't want to capsize in a shallow ditch. On the way back, Yi Qingxian looked at me with an odd expression and gave a soft laugh. Educated youth Xia, you're pretty wicked. I put on a puzzled face. Educated youth Yi, what do you mean by that? Jiang Mingming looked over too, utterly blank, not understanding what Yi Qingxian was talking about. Shen Yinchu's expression remained cool, but that thoughtful look and the slight redness at the tips of her ears suggested she'd probably guessed something. Yi Qingxian swept a glance around and gave a knowing half-smile. When you said fall for her, educated youth Xia, why'd you put the emphasis on the word fall? You're dangerous. The corner of my mouth twitched. I glanced at Jiang Mingming and the other one, who just caught on and stubbornly argued. Educated youth Yi, I did no such thing. Don't go making things up. Careful, or I'll sue you for slander. I had indeed meant it that way just now, but how could I come right out and say so? If I really let them get the wrong idea, wouldn't the difficulty of my future check-ins just keep climbing? But Yi Qingxian gave me a long, deep look, her smile playful. Is that so? Maybe I misheard. But then, I'm not bad-looking myself. Educated youth Xia, would you fall for me? The moment she said this, my gaze froze, and Jiang Mingming and the other one were stunned on the spot. None of the three had expected Yi Qingxian to be so bold. What kind of outrageous statement was that? At that moment, Yi Qingxuan's ears were burning, and she was cursing herself inwardly. Why am I being so impulsive today? How could I say something like that? Won't it make him think I'm frivolous? A little flustered, she quickly smiled. I got a bit carried away with my words. Don't misunderstand, educated youth Xia. I came back to myself, gave her a long, deep look, and shook my head with a smile. Falling for someone is something no one can really say for sure. But you're good-looking, educated youth Yi, and you've got a good temperament. I really do like you. Yi Qingxuan's cheeks flushed slightly. She smiled politely and hurried her steps forward. The corner of my mouth curled up, and I chuckled to myself. If an intimate check-in came right about now, she probably wouldn't resist, would she? Seeing this, Jiang Mingming felt a sudden surge of crisis, and she blurted out, I'm pretty good-looking too. Educated youth Xia's affections shouldn't play favorites. I was slightly taken aback and turned to look at her. What's gotten into everyone today? Feeling my gaze land on her, Jiang Mingming's cheeks burned and her heart pounded. Realizing she'd misspoken, she didn't flee in embarrassment, but instead worked up the courage to look over. Educated youth Xia, I like you too. Let's get along well from now on. With that, she quickly walked past me and caught up with Yi Qingxian. I blinked, the corners of my mouth turning up. This feeling wasn't half bad. Shen Yinchu glanced at me, her expression still cool, and gave a slight nod. Let's go. All right. I hurried to follow, glancing at the beauty beside me, and smiled. Educated youth Shen, you could smile more. You look good when you smile too. Shen Yinchu's steps faltered slightly. She looked up at me, the corners of her mouth curving up faintly. Educated youth Xia, are you planning to flirt with me too? Aren't you afraid of stirring up trouble? I smiled. Don't get me wrong. I was just offering my opinion off the cuff. I did have that thought in mind, but how could I recklessly admit to it? Admitting it would cost me big. Shen Yinchu glanced at me, neither confirming nor denying, and just quickened her pace a little. Before long, the four of us returned to the ox cart, and the others trickled back too. Old Scar counted heads. Everyone's here. Then hop on, and let's go. Everyone nodded. I glanced at Zhang Chong. Why did it feel like the guy was unusually well-behaved today? Was he sitting on some rotten scheme? But I didn't dwell on it. Him being quiet was fine by me, saved me the aggravation. The ox cart slowly started moving, and Xie Yumei suddenly grinned mysteriously. Guess who I ran into today? The moment we educated youths heard this, our appetite for gossip flared right up. Sure, she wasn't talking to us, but how could we not be curious? Auntie Ho-Hot smiled. Yumei, quit keeping us in suspense, just spit it out. Auntie Shulian smiled too. If it's got you this worked up, it must be something interesting. Let's hear it. Xie Yumei smiled. Since you're all so curious, I'll tell you, it was old Zhang from Fungo Village. Old Zhang. Auntie Ho-Hot raised an eyebrow. Isn't that just an old bachelor? What's so remarkable about that? Auntie Shulian recalled. I remember 2 years ago that old fellow tried to snatch the Yang family's girl. He didn't manage it, and on the way back somebody ambushed him and gave him a beating. I remember that too. It caused quite a stir at the time. Andy Hohot nodded. That Yang family was tough too. They were clearly folks who'd been sent down, yet they had the nerve to go head-to-head with old Zhang. It was lucky Branch Secretary Xie and the others were fair and impartial and cleared the whole thing up, and the commune cadres didn't side with old Zhang either. Otherwise, they're family. Anyway, why are you bringing him up? Did he pull some new stunt? Heh. Xie Yume smiled mysteriously. You'll never guess who he came out of the little grove of trees with. The moment everyone heard this, their spirits perked right up. Even old Scar pricked up his ears. Quit keeping us in suspense. Out with it. Andy Hohot gave her a smack. Xie Yume lowered her voice. It was that little vixen from Lijia village, Li Xiuyu. Oh my. Her face was so red. Even a fool would know what the two of them were up to in there. With that, she shook her head in disgust. Oh, it's her? Then no wonder, Auntie Hohot said, shaking her head. That woman's got a reputation over in Li village for being lazy and greedy. The strange thing is, she always eats pretty well. Any fool could tell something fishy's going on. Wasn't she laughing and chatting with Luo Jian and those boys last year? Xiuqing caught her at it and chewed her out good. What's she after? It's plain as day. She's got her eye on our Omping village now. Fat chance. That's true, Auntie Shilian said, nodding. I just never figured old Zhang would hook up with her. That part's a bit of a surprise. Makes sense to me, Xie Yume chuckled. He's an old bachelor. You know how it is. Ahem. Scarface cleared his throat. Yume, you're not throwing shade at me, are you? Xie Yume quickly slapped her own mouth. Listen to me run my mouth. Don't get mad, Scarface. I meant old Zhang, not you. Enough. Scarface waved a hand. I know what you meant. But from now on, watch that kind of talk in front of the young folks. You got it. Xie Yume laughed and agreed, then glanced over at me. Jiqing Xia, let Annie give you a word of advice. This Li Xiuyu, she's pretty, sure, but if you ever run into her, keep your distance. She's nothing but trouble. I quickly smiled. You're right, Auntie. I'll steer well clear of her. Yi Qingxian and the others exchanged looks, all a little surprised. They hadn't expected me to have called it. Li Xiuyu really was that kind of person. Where there's smoke, there's usually fire, and the way these three aunties described her, chapter and verse, it was probably pretty close to the truth. At the back of the wagon, Zhang Chong gazed at the commune slowly shrinking into the distance, a thoughtful look on his face. Xie Yume and her two friends were real talkers, and more importantly, they were bursting with gossip. Every time one of us tossed in a word or two, it drew out a whole slew of interesting stories. The whole ride, it never got boring. A little over 2 hours later, close to noon, everyone made it back to the edge of the village and let out a breath of relief. This wretched heat, we'd better hurry home and find some shade, or we'll roast alive. Xie Yume cursed, hoisting her things onto her back and heading home. Wait for me. Auntie Shilian called out and hurried after her. Auntie Hohot looked at me. Jiqing Xia, if you're not busy today, why don't you come sit a while at my place? I shook my head. Thanks, Auntie, but we've still got a few things to do. Another day. All right. Auntie Hohot nodded. My place is on the east side of the village. Come by and visit when you've got time. Will do. Take care, Auntie. I smiled and agreed, then handed Scarface a cigarette. Scarface, we'll be heading back. Scarface grinned. You're a sensible kid. Want me to walk you over? It's not far. No need to trouble you. We'll walk. I shook my head. Then Yi Qingxian and the other two shouldered their loads, and we headed into the village. Jiqingyi, we've got a fair bit of stuff. Let's leave it all at Yunshu's for now. And once the house is built, we'll move it over together. I was carrying the big new basket I'd bought, packed with heavy items. Had to be close to 100 pounds. Sounds good. Yi Qingxian nodded. The four of us arrived at Luo Yunshu's place. Hearing the commotion, Shun Yinan came out from the inner room, delighted. Brother Xia, you're back? We're back, I said with a nod. Jiqingxian, is your foot feeling better? It got better a while ago. Shen Yinan smiled sweetly. I wanted to come along with you all, but my sister wouldn't let me. Resting up is a good thing too. I smiled and stepped into the courtyard, setting my things down in the main room. Shen Yinan looked at everything the three of them had carried back and asked quietly, Sis, did it work out? Shen Yinshu nodded. Shen Yinan's smile deepened, her eyes crinkling like she'd just eaten something sweet. She hurried inside and poured water for all four of us. Brother Xia, rest a bit. I'll help sort things out. Yi Qingxian took her cup of water and shook her head. No rush. A lot of these are shared items that Ji Qingxia paid for. We'd better settle up first. Jiang Mingming and the other two nodded in agreement. I didn't say anything either. We didn't know each other well yet, so settling accounts clearly was for the best. Otherwise, it'd be like handing them candy on a silver platter. Yi Qingxian went on. Ji Qingxia, let's separate out all the shared stuff first. Sure. I nodded and started taking things out of the big basket one by one. A lot of them were actually from my space. While none of the four were watching, I used the basket as cover and pulled them all out. Among them were 5 pounds of brown sugar, 5 pounds of white sugar, and 2 roasted chickens. Yi Qingxian looked at the big pile heaped on the ground, her eyes a little puzzled. Ji Qingxia, that basket of yours sure holds a lot, doesn't it? It does hold quite a bit, I chuckled. It's all about packing it right. Otherwise, there's no way it'd all fit. The four of them nodded. Yi Qingxian looked over the pile. Let's set aside the building materials first, split it by 4 people's share, and pay Ji Qingxia in cash and coupons. Then there's the pots and bowls, oil, meat, the shared living stuff. That all needs to be sorted out too. Watching Yi Qingxian methodically categorize everything, I smiled but said nothing. Then Shen Yanchu pulled out a list and started calculating rapidly. At last, she reached a conclusion. For the building materials, the 3 of us will each give Ji Qingxia 12 yuan. For the shared items, Ji Qingxia spent 158 yuan total, plus all the various coupons. Each of us still owes. Oh, right, and there's the part we bought too. Listening to the 3 of them tally things up, I felt a little stunned. I hadn't expected them to know the supply co-op's prices and exactly which coupons were needed, right down to the last detail. That caught me off guard. Before long, Yi Qingxian walked over with a handful of cash and smiled. Ji Qingxia, we don't have many coupons, so we took the liberty of converting them to cash. This is what we owe you. Keep it safe. So I should just take it? I nodded with a smile. Take it, it's only fair, Yi Qingxian said, smiling. We're all pitching in for meals together. Can't have you getting the short end of the stick, right? I smiled and casually tucked the money into my bag without any polite protests. Yi Qingxian added, Ji Qingxia, we use a lot of brown sugar and didn't count it in the shared items. We were thinking. I waved a hand, cutting her off. No need to be so precise about that. We're going to be sharing meals from here on. If we split hairs over every little thing, it'll just make us seem petty. Yi Qingxian hesitated a moment, then nodded. Then thank you, Ji Qingxia. Don't mention it. I shook my head and smiled. I bought 2 roasted chickens, and it's right about noon. Let's eat them together. Oh, we couldn't, Yi Qingxian said, shaking her head. That's right, Brother Xia. We keep letting you take the loss. We feel bad about it, Shen Yinan said too. Jiang Mingming nodded. Exactly. We're going to keep sharing meals, so we can't always have you footing the bill. That's not how I see it at all. I shook my head with a smile. Do you know how many people would envy me getting to share meals with the 4 of you? Don't overthink it. I'm hungry. Yi Qingxian was amused into laughing. All right, I'll go fry up a couple of dishes and we'll eat together. I'll help you, Shen Yanchu said quickly. Once the 2 of them left, only the 3 of us remained in the main room. I gathered my own things back into the basket and stacked the rest in the corner. Jiang Mingming and the other one exchanged a look and came over to lend a hand. Though, aside from Jiang Mingming's own things, they didn't touch anyone's personal belongings, since they weren't sure whose was whose. Not long after, Yi Qingxian and Shen Yanchu came in carrying 3 little plates of dishes, along with 10 coarse-grained flatbread cakes. I opened up the wrapping on one of the roasted chickens. It was still steaming. The 5 of us sat down at the table. Ji Qingxia, where'd you buy this roasted chicken? It smells amazing. Jiang Mingming bit into a piece of the meat, her eyes lighting up, mumbling around her mouthful. My eyes flickered. Just at the supply co-op. It really does smell good, huh? Truthfully, I hadn't expected roasted chicken produced by the system to taste this good. Yi Qingxian looked puzzled. That's odd. How come we didn't see any at the co-op? Shen Yanchu's eyes flickered too. That was exactly what she was wondering. Her younger sister loved roasted chicken, and she'd gone looking earlier, but sadly the co-op hadn't had any at all. It was tucked away in a corner. Maybe it was already sold out by the time you 2 went by. I said offhandedly. Anyway, enough about that. If it's good, Eat up. Next time I run into that vendor, I'll buy a few more. Mmm, it really is delicious. Shen Yinan took a bite, her eyes shining. Thank you, Brother Xia. This is the best roasted chicken I've ever had. Yi Qingxian and Shen Yinshu didn't dwell on it any further, just bowed their heads and focused on eating. This roasted chicken really was that good. A little while later, the five of us polished off one whole chicken with the dishes and flatbread. We chatted a bit more, and after hearing their rough plan for divvying up the cooking duties, I picked up the remaining half chicken and left. That half was meant to add a dish to dinner over at Xia Weigu's place. The other half, naturally, I'd left for Luo Yunshu and her 4 housemates. Back at the Xia household, little Xia Linger was crouched in the yard playing. When she saw me, she ran right over. Uncle Xia, you're back? I'm back, I said with a smile. Little Linger, have you eaten yet? I ate already, Xia Linger answered brightly. Uncle, did you eat? I ate too. I set the roasted chicken on the table in the main room. Where's your grandma? Xia Linger blinked her big eyes. Grandma went to the fields and told me to stay home and not run around. Is that so? I smiled. Then how about Uncle takes you out to play? Yes, yes. Xia Linger said happily. Uncle, where are we going to play? Out past the village, on the ridges between the fields. I grabbed a small basket and a machete, took Xia Linger by the hand, and headed out of the yard. As we walked along, whenever I spotted medicinal herbs that could treat colds and fevers or bruises and injuries, I gathered some. There were plenty of medicinal plants by the roadside and along the fields, but not many weeds. I figured the work crew had left them there on purpose, since it seemed the commune bought medicinal herbs too. So I only gathered a little, then tossed them into my spirit spring space to plant. Once the clinic was up and running, I could dry them for storage and save myself the trouble of gathering them over and over later. For any herbs that were scarce, hard to gather, and commonly used, I planned to do the same from now on. Watching Xia Linger skip along up ahead, I felt the corner of my mouth lift. Little Linger, do you usually just stay at home? Yep, Xia Linger said with a smile. All the kids in the village are about the same. I hear only the older brothers and sisters over 6 can go out to play together. The rest of us have to stay home and can't go out. My dad says once I'm 8 I can go to school, but Brother Chinchin says school isn't fun and the teachers are scary. Is that right? I smiled. The teachers aren't really that scary. They can teach you all kinds of skills and make you smart. Really? Xia Linger blinked, her face full of innocent wonder. Really? I said with a smile. You'll see once you start school. As I spoke, I looked toward the east side of the village, where quite a few figures were busy in the fields. Come on, let's go take a look at the fields and watch your dad and the others work. Yes, yes. Xia Linger clapped her hands and laughed. I scooped her up and walked along the ridge between the fields, heading over that way. Along the road, whenever I came across suitable herbs, a single thought was all it took to move them into the spirit spring space. Quick and convenient. Before long, the two of us drew close to the group at work, both sides now able to see each other. Uncle, it's hot, Xia Linger said, draping herself limply over my shoulder, her spirits a little wilted. I smiled and shook my head. The sun was strong today, and I hadn't thought this through well enough. I took out my water bottle. Here, drink some water, and you'll feel better. Okay. Xia Linger took a sip from the bottle and immediately felt cool and refreshed. Not hot anymore. Uncle, you're amazing. Seeing her perk right back up, I chuckled softly and carried her on toward the fields. Jiqing Xia, what brings you two out here? Auntie Shangyun spotted us and hurried over. Auntie, I got back and found little Linger alone in the yard, so I brought her out for a walk. That's a lot of trouble for you, Auntie Shangyun said with a smile. No trouble at all. I shook my head. You go on with your work, Auntie. I just came to have a look. Work, huh? Auntie Shangyun waved a hand and smiled. I just came to bring lunch, and I'm giving you a hand while I'm at it. The work points are already divided up, so if I help her out, she can do a little less. That's nice of you, I said with a smile. Looks like it's just weeding right now. Shouldn't be too tiring, I'd think. Not tiring, Auntie Shangyun said, smiling. Yu Jiqing came at just the right time. Things are a little easier now, and once you get used to it, it'll be fine. If you'd arrived right during spring planting or the harvest rush, that's when it's truly exhausting. That's true. I nodded. Auntie Shangyun pointed to some tree shade not far off. Let's head over there. That tree's kept just for resting. Good shade. Sounds good. Carrying Xia Linger, the two of us went over to the shade. By now there were quite a few people resting in the shade, all looking over at us curiously. I smiled and nodded in greeting. Auntie Shang Yun said, "When you work for the crew, the work points for each task are all set. Once you finish, you can rest. If you're not done by quitting time, they'll dock points as they see fit. So the quick hands get a chance to rest, and the slow ones have to keep at it a while longer." I nodded. Still, I'd already agreed to take on the clinic job for Xia Weigua and the others. So from now on, apart from spring planting and the fall harvest, I wouldn't have to work the fields the rest of the time. After sitting a bit, Auntie Shang Yun stood up. "Jiqing Xia, would you mind sitting with Linger a while? I'm going to go help you wear out." "Sure." I agreed, and Auntie Shang Yun left. Plenty of people in the fields had already noticed me and kept sneaking glances my way. After a day of the Luo Hui incident spreading around, a good number of the crew members knew about me now, and they regarded this Jiqing who knew medicine with a mix of curiosity and a faint respect. What Scarface had said about Anping Village, valuing its debts of gratitude, really wasn't just talk. At least for now, a lot of people looked at me quite kindly. I scanned the crowd laboring in the fields, and my eyes flickered slightly with surprise. In just that short span, I'd somehow spotted two more with the golden flower between their brows. And more than half the people had their backs to me or were bent over, so I couldn't get a clear look. This Anping Village was downright absurd. Was this some kind of gathering place for stunning beauties? It was almost frightening. Just as I was thinking that, two young men who'd been resting in the shade walked over. "You're the new Jiqing, Xia, right? We're old-timer Jiqing. Want to get acquainted." I stood up and smiled. "My name's Xiaoan, from Beijing. What should I call you two comrades?" "Wu Tao, from Shandong." "Qin Yu, from Harbin," the two said, smiling. "Qin Weidong mentioned you to us. You really do stand out from the crowd." "You flatter me," I said with a smile. "We're all Jiqing sent down to the countryside. We're all the same." "Well said. Jiqing Xia, you've got way more sense than that piece of garbage Zhang Chang." Wu Tao and the other man chuckled. "We'll get back to work now. Let's grab a drink together when we get the chance." "Sounds good." I nodded and watched the two of them leave. Zhang Chang. Could Zhang Chang being so well-behaved today have something to do with these old-timer Jiqing? Just then, Xia Linger tugged at my hand, pointing to another patch of shade a few dozen yards away. "Uncle, can we go over there? I see Sister Qingqing and the others." I glanced over. 5 or 6 kids around 6 or 7 years old were sitting in the shade. "All right, let's go over." I picked her up and walked over. Once we reached the shade, I set Xia Linger down and pressed a handful of candy into her hand. "Go play. Be careful now." Xia Linger nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Uncle. Can I share some with Sister Qingqing and the others?" "You can," I said with a smile. "It's meant for you kids anyway. Go on." "Thank you, Uncle." Xia Linger smiled, clutching the candy, and ran off toward the group of children. I smiled to myself, then saw Luo Yinshu walking over from the fields. "Brother Xiaoan, what brings you here?" I smiled. "Brought Linger out for a walk, and figured I'd gather some herbs for colds and fevers and injuries to keep on hand." As I spoke, I glanced at her sunburned little face and her cracked, dry lips, took off my water bottle, and handed it to her. "Have a drink of water, take a rest." "Thanks." Luo Yinshu didn't stand on ceremony, taking it and drinking a sip. Then her eyes went slightly wide. "Brother Xia, what herbs did you put in this water? It feels so nice to drink." She felt like a single mouthful of water washed away more than half the heat and exhaustion in her whole body. There was no way ordinary water could do that. I smiled. Could I tell her I'd added spirit spring water? That was something I couldn't explain and couldn't stand up to close questioning, so it was better left unsaid. But after a moment's thought, I spoke up anyway. "It's a special little recipe. The ingredients are hard to come by, so don't go spreading it around." I understand," Luo Yinshu said quickly, handing the bottle back. "Thanks, Brother Xiaoan. Don't mention it." I smiled. "Want to sit a while?" Luo Yinshu was a little tempted, but still shook her head. "No, I feel a lot more energetic now. Let me finish up the work first." "That works. Need any help?" No. Luo Yinshu quickly waved her hands. "I can manage on my own. You just rest, Brother Xiaoan." With that, she was about to head back to work. But right at that moment, a startled cry suddenly came from not far off. "Oh no, something's happened." At that shout, a lot of people in the field straightened up to look that way, but aside from a few who went over, the rest didn't move, just watching from a distance. Let's go take a look, I said, breaking into a quick run toward the commotion. Luo Yinshu hurried after me. When I got close, I looked at the person who had collapsed on the ground, and my eyebrows rose involuntarily. Another stunning beauty. The woman lay on the ground, her face pale, with a faint tinge of blue. Beside her, a middle-aged couple was frantic, pacing in circles, at a total loss for what to do. I quickly spoke up. It's hypoglycemic shock. Move her to the shade fast and get ready to treat her. The middle-aged man finally snapped out of it and moved to pick the woman up. But he was worn out himself and couldn't even lift her. Seeing no one lending a hand, I stepped forward. No time to waste, let me. With that, I scooped the woman up and ran quickly toward the trees not far off. The middle-aged couple finally reacted and hurried after me. I laid the woman down in the shade. Luo Yinshu stayed close by my side, glanced at the people who had followed over, and quietly warned, "Her name's Yang Yinxiu. There's something questionable about her background. Try to keep your distance, Brother Xian." I understood at once. This woman was most likely the Sister Yang that Qinzi had mentioned. I nodded slightly, but when I checked the woman's pulse, my brow furrowed. She'd already passed out cold and couldn't take in food. Of course, that was no problem for me. Without hesitation, I took off my water bottle right then, intending to feed her the spirit spring water. Hey, what are you doing?" the middle-aged woman blurted out. Before I could explain, Luo Zhongqian cut her off sharply. "Quiet. Jiqing Xia knows medicine. Count yourselves lucky." The woman quickly shut her mouth and stared at me tensely. I nodded at Luo Zhongqian, then fed Yang Yinxiu the spirit spring water while massaging her jaw and neck to help her swallow, explaining offhandedly as I worked. Her stomach and spleen probably haven't been feeling well, so she hasn't eaten much these past couple of days. Combined with overexertion, that brought on the hypoglycemic shock. If she hadn't passed out and could still swallow, some sugar water would set her right. But in her unconscious state, the best thing is to get her to a hospital for glucose right away. Otherwise, there's a very real chance she'd die. Luo Zhongqian and the middle-aged couple went pale, their faces filled with dread at how close it had been. I went on. "You could say she's lucky she happened to run into me. This massage technique of mine can get her to swallow unconsciously even while she's out. And I added some sugar and patent Chinese medicine to this bottle, which will help her recover." Only then did the group let out a breath of relief, their faces lighting up with hope. By now, quite a few people had gathered around, all standing a little way off and watching, their eyes full of curiosity mixed with a bit of doubt. Could this new Jiqing really do it? But before long, Yang Yinxiu's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. She's awake. The middle-aged couple crowded forward, overjoyed. "Yinxiu, how are you feeling? Any better?" Yang Yinxiu nodded slightly and gave me a grateful smile. "Thank you. Don't mention it." I shook my head with a smile, put away the water bottle, and checked her pulse again. "After work, go over to Luo Yinshu's and pick up some medicine to help you recover. Rest well these next couple of days." Yes. Thank you so much, Comrade Xia." The middle-aged man nodded quickly, his eyes full of gratitude. I nodded, stood up to make room, and stepped aside with Luo Yinshu. Luo Zhongqian glanced at Yang Yinxiu and the couple. Since Jiqing Xia says she needs to rest, she doesn't have to come the next 2 days. The middle-aged couple was delighted and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, team leader Luo." Luo Zhongqian's expression was calm. "Let her rest well. You two take a break, then get back to work." "All right, we understand," the two said, nodding repeatedly. Luo Zhongqian turned and walked over to me, clapped me on the shoulder, and smiled gratefully. "Jiqing Xia, good thing you came over, or this would have been a real mess. If the crew had a death on their hands over the work, it'd be a huge headache. It could even get the cadres like him in trouble. What I'd done just now had really bailed them out. You're too kind, Uncle Luo." I shook my head and smiled. You could call it fate. It just wasn't her time to go. Luo Zhongqian nodded with a smile. "You rest up. I'm going to go get them back to work. Go ahead and tend to things, Uncle Luo. Don't mind me." Luo Zhongqian smiled and clapped me on the shoulder again, then turned and strode off.